Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
I really feel that in so many ways, Andre Johnson has taken the entire city of Houston with him to Canton, Ohio. Because he stayed here and stood the test of time and said, follow me. I will show you what it takes to win. Just stick with me and we'll get there. And I'll be darned, he got there.
I'll end off with this. I'm happy as hell again to be your first Pro Football Hall of Fame. Thank you.
That was Andre Johnson on Saturday. Man, what a day. That was fun. Hope you had a chance to see it. If not, we'll be playing cuts throughout the show today. Andre Johnson, the first Texans Hall of Famer. Hope you had a great weekend. Welcome in. Happy Monday to all of you. Happy Monday to some of you teachers who are going back to school. I live with one. And good to be with you. Hope you had a great weekend. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, my friend. Good morning.
Hello.
How are you?
Good morning. Good. I'm good. I'm just still digesting the Hall of Fame game and Andre's induction and everything else, and trying to forget about the fact that the Astros lost a series.
Yeah,
So,
we'll
in a bunch of pitchers' duels. Well, it was a pitcher's duel for a while on Saturday, and then it
deteriorated.
A non-pitcher's duel whatsoever.
Yeah. We'll get to those guys. We'll start with Dre off the top. What'd you think? What'd you think of his speech?
Oh, I thought it was really good. I thought he did a good job of. His entire speech was thank yous, but instead of just listing off 2,900 names, he actually just told stories or had little just a sentiment for each of the thank yous. So I think it ended up being one of the better Hall of Fame induction speeches by way of getting the people he really wanted to thank all in, but also making it interesting for the listeners. So I thought they were, and it also, it got emotional for me because every time he would start to thank somebody from his childhood or something, it was, I would imagine, like a young, quiet Andre Johnson. And you know how hard it is sometimes when you're a caregiver or a mentor or anything to a kid that just does not talk, is you worry about them all the time because you just don't know what they're thinking. You don't know what they're going through, and it's really, you don't know if what you're telling them is really sinking in. So I felt happy for all of those people from Miami and everybody from Andre's family that probably, stressed out a lot about just like, is this kid going to be okay? Because, man, he seems, is he sad? Is he happy? I don't know. And I liked that at two different points in his induction speech, he, specifically said, I'm happy as hell.
Yeah.
As if a nod to him understanding that sometimes people don't know if he's happy or not.
I thought the same thing. I'm like, Andre, of all the people, like Andre is probably the one who has to tell people that he's happy.
Yeah,
like
just so you guys know.
I thought the same thing, dude. I'm like, it's very ironic here. Yeah, we'll play some of Andre's speech throughout the show. Here was this the very first one we got queued up here is where he talks about the quiet kid from Miami and that he made it.
And I want to thank them to know that quiet kid, I made it. Whether it was a teacher, little league coach, or just someone in the neighborhood, they always pushed me to be great. Not just in football, but in life. My mother made a decision that changed everything for me. Even now, I still tell her, sending me out of my zone district to go to school, to Miami High, was a game changer.
I thought he was great. I thought his speech was perfection. It really was. It was a great Hall of Fame speech. It was very Hall of Fame speech 101, as you kind of pointed out, Seth, the way he just kind of methodically went about thanking a bunch of people, but did it in a way that was very thoughtful, sincere, at times funny. It was a perfect length of speech. It was only 14 minutes. Like there were a lot of people up on stage there where I'm like, okay, Randy Gradishar. This is
How
not
long
the
did he go?
Who, Andre? Oh, Randy
No.
Gradishar? I don't know. I've got it on my list of things to do today to go back and find the speech times. That's something that, as you can probably imagine,
So we can crush the Hall
appeals
of
to my
Famers.
sensibilities. Yes, yeah.
Let's crush those fools.
Yeah. I've got it on my list of things to do. I just know that there were certain speeches that felt like they went on and on and on and on. And Andres didn't feel that way. Like maybe I'm biased because I'm actually interested in everything he had to say because I'm a Texans fan. But I just thought he did a fantastic job. And at one point, you and I were texting about this yesterday. I did not realize that at one point the telestrator went out during his speech, and he just said, "Screw it, I'm just going to speak from the heart." He probably still had his bullet points in front of him, so he had his checklist of who's still to thank. But I never noticed that the telestrator went out in terms of his delivery or anything like that at the time. But as you pointed out to me in our text, there was a point where he had a very long pause, and to me it looked like he was just getting emotional because the very next person he talked about was his mom after that. So I just thought he was trying to gather himself before he talked about his mom. But as it turned out, the telestrator went out, and in going back and listening, you can tell there's a distinct difference in the delivery post long pause than there was. Like that cut we just played was from before the telestrator going out. He sounds like he's delivering. He sounds great, but he sounds like he's delivering a speech. After the telestrator went out, he's just like thanking people and just talking off the cuff, and he was phenomenal. I thought he did great.
One of the hardest things about giving a speech is trying to figure out whether you're somebody that goes well. I mean, some people, like, if you're a professional actor and you're reading a script, you can make it sound incredible. For most people, including really good speech givers at times, if they try to go off script, it's just not nearly as entertaining as if they're somewhere between extemporaneous and scripted. Like where you've got your bullet points and you're going off of it, you know exactly where you're going. And I think that's where, they try to prepare these guys like crazy for their speeches. I think just partly so it's not a disaster.
Right.
And I think sometimes over preparation might do some of the speeches harm, whereas Andre with the teleprompter going out might have been perfect because he was probably prepared as hell. Teleprompter goes off, and he can just really start to feel what he's saying instead of trying to stick to a script.
Yeah, he was. I thought he was great. I didn't notice it. I noticed the pause you were talking about, but I just thought he was trying to gather himself to talk about his mom, and he was phenomenal.
Well, the parts that I got emotional at were anytime he talked about his childhood, because I just kept imagining a quiet, young, spindly Andre Johnson, all muscly but lanky and everything, and just never saying a word, and people just worrying about him. When he thanked his high school coach, and his high school coach started rubbing his face like he was being overcome with emotion, I was like, oh!
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Yeah, and then when he thanked his Texans teammates and they zoomed to the guys in the crowd, that part, as I started noticing faces, I was like, oh, there's that from? Like guys I hadn't seen in a long time.
Yeah.
That was really cool too.
He had a good turnout, man. They all had their T-shirts on. It was cool. It was really cool. I thought the Texan fans did great. There were a ton of Texan fans there. Now by the end, Texan fans were dominating. So some of the like if they pan back for the crowd shot during Andre's speech, and if you were just to look at that alone, you'd be like, wow, this is 90% Texan fans there. Andre went last, so there is a distinct possibility that fans of other teams, especially because it was a long day, they delayed the thing by a couple hours because of lightning. I think from what I was told from people there, the weather itself chased a lot of people away from the get-go. There were a lot of people that had tickets didn't stay because of all the lightning and everything else.
Well, those people from Chicago had to get back to the sausage factory.
That's it, man. Yeah. Probably people had to get to SummerSlam in Cleveland. I know at least a few people did. It's an hour and a half from Canton. But I thought the Texan fans showed up really well, and that's what I heard from people there throughout the weekend. There were a ton of Texan fans in Canton for Andre's induction.
I'm one of the things that continues to puzzle me about the Pro Football Hall of Fame induction is why the hell they feel it's so necessary to park a bunch of dudes who have been bruised and battered, and some of them getting up there in years. Park them in the sun in the afternoon for it. It doesn't make any sense. No. I don't get it. No. I don't get it at all.
No.
Could you please, at the very least, just have a pavilion or something, or just do it at night, do it indoors. It doesn't need to be on that field. Would that
be enough for you to not want to get elected into the Hall of Fame?
That's specifically why I never played like a Hall of Famer. I would watch that induction ceremony every training camp when I was at my most miserable because of the heat and think, nope, not for me.
Nope. I'm going to
go out and tank this next game too.
I'm going to be just good enough to where people say, that guy's a good football player. He was a good football player. Just lay back.
That's what they always say about me. Like, nobody wanted it more than him, except for the damn Hall of Fame thing he had. It was a weird hang-up.
Yeah, it was crazy.
So it really limited him in his career.
He always pulled up just short of Hall of Fame performance. It was strange. Here was Andre Johnson talking about the Texan fans.
To the Houston Texans fans, Jim Porter asked me if the Houston Texans were to get the game, how do you think the Houston fans would show up? I told him, you better get ready because we're going to show up and show out. I'm so appreciative of you guys. You guys have shown me so much love from the day I came to Houston, even to now, just being around the city. I was walking in the store the other day. A lady I don't even know. She didn't say, hey, Andre. She didn't say anything. All she said was, I see you in Canton. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys meant so much to my career. You guys motivated me. And I couldn't do a lot of the things I did if I didn't have you guys cheering me on. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Dude, it was really good. Boys, we're getting texts about Andre's speech. How about the story about his sister that he didn't know until he was 21 years old?
Yeah, I didn't know if we wanted to play that until a little later in the show. Because,
we'll save it.
It's a heavy one, man. It's heavy. As far as Andre thanking the fans, the thing that struck me as he was talking about that was that I think Andre might be able to appreciate the level. I don't want to say a level of fame, but it's kind of his standing in Houston differently than a lot of guys, just because Andre never once struck me as a guy who coveted fame. It didn't seem to be anything that he was going for or like thought was important in his career or anything. And because of that, usually people who desire fame, once they get it, they realize it's either not enough or it actually sucks in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Or they just realize that it's a double-edged sword and that, man, the same people that'll cheer for you will boo you and all of that. So they get disillusioned. Where with Andre, I think because it's not anything I think he ever really was shooting for or desired, he can kind of appreciate it for what it is.
Yeah.
And he's got that stature in Houston where I think partly because of his career, partly because whether he's a football player or not, Andre just commands a certain level of, I would say respect, but it's also a little bit of fear because he's just such an imposing person.
Yeah.
That I think more than a lot of Hall of Famers, he can really enjoy it and appreciate it and see it for the good thing that it can be.
I totally agree. As well put. I totally agree. The mere fact that in that anecdote he told, he was in the grocery store tells you
Right,
kind of what
right.
type of famous person Andre is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's got an everyman quality to him for sure. All right, we're off and running on a Monday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Hope you had a great weekend. Astros did not have a great weekend at all. The bats were dead. Three biggest Astro held up two fingers. Three biggest Astro developments from over the weekend. We've got them for you coming up next.
After a rain-shortened Texans loss, how does
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. I spent the break time-stamping the Hall of Fame speeches. Andre's got the shortest one so far. 5 of the 6 speeches I've pulled the times on, Seth. The only one I don't have is Julius Peppers is the only one I have not done yet. Andre went 14 minutes and 18 seconds. He was concise. That's what I like about it, man. Keep it tight.
I don't know how the hell anybody speaks for longer than 15 minutes. Who the hell do you think you are? Just like, honestly, what am I? Would you win a Nobel Prize or something?
That's it, man.
No, I increased my company's sales in the 3rd quarter. Go die. You die.
Looking at you, Gratishar. Huh?
Anything past 15 minutes, you're just filling time.
That's it, man. That's it. 14 minutes, 18 seconds. Good job, Andre. So, not a great weekend for the Astros. We'll start off with the good. Biggest Astro developments from this weekend. Number one, you say Kikuchi. I would say a positive first start. Here was Joe Espada. Now, the Astros, that was the only game they won all weekend. They won 3-2. Kikuchi had 5 2/3 innings pitched, 11 strikeouts. At one point, struck out 8 in a row. Mm-hmm. Didn't start off great. 5 pitches in, he'd given up 2 runs already. Now, granted, I didn't see the home run because we were out to dinner. I missed the first inning. I only got push notifications on it. But evidently, the home run that he gave up was kind of a Minute Maid Park home run. Like, it would have been a home run only in, like, 4 other stadiums or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? So, Kikuchi ended up doing really well. Here was Joe Espada after the game on Friday on Kikuchi's first start as an Astro.
He sat there right on there on the down the stairs. You know, he had his notes, like a little boxer, head down. He was locked in. It's pretty intense. I like it. I love it. He fits right in. He was mixing very well. He slider more in zone, where you saw a lot of chases, and then the changeup. I thought it was the game changer for me because that's kind of what we want him to do. Just throw that changeup more in zone, and it's a really, really good pitch. And then that just makes his fastball a much better pitch. So they were ready to hit fastballs early on. And then after that second inning came around, he's like, you know what, I'm going to start mixing some of my off-speed pitches. And, man, he couldn't be any better.
Yeah, so when new Astros come into the organization, they have a meeting with the analytics staff, and Kikuchi had already had his meeting with the analytics staff where they kind of suggest how they might tweak their pitch selection. And that's one thing that's worked really, really well for various guys in the past. Obviously, the Astros are renowned for it. So the interesting thing was, you know, Tampa's really on point with developing their pitchers too. And Tampa has seen a whole lot of Kikuchi. So they were just sitting and waiting for what they had seen of Kikuchi. But I'm trying to take this start with a grain of salt because I was really excited that it worked out. It worked out exactly the way that you and I had talked about, where, man, if he struggles a little bit but then reels it in and then gets a bunch of strikeouts as he's known to do, and he does it by way of the Astros have given him advice, then yeah, that's exactly what we were hoping for. I just wonder if it's, Tampa. I was surprised that Tampa wasn't anticipating that he threw more change-ups because I figured that their analytics people would be like, well, we know what the Astros do, and they're going to recommend he throws more change-ups.
That's a good point.
So the fact that they weren't anticipating it was a bit of a surprise, and now we just have to find out whether, okay, is it for real, or did you just ambush the Rays? You had seen him a bunch of times in the AL East.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm excited about the first performance.
No, I don't either. Now, I will say this. The stories that we've heard of Astro pitchers adding a pitch or using more of a certain pitch this season have veered into the positive department. Like Hunter Brown is probably the gold standard for this, right? Where he added the sinker, he started using his sinker more.
Alex Bregman's suggestion.
Yeah. And he's been outstanding since then. There's been no catching up with him. He has been
outstanding since then. I would say that when it comes to adding the changeup, because that's what they did with almost every pitcher, is like they had him add a changeup or throw more changeups. There's a positive correlation to that and guys getting injured too. So I don't know, which is a small sample size, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just, I get nervous. What?
You only need him for 2 months. If he gets hurt, Kikuchi, I'm talking about.
How long did your two UCL brothers last?
No, that fair, but
Javier and Urquidy.
Yeah, no, Urquidy I put on a shelf when it comes to injury stuff. He's had all kinds of issues independent of that. Now Javier that's. Fair point on Javier. Yeah, of course.
I honestly, this is what I worry about with the Astros, and I still worry about with the Kikuchi trade, is that there's a level of hubris when it comes to how good their analytics department is. Because what's happened is the rest of the league is caught up. And just like every competitive advantage eventually becomes much smaller as people catch on to whatever you were doing. And I got to wait and see if this is for real or if this was just an ambush, because he's still a guy, over the course of his career that does strike a lot of people out. So that's not a surprise.
Not new.
He's just not that consistent. So the one performance was awesome, and I was glad to see it. I did not want him to have to go out there and struggle through a bad performance in front of a skeptical crowd. So that was awesome, and it was good to get 1 out of 3 victories versus the Rays. But I got to see it for the next 2 months.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, just to quantify, like his changeup usage was way up. He used it 11% of the time this season. He used it 28% of the time on Friday, so nearly triple the amount he used that changeup. So that's number one. So the Kikuchi trade, 1 start in, is checking the Dana Brown side right now. 1 start in, we'll see what happens. Development number 2. Not so great. The bats were terrible this weekend. They were awful. They were abysmal. I was going to go get the stats, but I'm like, do I need to just go compile the stats to tell people they batted, 114 or whatever? I mean, they were awful this weekend. Offensively, they scored 4 runs all weekend long, and yesterday was just a really, really tough watch. They loaded the bases in the first inning. I turned to Amy when they load the bases with nobody out. I'm like, is there somewhere I can bet right now on them not scoring? Because I don't know that I've ever seen a team load the bases with nobody out and score less times when that happens than the Houston Astros. Here was Joe Espada following yesterday's 1-0 loss to the Rays.
I just think that we're going through a little funk. I don't necessarily call it pressing. We'll start getting some big hits here, pretty soon.
Seth, I would submit the opposite. I would say they probably, without Kyle Tucker in the lineup, that they have during the month of July, when they were the best team in baseball in the month of July, they were hitting over their heads in the month of July. You know what I mean? Like your 4, 5, and 6 hitters are Yainer Diaz, Jeremy Pena, and Jake Myers on most nights. That's
Yainer's been really good though.
He
hasn't been part of the problem. He's been the one good guy that you can rely on since everybody else has fallen apart.
He is, but he's not. To me, there's a shelf life on Yainer being a 4-hole hitter for a playoff team. You know what I mean? Like
do we know what Yainer Diaz is yet? I mean, he's a 300 hitter this season. So I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just, I'd rather have Kyle Tucker in there, I guess, is what I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying that he needs to displace or replace Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Yes. I just do think, were they hitting over their heads? I think they were hitting, but they were hitting subpar and less than they were capable before. So, like, as good as they were in the month of July, they don't have to be that good all the time.
Yeah.
If they had just been, even if they had bid substandard but themselves in this weekend, they could have won. Well, Saturday it got away from them.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm not at. I feel like they're just going through a dry spell with their bats. I'm not overly concerned about it. You think about any good baseball team is generally playing a whole bunch of 500 baseball plus a few nice stretches during the season. So they just got to get one more nice stretch or two between now and October, and they'll be fine.
Here is we'll get to Joe Espada in a second. The bats were terrible this weekend. Look, going on, they had 9 games at home in a row. If they're going on the road, they're going to the right place. They usually hit well in Arlington, so that's where they'll be tonight for the next few games. Number 3. It looks like we may be getting Justin Verlander back fairly soon.
Yeah.
Verlander, he's got one more bullpen. Going to see how he throws, and then hopefully a rehab assignment. He said over the weekend he's going to need a couple starts in the minor leagues, which is good news for Corpus Christi or Sugar Land at the gate, I suppose, whichever one he ends up going to. I honestly, like, of all the things that happened this weekend with Justin Verlander, I thought the fact that they let him do an interview on Fox during the game on Saturday night was a sign to me, like, that things are going well with Justin Verlander. You know what I mean? Like,
do you think it was like that they let him, or that he agreed to it? Like, what do you think? I don't think the Astros were going to deny it, probably, right?
Okay.
I feel like if he agreed to it, he must be
that he did the
good.
interview. Yeah. That he did the interview was a positive sign to me. Whether it was the Astros allowing him to do it or whether it was him saying he wanted to do it, I thought Justin Verlander speaking publicly on national TV about his situation, to me, if he were still injured, I don't think if he were another month and a half away from being able to pitch in a major league game, he would not have done that spot with Fox, I don't think. On
would
Saturday.
They have asked him? Plus, I guess that would be another thing too. Is I wonder if they would have asked him. If there's other guys to talk to that are good interviews there. Although, who was the color commentator in there?
I don't know. You know what? I didn't.
He's a son of a. On Singleton's home run, he's like cheering on the right fielder. Get up, get up, get up! Like, what the hell? What? This is a national broadcast. You homer, and you're a homer for the Rays. Make better life choices.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I don't know who. Literally the only time I had the sound on for the Astros game was Verlander's interview. Other than that, because SummerSlam was on Saturday night. That took audio precedence in the Pendergast household.
What's SummerSlam?
SummerSlam is like the WrestleMania of the summer. It's like it's WWE's like biggest card of the summertime.
It's a big deal.
It's a huge deal, man. It's a big.
Anything big happen?
Yeah, Roman Reigns came back. Yeah, he returned. Yeah, the head of the table.
How long's he been gone?
He's been gone for 4 months since Cody Rhodes beat him for the title at WrestleMania. Yeah.
So were people thinking he retired or something?
No. They just knew he went away for a little while, and he came back, and they went ape bleep for him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a lot of stuff's happened while he was gone. He was a bad guy when he left, but a lot of stuff has happened since he's been gone that have kind of turned him into a good guy, believe it or not. Like
is The Rock still a bad guy?
The Rock, we'll find out when he comes back. He was kind of attached to Roman Reigns before. He hasn't been back in 4 months. Yeah.
So he'd been kind of a bad guy, but now because he's attached to Roman Reigns, he might end up becoming popular.
Maybe,
again.
or he might go against Roman Reigns because like you just don't know. It's
I wouldn't trust either of them against Yainer Diaz in a fight. I'll tell you that much.
No.
I'm about to swing on you for you. Am I talking to Sean Pendergast or Dusty Baker here?
What?
I'm not quite positive.
That's
who's the?
It's Yainer as a cleanup hitter. That's all. Yainer as a cleanup hitter in October. That's my whole thing. That's my whole thing. So I would say 2 out of 3 developments positive. Verlander coming back. We should give the updates on the other ones. Luis
Garcia's been backed off a little bit.
Yeah, he had a good day. He had a good day in the training room, according to Espada yesterday. I'm like, oh, yippee! And then I guess the other big thing was the team has come to grips with the fact that Lance McCullers will not pitch this season. Here was Joe Espada accepting the fact that Lance McCullers' time has just run out on him for 2024.
I've been talking to Lance a little bit, and where he's at right now, I think it's safe to say that I don't think he'll pitch this season. It'd be almost too much to ask for him to ramp up and get him back this season. Everything is moving in the right direction, but just where we at right now, the number of games,
I think it's that's where we at.
So no McCullers.
Lance has pitched 265 innings since 2020. He's made 47 starts in that time. His contract runs through 2026. So, I mean, at this point, we got to add Lance to that list of things that's weighing Dana Brown down in his ability to actually kind of just maneuver with this baseball team. The amount of money that you're paying on dead money to Jose Abreu or Montero, the money to Lance McCullers. I always try to keep that in mind when, not to mention that he inherited a team with a depleted pipeline.
Yeah,
he's got weights around his ankle as he's trying to make some of these moves.
The only thing that saves McCullers' contract from being Abreu-esque is that he's not playing at all. Like Jose Abreu played and he was a negative. You know what I mean? Like Lance is a 0.0 wins above replacement because he's not playing at all. Jose Abreu, they actually had to trot him out there every day to be like a negative 1.8 WAR. You know what I mean?
He's a drain on the luxury tax situation, but at the very least, he's not actively hurting you on the field.
Correct.
But he's affecting roster management.
Correct.
Long term.
Yep. Absolutely. All right, so not a great weekend for the Astros. Hopefully,
I wonder if James Click said that when he's up in the Toronto Blue Jays front office.
Right.
I wonder if right after they agreed to the deal and it went through, he's like, "So how's Lance doing?"
Troll.
Enjoying that contract?
I
gave
would
him?
if I were him. I would. I can carry a grudge. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Andre Johnson Hall of Fame speech was great. We'll have pieces of that for you throughout the rest of the show, including in headlines. We'll circle back to the Astros in headlines as well, in case you missed that. Update on the Olympics as well. Good weekend for Houston in the Olympics, too. We'll get to all that. But first, if you want to have not only a good weekend, but a great week every week for the rest of your life, get to the Men's Tea Clinic like I did in January.
today. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines. Let's get to them. Let's start with Andre Johnson. Andre Johnson, Hall of Famer. He had a great speech on Saturday. If you missed it, go out of your way to find it. It's on YouTube. You can watch it. It's 14 minutes and 18 seconds long, and it's outstanding. Here was Andre Johnson shouting out what was a nice contingent of Texan teammates who made the trip to Canton.
I'd like to thank my teammates that are over there, my Texan teammates. What you guys mean to me, man, I don't think you guys even know. Man, you guys mean so much to me. We've been through so much together. It took us a while to get things to where we wanted to be. It was no overnight success. But day in and day out, we came to work, and we worked our tails off. And I'm very thankful for you guys, man. You guys are my brothers. I love y'all.
Yeah, that was cool.
They showed J.J. Watt for a little bit there. Then they went over to the guys. It was really cool to see a lot of those faces. I've always, I think I've told you before, Sean, I've always felt a certain kind of guilt in that Andre Johnson came from such successful high school and college programs. I mean, just an astoundingly awesome college team that he was on. in that he had to wallow in insignificance and more importantly non-competitiveness or mediocrity for the first few years. And I always as a veteran on a team, you're always, you're trying to get things right and you're trying to do your job and do everything. But I always felt guys like Andre and some of those guys, I'm like, man, this is not the NFL experience this kid deserves.
Yeah.
It's not. He deserves a better NFL experience in this. And it was really cool that he was able to stay with the same team and I kind of look at it as two different eras. It's almost pre-2011 and then guys who are on the team, either, if they were on the team pre-2011, but they were through that period too, and all of a sudden it became like an actual bona fide NFL team.
Yeah.
That it's those guys, they had a different Texans experience. So it's like Andre could have spent 2003 through 2010 in Houston and left and gone somewhere else and probably would have had completely different feelings about Houston or about the Texans. But he was able to actually go through all of the mediocrity and then be on an actual bona fide NFL team. That was really cool that he was able to do that all with the same team.
It's a great point, and I thought it was really cool. As you say that, Seth, it makes me think of the faces that I recognize there in that group of people, the group of teammates that all had the red T-shirts on that were all – there were probably 20 of them, a couple dozen of them there. And I thought it was kind of a perfect split of guys you're describing. There were like half the guys were from that era that you were part of, which was the seeds getting planted and the real building going on. And then half of them were part of the guys like you described that probably got here in like 08 or 09-ish and were there for the good stuff.
2006, really, because Eric Winston was there, Owen Daniels was there.
Yep.
There were at least a few other guys.
David Anderson was there.
So multiple guys from that draft class.
Yeah.
I mean, because obviously Gary Kubiak was the difference there.
Yes.
Gary Kubiak was there.
Yeah.
And he was there before 2011, before 2000. But as much progress as Gary Kubiak made, it didn't really come to fruition until 2011.
Yep.
So, that and then the other part of it, too, is that's – remember when we were talking to J.J. Watt last year and in the pregame – and he was talking about how he still kind of gets nervous around Andre.
Yes.
And one of the things was he was like, "Does he like me?" He's like, "You're going through something. Does he think what I'm saying is stupid? Does he like me?" There is that part of it. I was so happy to hear JJ say that.
Yeah.
Because there's always still a part of me of like it turns into like a junior high girl where like I think he likes me.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Does he like me? I have to ask my friends. But so Andre though, one thing that's really cool about Andre is he's involved with the team now so much, and he's out on the practice field, but whenever he sees a former teammate or something, he zeroes right in on him, goes over and talks to him.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a guy that hasn't been around, he's just out there for one of the Legends days or something. So he's really cool and committed in that way. But I still get nervous a little bit when he comes to see. I was like, is he looking at me? Is he looking at me? He's looking at me. Oh, he's coming over to talk to me.
Did you notice that JJ was sitting with the McNairs? He wasn't over with all the red T-shirt guys. Do you think that's because he was a little nervous about like even being around the Andre hype right there? Like I bet.
No, I think that probably JJ's got that unfortunate spot where he gets pulled into things away from his.
The guys.
Like at golf tournament. When he goes to an alumni golf tournament, he probably, he's one of the guys that a lot of sponsors want to be with and everything. So all of his old teammates will be off having fun, getting drunk in their own foursome. And meanwhile, he's like sitting clean and sober, talking to the GM.
Doing 7 interviews. And
like the GM of AT&T or something, or the CEO of AT&T.
Yeah. Good Hall of Fame speech. We'll be playing some more of it throughout the show. One transaction over the weekend. Texans signed Cameron Irving, 10-year pro tackle. So they did make a pickup this weekend. They're in Ohio this week for practice. So if you're expecting practice reports from me or Seth, they will not come, nor any media member probably other than a few beat writers. John Harris is going to join us at 8 o'clock on the show today, tomorrow, Wednesday. He's going to join us while the Texans are in Ohio and give us kind of his view on things. Johnny's going to be there for all the practices, so he's going to join us at 8 o'clock on the show. Top of the hour, Seth is going to give some leftovers, some good and bad that he saw in the rewatch from the Hall of Fame game, so you don't want to miss that. We'll have that for you at the top of the hour. The Astros lose 2 out of 3 Over the weekend to the Rays, the Rays pitching staff dominated the Astros. Even in the one win the Astros had, it was a 3-2 win. 4 runs in 3 games over the weekend, and Joe Espada says you got to tip your hat to the Rays staff.
The Rays are known for pretty good pitching, and as you guys are very aware, they threw some big arms at us, and they have stuff, good fastball. They have stuff that make you, they have whiff, in their their style of pitching. So I think that's what I saw. But we have a very important road trip ahead of us, and we'll turn the page and we get ready for the Rangers.
Well, the thing about the Rays is that they will roll somebody out you've never heard of and eviscerate you at times. They are tied with the Astros right now, dead center, smack dab in the middle of the ERA. Team ERA at right around 4.00. So they did, the bats were dry, but that's been a condition before this series, and it'll come around. It was frustrating to see good pitching, good starting pitching just go for naught and all of that. I think Arrighetti goes 6 innings again. Almost didn't, but induced a double play by Jose Siri. Jose Siri provided some entertainment this weekend.
Yeah.
Jose Siri had there was that rundown between first and second where Altuve had to make the decision because Siri was on third and he was threatening home. So it ends up conceding the rundown with a runner on second. Jose Siri and Pedro Leon's first start on Saturday. Jose Siri unwisely tried to go from first to third, but Pedro Leon threw a wide throw to third. Would have been an easy out, but Jose Siri got there. And then was it yesterday or on Saturday when Altuve had a really nice catch on a line drive at second and tagged and touched the base and tagged Siri right before he touched the base. Touched the base, got back. Yeah. But it was a split second.
Yeah, it was cool.
And then he had a couple entertaining at-bats where one strikeout, he got really demonstrative afterwards. Well, I miss Siri, in a way. I don't want him back, but I miss him.
No, and even in the outfield, when there's a routine fly ball to center field, he kind of Cadillacs it out there. You know what I mean? He even makes those look a little different.
No,
sometimes.
But even, I'll tell you what, I think most of our listeners would agree with this. That catch rate percentage or that catch probability stat is the jankiest, dumbest, definitely not real. I think it's just some dude making it up because Siri made a nice catch on Friday or Saturday that was it was a nice catch, but it was like a 10% catch probability.
Is what they said?
Yeah. He did have some nice plays in center field,
Dude,
though.
Don't tell that. Callis and Blum use that catch percentage thing as gospel.
No, they bring it up every time, then they argue about whether it's accurate or not. They're almost always saying, I don't know about that. That'll probably get moved.
Okay, fair.
That doesn't seem like it makes sense.
I just know they bring it up all the boy, the two of them bring up all the, every batter, 105.7 miles an hour off the bat. I'm like, okay.
I was watching. I'm okay with the and I honestly I like a lot of the advanced stats, but I don't think it's appropriate for a lot of the play-by-play and the broadcast.
Yeah.
Because the vast majority of fans don't care as much about it.
That's my
one that I got angry about on Saturday in the Fox game was when the guy brought up launch angle with no reference or anything. He was like, it was a launch angle at 22%. I'm like, oh yeah, that really hits home.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, jerk.
Appreciate you. Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You get tons of benefits. Still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. Quick Olympic update. Simone Biles picked up her 3rd gold over the weekend in the vault. Chance for 2 more today. She's in the floor exercise and the balance beam today. So a chance for 2 more golds. Katie Ledecky has now won at least 1 gold for her 4th straight Olympics. She's got 14 medals in her career, 8 golds. Noah Lyles wins the 100-meter in a really exciting race. First time the Americans have won the 100-meter since 2004, and we suck at 3-on-3 basketball. We're awful at it. 2 and 5 in pool play.
We invented 3-on-3 basketball.
We did. I invented it in the driveway of my home.
This is like Edison not knowing how to screw in a light bulb.
That's exactly right.
Even though he didn't invent the light bulb, but whatever. One thing real quick, Sean. I love that gymnastics, for all of the human judging element that's annoying, I love that if you just hit a move that nobody else in the world can hit, it doesn't matter if you stick the landing, which Simone Biles did with that double pike, whatever that's named after her now. It's like, they're like, okay, all right, you win. You win.
stick the landing. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Hall of Fame game last Thursday. We had initial reactions on Friday. We've rewatched it. Seth wants to go back to the drawing board on one of the takes that he had on a prominent player in that game. We got the good and the bad. Good and concerns from the Hall of Fame game. We got Acknowledge Me. We got a lengthy Acknowledge Me coming up at 7:20, so stay there.
The Texans couldn't take down. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Figgy just poked his head in the studio here. Figgy's co-hosting with John Lopez this week on In the Loop. So that'll be fun, starting at 10 a.m. today. But I don't know if you saw, Seth, on the induction ceremony, when they showed Cal and Hannah McNair, Figgy sitting 3 feet away from them on camera.
Yeah.
That was good stuff, man. Figgy.
He was in a lot of the still photos that I saw on Twitter, too.
Yeah.
Figgy's a man. Figgy shows up. Figgy's in all the right spots at all the remote. He's a hustler, man.
He is. He's a man about town. He is. So he was his.
He's a man about Canton.
He is a man about.
Although
Canton.
I need to send him up to the city council meeting. The local public safety officials are the ones that canceled that game. Joe Buck. I noticed it when I was rewatching it at the end that Joe Buck says. With NFL officials and local city officials decided to cancel the game. Listen, Canton, it's the one thing good that happens in your city all year.
Right.
I'm gonna take my 3 minutes of podium time at the city council meeting.
Yeah, man.
By proxy, I'm gonna send Figgy to do it.
You can't push around big football, okay? Stop it, city council in Canton. All right. Speaking of the Hall of Fame game, you on Friday, Seth, were far less bullish on the performance of Davis Mills than most were. I think it's fair to say, right?
I was like, everybody settle the hell down.
That's right.
A couple series, and there were some bad plays in there. So, and at that point, I had rewatched the game just briefly, gone through. I hadn't had time to stop, and it was 6 a.m., damn it.
Right.
I hadn't had time to kind of stop and look at individuals all that much. I went back and watched Davis Mills specifically right after the show, and I thought, I've made a grave mistake. I should have given him way more credit for that performance than I did. And I will still say it's a small sample size, but the mistakes that he did make, I think I hammered him too much for them because of, the old confirmation bias where I got this view in my head of Mills. So anything that supports my view, I was really going to latch onto it. I think the biggest mistakes that he made in that game were, one, just the throw that he made to Skoranek, where I think it was a matter of he needs to make the decision earlier in the down there. He kind of stretched that play out longer than he needed to. At the end of the day, it wasn't as egregious, though, as I thought. I mean, he was trying to put the ball in the hands of the athlete, which is Skoranek, even though Davis Mills can run. And also, I guess Aikman afterwards said he could have run for an easy 5 yards or so. I think that Mills was thinking the same thing about Skoranek. It just wasn't well placed, and the timing was just way off.
Yeah, it just looked super sloppy.
I wonder, and the one point too, once Mills didn't throw it to him earlier in the down, I'm thinking Skoranek probably should have turned upfield.
Yeah.
And the fact that he was the fact that he was in the body position, he wasn't. So whatever. Not turned upfield completely, but just turned his shoulders the other direction. So I thought overall the biggest thing was a lot of the smaller things. Just they had pre-snap motion on just about every pass play in that first series, which doesn't sound like a big thing, but that's the way this offense is executed. Like the simplified version is we got to stop using all this pre-snap motion. But they were utilizing the pre-snaps motion, and then even on a couple of his errant throws, he was going exactly where he should have with the ball. There was very much, it was in time and in rhythm. And then there were a couple times where he had to go to his second or third read that I thought he did a really good job, like on the touchdown throw to Cotoriano. I think a previous version of Davis Mills may have tried to force that throw to his first read, because I think it was a tight end that would have been his first read, was open for a bit, but just had somebody about to drape himself over him, and he turned to look for Cotoriano,
yeah.
And he was wide open. Not wide open, but he was open for the pass. I think the thing that I still hold a little bit in reserve is I still do wonder if there's a little bit of indecision to his game. First, that play with Skoranek. Second was the ball that he sailed on what would have been a throw to Steven Sims. I don't know if I can even call Steven Sims a target because it went so. Joe Buck is like, that almost went the other way. And I'm like, it didn't almost go to anywhere except maybe the third row.
Right.
That's giving him credit, saying that could have been an interception.
Yeah.
I wonder if he maybe double clutched the ball a little bit as he realized that it was going to be a tighter window for Steven Sims than he thought. So when he faces good defenses with starters, that's still a little bit of an uncertainty for me. But that's not the game we watched. The game we watched, he had a really nice performance, and he executed the offense.
Yeah.
First and foremost, you want your backup quarterback to execute the offense.
That was a big thing for me in rewatching him. Like, his command looks pretty good. Like, the plays he had that were ugly were ugly. But there weren't that many of them. You know what I mean? Like, I thought his command, especially for a backup, was pretty good. All right, so Mills, better than you had initially thought late last week. What else did you like? What else is good? What else can I get excited about?
Look, again, talking about, hey, you're facing backups out there. All right, well, Blake Fisher has been starting at all camp because Laramie Tunsil is injured, still coming back from his injury. So he's, for now, the starter at left tackle. Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs were out there. They're your presumptive starters. Like, let's say if Laramie Tunsil didn't come back, those are your presumptive starters day one. I did what starters should do. I thought they did what starters should do when facing second stringers, is that at times they dominated them, and they did it in the zone run game, at times just showing exactly the level of cohesion and cooperation and timing and everything that they need. So much so that something that we'd forgotten can even happen, we could actually start criticizing actual running back decisions.
Yeah.
Like Gumbawale, just flat out, just not seeing the clear path in front of him. But Blake Fisher on one play, Baldinger actually pointed this out in his Baldy breakdowns, did a good job of taking the guy where he wants to go, and the path opens up for the running back. So that part was really encouraging. That at times the center and left guard especially, who definitely, like, those guys look like, handicapping it, they're probably going to be the starters day one.
Yeah.
I thought they did what they should do versus backups. And the pass protection for Mills was really good. The only time Mills really faced adversity from a pass rush perspective was when on that naked boot where the defensive end didn't bite. I'm almost, and that's where I'll bring my third positive in here. I'm not 100% certain that Stover wasn't supposed to stay and block there. Later on in the game, they ran a similar play and versus a similar look, and Stover stayed in and blocked. But whatever. Maybe it was a naked boot. Maybe it wasn't. Stover did some good things. Stover had some nice blocks at times. He definitely has some things he needs to clean up, but I think he shows promise as a blocker. And then, obviously, as a receiver, he had a nice catch. Wasn't anything spectacular or anything. So I'm encouraged by Stover. I think that there's a good chance he gets, some targets this year. I don't know. It all hinges on his blocking and how he holds up there. Right now, he's the best option on the team in terms of, like, hey, do they have any tight ends who can really block well?
He's their best blocking tight end right now?
No, I wouldn't say he's their best blocking tight end right now. I'd say he's the guy that's got potential. Because Schultz works at it, but he is what he is when it comes to blocking.
Mm-hmm.
Brevin Jordan, likewise, he works at it, but he is what it is when it comes to being a blocker. I think there's upside with Stover, and it's just a matter of if he can get really consistent with it.
Was Xavier Hutchinson's day as good on rewatch as it was on original watch for you?
It was even better, and I'll tie the negative and the positive in here together. Hutchinson was very, very good, and I think most importantly, he's just always where he's supposed to be. I think he's an in-game, really good route runner. The negative, I would go to John Metchie, where it's and this is how practice has played out. That I think Metchie has been really impressive in one-on-ones and in 7-on-7 at times, but when it comes to the team stuff, it's just not the same. And I think some of the things that he shows in the one-on-ones, it just does not translate to the field. And it almost looks like backyard football at times. Like, he just doesn't create separation, and when he does, I don't think it's necessarily within the timing of the offense. And in this offense, that doesn't really do any good for the quarterback. So I'm still hopeful that he's still improving, because I do think he looks physically different this year than he had in previous years.
Oh, yeah.
But it didn't translate to the field in that game. We've got DeMeco. Oh, we didn't get that. Never mind.
No,
we've got DeMeco on.
Yeah, we got DeMeco.
This is DeMeco on Metchie's performance in the game.
Yeah, Metchie, he showed up during camp just playing really fast, playing decisive, and we've seen that during the first couple of weeks of camp. Just want to continue to see that, in the game. Where the game was yesterday, we'll see how he improves to the next week. And that's a lot of guys, man. It's that first one out, it's all about, okay, this is your starting point. So I don't put a lot into the game. I just put a lot into how guys respond the next time, right? After we make the corrections, we show guys where they have to improve, whether it's, a D-line position, receiver, every position across the board. It's like, how can guys improve upon what they put out there on film on yesterday? So I'm excited to look ahead to this next week and to see how all of our guys improve.
Yeah, so I think DeMeco pretty much lays it out right there. There's a difference between practice and the games for Metchie, and some guys all of a sudden a switch will flip for them, and that happens. But the decisiveness, that word keeps coming up, both in what Metchie said in the press conference the other day and what he talked about with Brandon and John, where it's, he says his decisiveness has gotten better. There's something I think with him in scrimmage and game situations where he doesn't have the confidence that he does in one-on-one situations. So I had talked Metchie up a whole bunch. I had a very pleasant and polite disagreement with Cody Stutes about just where he was in the pecking order. But based on that game and history, yeah, right now Hutchinson is way ahead of Metchie in terms of how much you could rely on him.
All right, so the good Mills, left side of the O-line, and Scruggs, Hutchinson, Stover. Metchie's a concern. What else do you have?
I'm going to say this. This isn't a specific criticism of the Texans players, but that kickoff is gots to go. It is bad to the point where I want you to listen to this, everybody, and keep in mind that DeMeco is a staunch defender of hard physical football. He wants guys to hit. He relishes the football violence part of the game. This is DeMeco on what he saw from the new kickoff rules.
A lot of violent hits, and I think the 5-yard gap between the guys is tough as a kickoff return unit to get back, to get your feet set, and to actually get a guy blocked. It's tough. So what you saw a lot of guys running free, and you saw returners running downhill full speed. So you saw a lot more collisions than you've seen, on the kickoff in the past couple of years. So it's tough to block a guy when he's full speed. He's on you at 5 yards. You got to turn around as quickly as possible. What I saw is a lot of guys unimpeded to the returner. Jake Hansen, he beats his block, and he comes off, and, man, he's on the returner very quickly. He ended up coming out of the game.
Yeah, so, the way I started that, it almost sounded like he was in favor of it. But no, this is the thing. I think DeMeco's in favor of violent hits when they're good, clean hits. Every one of those hits, I went back and watched them, and they are all awkward. Guys are in weird body positions. Your returner at times, has guys that are – but even Jake Hansen made a nice play on that game, but he was in an awkward position when he made that tackle, and he gets injured, and he's out of the game. It did not sound, especially when you listen to the longer cut, that DeMeco likes this one bit. And I think anybody observing it that had a vested interest in their own players not getting hurt for stupid reasons. It's one thing if a player gets hurt on a clean football player. This was just dumb stuff. This was a bunch of cars colliding on icy roads where nobody wants it to happen, right. But it's impossible to control yourself.
So one game in with these new rules, this is a way less safe play than the play they're trying to eradicate.
Yeah. The stated goals were to increase the number of kickoffs, make it a relevant play again, but also make it as safe as a normal play from scrimmage. By the eyeball test and by Jake Hansen's injury, and I don't know if any Bears got injured, I would say it was a fail on the second part. In terms of getting competitive kicks, I don't think any of the coaches are going to give a damn about that. I think they're like, this is just a random stupid play where guys are going to get injured for returns that didn't do much for us.
Yeah.
It was. But unfortunately, the rule is you can't just, if you kick it into the end zone, it's going to be a it's going to be a touchback at the 40. So it's
the 40, or if you kick it. I thought if you kicked it through the end zone, it comes out to the 30.
If you kick it through if it's a touchback. Oh no! If it's a touchback, it goes to the 20.
I think it comes to the 40 if it's short of the landing area there.
If it's short of the landing area, if it goes in the end zone, it comes out. So I think yes. Okay, thank you. I think they're going to just go back to the old way. I
do too.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Texans just kick it into the end zone.
Dude, I'm with you. I've been saying that all training camp. I think there's a chance that once people see how this looks, that teams are just going to go, okay, it used to come out to the 25, and now it comes out to the 30. Cool. Here's your 5 yards. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like it's way better than getting guys hurt.
They'll lobby for the returner, just get rid of it, change it or something. But this is a bad change so far. I mean, maybe teams will figure it out, but everything that DeMeco said, I think, is true. It's just that you don't – it's a really, really hard position the offense, the return team blockers are in to try to actually successfully block somebody. But then even then, it still ends up being awkward and ugly for the defender too.
Yeah,
I was more worried for the defenders than I was for the returners in some respects.
It's weird. Who knows? Maybe guys adapt. I think one thing too, Seth, that I'm pretty confident after one game of this, there was a thought that, hey, it's like a play from scrimmage. Maybe there'll be more of the regulars out there playing. Maybe there'll be more starters used on kickoff. Yeah. No chance. No chance. You know what it
reminded me of, Sean?
Yeah.
In World War I, when they first started using airplanes in battle, nobody actually really knew how to fly an airplane, or more critically, they didn't really know how to train them to fly airplanes either. And there were no simulators or anything. And there were these old tail draggers that are really hard to fly. So basically, they would figure out if guys were good pilots by whether or not they crashed. They would tell them, like, here's what you want to do. Just try to control that cannonball that you got in front of this airplane and don't go into the ground. And a lot of people died.
Yeah, that's a perfect analogy. That's what this is. It's wild. We'll see. We'll get our second look at it on Friday against the Steelers. What else? Any other concerns coming out of the game for you?
The defensive line and the linebackers, the front seven in general. I'm not as concerned about the defensive line, even though guys versus the run, a lot of the guys didn't fare well. Without picking on any one single guy. Like I'll pick on a single guy and also say some good things about him. Marcus Harris showed something, but there were times where his size hurt him, and most of the time that his size hurt him, it's because he's still got to learn to use his hands really effectively. I thought he'd shown improvement because as a smaller guy, you got to be especially lethal with your hands. And there's times where he's just got to learn exactly what he can and can't do at his body size in the NFL. But I saw some really good things out of him, too, when he could get upfield and penetrate. The linebackers, and, one of the guys that played in that game will be your third starting linebacker in base. I thought as a group, they just showed a lot of last year's issues of not recognizing run or pass on play action. And then so they were being slow to respond to run, or they were overcommitting to the run and getting torched in pass coverage. So they've got to clean that up. I'll be patient with that. But just as a group, one of those guys will be a starter on base downs. They gotta get it together.
Marcus Harris needs a new number. 59 makes him look small. He needs a number that begins with a 7 or a 9, one of those two.
Yeah, for a smaller guy, something in the 70s I think would be best.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because if you see something in the 90s, well, let's see. What was Dwight Freeney? Was he 50 something?
No, I think he was a 90-something.
Was he a 90?
Yeah, no,
he
might have been Dwight Freeney jersey number. This is going to bother me now, so I got to look it up while we're on the air here. Dwight Freeney
Scratch
jersey.
That itch, bro.
93. He was 93.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that's pretty pathetic given that I'm guessing I saw some Dwight Freeney highlights this weekend, but still.
Yeah. His speech was good. I like Dwight Freeney's speech. His speech was good. Hey, speaking of speeches, let's get to Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge big performances from the weekend. We acknowledge big performances at large. And we do it. We will recite the name, and then we will play Roman Reigns. Say, acknowledge me. By the way, quick acknowledgement of a listener, Rick. Said that listens to the show, and he said, my kids have been yelling, acknowledge me now because of your segment. We're not even wrestling fans, but we're getting there. Crying, laughing emoji. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate you tuning in. That's called cutting through is what that is. All right, let's get things started on Acknowledge Me here with our...
I'll end off with this. I'm happy as hell again to be your first Pro Football Hall of Fame. Thank you.
Yeah. Andre Johnson.
Acknowledge me.
We acknowledge the great one. He crushed his Hall of Fame speech. I thought he was great, Seth. I thought the first half of it or so where he was very speech-like and reading off a telestrator was very good telestrator speech, and then the telestrator went out middle of the speech, spoke from the heart, and I thought he was even better after that. He did a great job. I thought he checked all the boxes on that thing, man. He was awesome.
I feel bad for him, though, that if the telestrator went out, I'm guessing there's probably one or two things in the second half of the speech of people he wanted to thank that he didn't get to. And so I feel bad if that was the case. But other than that, I personally, selfishly, I really enjoyed the speech. I thought every time he referenced his childhood, and especially when, he told the people from back home that the quiet kid from the neighborhood had made it.
Yeah.
I just thought of all the people that probably worried about him because you always worry about the quiet kid because you don't know what they're thinking. You don't know if they're upset. You don't know if they're happy, which is why I also liked it that Andre, understanding that people can't often read his emotions, twice told the crowd that he was very, very happy.
Yeah, happy as hell. Happy as
hell.
hell.
Use the phrase. Yeah, I thought I felt it was almost like a little inside joke for people that know Andre, that you just don't always know exactly what he's feeling.
Yeah, it was really good. Here was Andre talking about the new fraternity that he's part of with the Hall of Fame.
I can't lie. I'm happy as hell. I've reached the pinnacle. To be sitting up here with these guys I idolize, guys I wanted to be like, and now for them to be my teammates. And like Pep said and some of the other guys said, what we miss about the game, it's not playing, it's the locker room. You don't understand the bus rides, the plane rides, just going out to eat, things of that nature. People don't understand that. And you spend more time with your teammates more than you do with your family.
Now, that part people understand. I think the average American spends more time with their coworkers and their family, but there is that, and I can't relate to this, you can, Seth, that fraternity of the locker room. That's the one thing when you ask guys, when I've asked guys that are newly retired, I would say 90% of them say the biggest thing they miss are the stuff that we don't get to see as fans.
Yeah, and I think a lot of fans could appreciate, too, like how awesome it must be just to be hanging out with your buddies all day.
Yes.
It's your job. There's a lot of just hanging out. I think the other part of it, too, though, is the thing that's really unique is that, and I think a lot of people in the military or firefighters, people in professions like that can appreciate this. It's that you are hanging out with your buddies, but it's also in high-pressure situations, performance industries. In those two industries I mentioned, I'm not trying to compare, like, obviously your life is at risk in those industries. Sure. But there's a high-performance element to it to where, you also, it's not just hanging out. It's like, man, just like Bregman helping out Hunter Brown with his sinker. Like, you're actually also talking to your buddies about really critical stuff and kind of talking shop in a way that you don't necessarily get on other jobs in the same environment. Mm-hmm. It's more formal. It's very unique. And yeah, you miss it when it's gone. No matter what you go into, it's hard to recapture that thing. I think that's why so many guys that you might think like, gosh, why is that guy working coaching hours? He doesn't need the money. It's because they miss that whole envirament, like that, just being that complete immersion in something and being part of a team. It's hard to replace.
It's very intoxicating, I would imagine. Yeah.
The thing about Andre that I do think, because I've heard him speak publicly a few times now in a kind of a speech environment, I think he's got a lot of potential at being a really good speech giver, which is important. Because as a Hall of Famer, those speaking opportunities increase exponentially.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
yes, they do.
If you can be the keynote speaker at a Fortune 500 company or something like that, that's a nice monthly salary. And so I think if he works with a speechwriter or a public speaking firm, I think he could do very well at it because you hear that he puts intonation into things. He's got that like immediately impressive voice and that presence about him that I think he could be really I think he could be an epic speech.
And more people know his story now. I know he's one of the most famous football players of all time, But I don't know that the average person outside of Houston, I think there's a lot of people in Houston that didn't know a lot of his personal story. You know, we've learned a lot of it through all these articles and through that speech. And I think the one thing that's been hammered home that really translates to these speeches that you're talking about, I have not heard anybody gush about the work ethic of a player the way I've heard people gush about Andre Johnson in the last 7 days. Like, just incredibly hard worker.
If he were to work with like somebody that, you know, specializes in giving keynote speeches and everything, if he's speaking to a Fortune 500 crowd, you know, you do something to establish his credibility. They would show highlights of him or something, present him as this great football player. If he started with that story that we'll play later about getting a phone call from his sister that he didn't know he had when he was 21 years old, and then used that to go into, you know, his journey in football and what he learned as a pro and everything, he'd hit it out of the park.
For sure.
And he would increase your company's sales.
Yes.
You hear me?
By at least 20%.
Reach out to Andre's agent ASAP and book him before he's gone for your next corporate conversation.
He will move you emotionally.
Right off vacation.
That's right, and help you achieve your goals and objectives. Yes. We'll have that audio about Andre's sister that he learned of, or at least met, talked to for the first time when he was 21 years old. We'll do that at 8:25 on the show today. John Harris joins us at 8 o'clock live from Ohio at Texans practice. I want to slip one more Hall of Famer in here, Seth, and I want you to close your eyes. This is Julius Peppers. Close your eyes for a second as you listen to this, and I swear this is what I feel like Will Anderson is going to sound like 20 years from now.
You can be a Hall of Fame dad, a Hall of Fame student, teacher, spouse, coworker, friend, whatever it is. Whatever it is that you do, do it with respect, integrity, passion, resilience, dedication, and gratitude. That alone will make you a Hall of Fame person, and you too can have a legacy that lives on forever. Thank you, and God bless.
I swear, he sounds exactly like sounds like an older version of Will Anderson right there. Julius Peppers
North Carolina. I was wondering if he was from Alabama, and that might be a little bit of it. But no, he does. I would have. If you, it would take me a few seconds if you did guess the voice, and I didn't know anything at all. I would think it was Will Anderson.
And even the content of it; those are all things Will Anderson would say.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Like that's...
Oh no, when he gave, I know not a lot of people watch this, but man, the end of the year press conference the day after the playoff loss. He basically gave a speech very similar to that, to the press room about the importance of caring about everybody in the organization. It was really cool. It was one of the more motivational things I've heard.
Yeah. So there you go. So, man, that's like Julius Peppers is Will Anderson incarnate 20 years from now. Hopefully doing the exact same thing, giving a Hall of Fame speech.
Mm-hmm.
So that was so we acknowledged Julius Peppers. Did I acknowledge him? I don't think I even acknowledged him. So we acknowledge him. Yusei Kikuchi. We're going to acknowledge Yusei Kikuchi here. Had a good first start for the Astros. 5 2/3, 2 earned runs, 11 strikeouts, including 8 in a row. First guy to ever strike out 8 in a row in his first start for a new team. Rough start to it. Second pitch gave up a double. Fifth pitch gave up a kind of a Minute Maid home run. But nothing after that. I mean, after that, super dominant. Here was Joe Espada on Yusei Kikuchi.
He sat there right on there on the down the stairs. You know, he had his notes, like a little boxer, head down. He was locked in. It's pretty intense. I like it. I love it. He fits right in. He was mixing very well. He slider more in zone, where you saw a lot of chases, and then the changeup, I thought it was the game changer for me, because that's kind of what we want him to do. You throw that changeup more in zone, and it's a really, really good pitch. And then that just makes his fastball a much better pitch. So they were ready to hit fastballs early on, and then after that second inning came around, he's like, you know what, I'm going to start mixing some of my off-speed pitches, and he couldn't be any better.
So the pitch selection meetings with him where they probably told him to throw more changeups, at first he said, bah! And then he got religion somewhere after he started having what would have been a really bad debut. I'm going to hold in reserve extreme excitement about it because, look, he ambushed the Rays a little bit with how much he was throwing his changeup, and the Rays had been a team that they've seen him a lot. And we'll see how it goes as more teams start to see that, okay, his pitch selection is going to be different. By the way, yeah, of course, Will Anderson's from outside Atlanta, not Alabama. So
yeah, went to Alabama. Yep. So you say Kikuchi, good start. Astros 1 game back in the standings, tied in the loss column. They get a chance to make up a half a game tonight. They play the Rangers. The Mariners are off. So the Astros will get a chance to gain a little bit of ground tonight in Arlington. Tyreek Hill.
Acknowledge me.
A few reasons to acknowledge Tyreek Hill. 99 rating on Madden. The only wide receiver with a 99 rating on Madden. That's a big deal to these guys. Number 1 in the NFL's top 100. That was a little surprising. I thought we were still living in Patrick Mahomes' world, but apparently not only is Mahomes not number 1, he's not even in the top 3. Tyreek Hill, Christian McCaffrey, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes. Interesting that Patrick Mahomes beat all those guys in the playoffs. Literally beat all of those guys in the playoffs.
Yeah. I'm sorry. This is a devastating blow to your respect for this
the NFL Top 100
BS ranking. But yes, yeah.
I kind of like it. It gets spicy. I like it. It creates conversation.
I mean, he wasn't that good. It wasn't. There's no criteria for this. It's not like the All-Star games or Pro Bowl where it's a regular season award. But for whatever it's worth, Pat Mahomes wasn't all that ethereal in the regular season last year.
That's true. Yep, that is true. Tyreek Hill also got paid this weekend. The new contract for Tyreek Hill, he got 3 years tacked onto his deal, $90 million, $65 million guaranteed. So they paid Jalen Waddle, they paid Tua Tagovailoa, and they paid Tyreek Hill again this offseason. That's an interesting thing to me, Seth, real quick, is that this notion that you can't keep the weapons for a guy when you pay a quarterback. The Eagles paid Jalen Hurts, and they also paid A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith this offseason.
Yeah.
The Dolphins paid Tua Tagovailoa and paid both of his receivers top dollar.
I think that the one big thing that people are forgetting with all of that is that there was a huge salary cap expansion, and which is what all these agents are telling the teams too. Like, listen, it didn't go unnoticed. Yeah. There was a big old hike in the salary cap. So the Tyreek Hill one, I think it feels a little bit like smoke 'em while you got 'em. It's that, all right, if we're gonna use this cushion to try to create some labor peace here with Tyreek Hill for the next few years with our quarterback, this would we have loved to have gone out and get an extra free agent or something? Sure, but we gotta deal with keeping what we got.
Well, in theory, he kind of gave him a hometown deal. I mean, the market is $35 million right now. I mean, and even A.J. Brown's making $32 million. Tyreek Hill gave them a hometown discount at $30 million a year right here.
Right. Well, and part of it too is, I mean, like, I don't know, like Tyreek Hill's situation is, Miami had some leverage over him as well.
That's true. That's true. He might have some imminent financial needs. Yes.
If I were to guess the one player in the NFL right now that would be the cautionary tale of, like, this guy made X amount of money in his career and now it's like, where did it all go?
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill. I mean, he's got a lot of mouths to feed, literally.
Someone said, but you'll notice with the Eagles and Dolphins, they did not pay for running backs in the same way. What the hell are you talking about? The Eagles signed Saquon Barkley to a $13 million a year deal. Yes, they did. They did pay a running back as well in Philadelphia. God, who else is getting the money in Philly now? With Saquon, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Jalen Hurts eating up half the cap. That's
not
crazy.
Not their cornerbacks.
No.
Yeah.
Last one. Brandon Jacobs.
Acknowledge me.
You're wondering why I'm acknowledging a running back who has long since retired from the NFL, but he had a hell of a story on the Raw Room podcast that surfaced over the weekend. Here was Brandon Jacobs telling a story about a chemically enhanced performance that he had back in high school.
It was one of my homeboys that graduated the year before me. I was walking into the weight room. He was like, hey, guess what I got? What you got? I got that white girl. I'm like, oh, for real? You want to try it? I'm like, yeah. You try it.
Man said, I'm a dibbling dabber.
Yeah.
What game was
it? Pause real quick. He snorted a line of coke before the game. Yeah.
It sounded like he said that white girl.
He did. I think that's code for cocaine. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Sure. I'm going to pretend I didn't know that. Yeah.
Continue.
What game was it? How was the game?
338, 4 touchdowns. Killed it. I destroyed it. I destroyed it. It was easy. I felt like I was the only one out there.
You ain't in the 337 and 338.
And look, I ain't never did it again. I should have did it again.
He ran for, if you missed it amidst all the chatter there, he ran for 338 yards and 4 touchdowns. after snorting a line of coke before a high school game.
Kids, I would remind you that
don't do
he
it.
probably ran for 338-plus yards 17 times.
He was twice the size of everybody on the field. He was a big running back in the NFL, Brandon Jacobs.
And in the long history of athletes doing cocaine, there include quite a few overdoses, heart explosions, or just sad stories.
Yes, that's
like
not the norm.
Lawrence Taylor and what have you.
Not the norm. Not the norm.
You got any good stories about guys improving their performance with steroids you want to play for the kids, Sean?
I just thought it was a funny story. I just thought it was a funny delivery. I like the very end where he's like, I should have done it again.
and again, and again, and again. I did more.
Like I did right before this podcast.
That's the problem with drugs. Yeah, to speak frankly, that's the problem with drugs is they work.
Yeah.
But right up until they don't, and your life craters into nothingness.
That's right. Do as Brandon Jacobs. No, don't do anything Brandon Jacobs.
Don't.
I was going to say, do as he says,
once,
not
like
as
Brandon
I do.
Jacobs
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge the big performances, and both this past weekend and back in high school under the influence of street drugs.
But first, Sean's got an endorsement for drugs.
No.
But first, I'd love to sell you on cocaine.
Minute for my friends at Molly. Yeah. All right, that was Acknowledge Me. Hey, you know who bleeping loves the Houston Texans? Lewis Riddick. This is the most bullish I've heard any media member about the Houston Texans, and the biggest reason why he thinks they have got Super Bowl potential this year.
I'm going to fact check him on this one. He's got some erroneous things in here, but
Good deal.
I'll tell you what. Fact check me on this. Mokaram Law. Give him a call. See if they pick up the phone. They will. But you say, Seth.
Start packing.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. John Harris joins us at the top of the hour. He's in Ohio. The Texans are in Cleveland, Chagrin Falls to be exact, Ohio, over the next 3 days to practice leading up to Friday night's game against the Steelers in Pittsburgh. We'll have that for you here on Sports Radio 610. Lewis Riddick, man, he loves the Texans, and it's slightly ironic, I would say, Seth, in so much as he was one of the candidates back in 2021 for the job that eventually went to Nick Caserio.
Yeah, well, and I remember there was some, at times it felt like, all right, some of his takes about the Texans, it felt like they might have a little bit of sour grapes to them,
yes,
or kind of like, you see what happens. Ever since DeMeco took the job, as far as I can remember, I think he was very bullish on DeMeco from the beginning, and I think maybe skeptical of what the Texans organization would do with him. But they, like all last season, he's been very bullish on the Texans. Once he saw that DeMeco was able to have an influence and that he wasn't hamstrung by whatever, he's been very bullish on them.
Yeah, so here, Lewis Riddick on ESPN late last week went through defense, offense, coaching in his discussion of the Texans. And again, this is as positive as I've heard any media member. And there are a slew of media members out there who are very positive about the Texans. I've not heard anybody say this about the Texans' defense this coming season.
Who is the team that right now you're saying, well, I got to see it in order to believe it, but who do you believe it that they have the right stuff before you actually see it? I think the Texans are that, and I'll tell you why. Look, I think their roster, when you look at it 1 through 53, their defense is going to be a top 2, top 3 defense in the NFL. Okay, DeMeco Autry being suspended for the first 6 games, that hurts him. No question, because he's one of the most versatile inside-outside pass rushers in the NFL. Bart, you know that better than anybody, how important guys like that are. But this team can rush the passer. They were number 2, I believe, in the NFL in pass rush win rate as a team last year. They've got horses, man, and they're going to be even better this year. Their second and third level is as good as anyone's on defense.
Okay. I mean, that is a lot of hyperbole right there.
The second and third level, I think, is where I would question exactly just how good they are. Now, I think Riddick probably knows about Christian Harris, where not a lot of people still really know about Christian Harris, and probably knows that his second half of the season was just completely different than the first half of his season. So the potential of Alshire and Christian Harris as the 2 linebackers who are on the field most of the time, they only use a third linebacker. They're in nickel most of the time.
Yeah.
The secondary, it's a futures bet on Lassiter, and I feel very good about Lassiter right now. But the safety position, I think there's a lot of teams with better safety situations right now. So I don't know about that. But every team out there has question marks at position.
Sure.
You look at the top defenses from last year: Baltimore, San Francisco, Dallas. Dallas had huge glaring issues when it came to the playoffs. They lack size. There's questions there. So I think on the balance sheet, the weaponry that they added just offsets some of my concerns. So the Texans finished 12th in total DVOA last year. Team defensive efficiency. It's not that much of a leap to be the top 3, but it's really, really, really going to hinge on the pass rush.
Mm-hmm.
And not having DeMeco Autry in the first 6 games, it's not the end of the world, but in terms of being genuinely elite, I think that does hurt.
Yeah.
So it'll be an evolution throughout the season. I'm not as concerned about the defensive tackle position as I know a lot of people are, especially when DeMeco Autry comes back. So I don't think it's a pie in the sky notion. I think they could definitely be right up there in that top 5 conversation already.
If they have a top 3 defense against this schedule, DeMeco Ryans is coach of the year.
That's a really good point. They face a slew of quarterbacks.
Dude, yeah. I mean, I don't know if Lewis Riddick had looked that deep in his analysis to put that take out there.
And part of it, too, is like, okay, what do you win for being a top 3 defense? There's teams that are built for the playoffs, and there's teams that aren't built for the playoffs. San Francisco despite the fact they made the Super Bowl, there were flaws in their defense. Their run defense was not as good as they looked on paper. Some of what San Francisco was statistically was based on how good their offense was, but they had flaws. Cleveland was one of the better defenses in the league last year, and it certainly didn't help them in the playoffs versus the Texans.
No.
So I'm not as fixated on them being a statistically top 3. I just want them to be a very well-rounded defense.
Stylistically,
and that they can stop the run when they absolutely need to stop the run while still rushing. The pass rush is going to be there. I trust that. It's can you stop the run when you absolutely have to stop the run?
Yep. Here's Lewis Riddick on the offense for the Texans.
Offensively, CJ is going to take the next. CJ is going to continue to surprise with just how poised and well beyond his years this young man is. The offensive line is solid. It's not great. It's solid. They need to be better running the football, especially in the red area. And they've already said down there that Stephon Diggs has looked spectacular. They can't cover him. And you know that he's not the only guy with Nico and Tank, who they also got on the perimeter.
You know what? The first time I listened through that, I had missed the red zone part that he had said. I was going to fact check him on the running game. He acknowledges that they have to get better in the red zone, and that is all about the run game. Like all that awesome stuff you do with the play action doesn't really help you much up when everything's compressed and the linebackers don't have to cover as much area and the defensive backs can play zone. That's the key to this being a genuinely elite offense is that they have to be able to run the ball. And that doesn't mean even if Bobby Slowick moved away from being so heavily play action, you still have to take those rushing opportunities when you're facing a light box. And the Texans did see that last year, but they just couldn't capitalize on it. You know, the Panthers game, when the Texans faced good defenses last year, it was really as simple as that. When the offense really showed its blemishes, it's when they faced good defenses and teams could sit in a shell and let the front seven of the defense take care of the run. It's hard to get anything accomplished in that way. So they've got to, whether they're a heavy running football team or not, you have to be able to take advantage of those opportunities, and that's the huge factor for whether this is an elite offense or not.
That'll be
the passing game will be there.
Yeah, that'll be one of the things I'm hoping to hear from practices this week is that Joe Mixon is back on the field. You know, they got to get Mixon back incorporated into this thing.
I did think though that one of the more encouraging things about the Hall of Fame game was that your starting center and starting left guard were playing against backups, yes, but a lot of the time they looked like it should look when you have starters playing against backups.
Yes.
They were cohesive. The timing was good. They were moving up to the linebackers while another guy took over the defensive lineman, like all that stuff you want to see. And some of the bad run plays, unlike last year, you could clearly pin it on the running back decisions.
Yep.
You know, like last year there was a whole lot of like, I don't think the running back was doing well, but I can't really tell because the blocking was really bad too.
Yeah, blocking was good. Man, seeing Kenyon Green get up on the next level and get on some linebackers was really cool to see. Like, okay, that's why they drafted him, yeah. Last one from Riddick. And, man, he loves him some DeMeco Ryans.
Here's the key, though, for me, why they're going to take the next step. DeMeco Ryans is one of the best leaders we've ever seen in the NFL. He's one of the best leaders in the NFL as a player. He will go down when it's all said and done as one of the best head coaches in history in terms of his leadership ability. The guy commands everyone that he comes into contact with. Not in a threatening way, not in a I'm bigger, better, stronger than you way, but in a competency way. You feel his competence. You feel the impact that he has on you in terms of how he makes you feel. And he's doing that for that franchise. I would have not bet on the Texans to be as good as they were last year. I would have bet my whole life savings on it and lost everything because I underestimated wrongfully just how strong that man is. The Texans are for real. And even though everybody knows they're coming this year, they're still going to do what they need to do.
It's one of the hardest things to judge when you're choosing a head coach because a lot of times you're choosing a guy that's never been in that position before. And I understand why there's such a heavy bias towards taking offensive-minded coaches because it's a nice hedge. It's okay, maybe the guy isn't a great leader, but at least we could have a good offense. Matt LaFleur. And it's Mike McCarthy. And it's one of those things that you can justify it and you can explain it, but you just don't know it until you see it. And when it comes to the all-time great coaches, just look at the best coaches of the past century or of this century. if you had gone into it thinking like, nah, I can't hire Pete Carroll, defensive-minded head coach. Nah, I can't hire Bill Belichick, defensive-minded head coach. Nah, can't hire Mike Tomlin, defensive-minded head coach. Nah, can't hire John Harbaugh, special teams coach. Go back to Marv Levy. Nah, got to get an offensive-minded head coach. He was a special teams guy. You're not hiring a coordinator. It's a nice hedge if you're a wimp, but what you should be doing is looking for actual leaders and guys who can actually instill a culture. And I think they struck gold with DeMeco.
Did they ever? Yeah, I that part of the take. You could tell. You see Lewis Riddick kind of stopping himself a little bit. He will be one of the greatest head coaches in terms of leadership. It's one season in. We got to pause a little bit.
You're not going to get credit for the leadership if you don't.
If you don't win.
There's only one Bill Snyder. Yeah. After that, they used it up on Bill Snyder. That's the only coach that can get credit for leadership without actually winning anything of substance.
That's right. Going 2-9 his first 10 years or whatever it was. Yeah. John Harris, Texans sideline reporter, footballtakeover.com. Y'all know Johnny, a part of Texans All Access as well. He's live in Ohio. The Texans are practicing in the Cleveland area this week. Johnny is going to join us live from Texans practice coming up next. But first, have you gotten your Shipley breakfast kolache yet?
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Monday. Payne and Pendergast. Big story from the weekend. Andre Johnson goes into the Hall of Fame. We'll have more from Andre Johnson's induction speech coming up in the next segment. The thanking of his family and the story about his sister, who he did not meet until after he was 21 years old, is amazing. If you didn't hear it in the speech or you want to relive it, we'll do that in the next segment. But we're joined right now by somebody who is live in Canton this weekend for all the festivities. He is still live coming to us from Texans practice out in Ohio, in Chagrin Falls, Ohio, at Nick Casario's old high school. It's Texans sideline reporter and the founder of FootballTakeover.com, John Harris, joining us. Johnny, how is Ohio this morning?
Ohio is good. We have not yet gone over to practice. We'll start practicing at 9:15 Houston time. So we're going to go head over there in a little bit and see where Nick Casario used to knock it around and how he used to be. He got mad at me the other day that I did not remember his high school football number. I tried to say it was number 12, and it was number 18. Oh. And so I got this look of derision, like, you didn't know it was 18? Come on. I was like, I was embarrassed. So, okay. Yeah, we'll go over there in a little bit and see what it's all about. But it's been Ohio has been, minus the weather, canceling the fourth quarter of that preseason game. It's been an amazing weekend, to say the least. Most of it having to do with Andre's induction It felt like there was an event every single night. Even last night after it was all done, it felt like there was something going on. So it's been really cool to be up here for sure.
So, John, in the Hall of Fame game, Davis Mills had a very productive couple of drives, scored both times. He looked very efficient. It's a really small sample size. Was there anything that he impressed you with that you feel is for real, or is there any lingering concerns that you still have? Is that he's got some of the old habits? Where are you on Davis Mills?
Well, I think, and I've said this a few times, Seth, during training camp, I feel like Davis has really improved. Just in practice, it feels like things are happening quicker. He's making decisions quicker. He's making the right decision quicker. And I feel like he did that the other night. I mean, the touchdown throw to Teagan, I thought was a great example of how he's progressed, because he wasn't even looking to the right side. I mean, he looks left, and he actually gives a little bit of pump. Nope, it's not there. Gets his body around, looks. Oh, hey, there's Teagan, hits him, touchdown. I thought, man, to get to your second or third read, down in the red zone, that's pretty tough to do, and he did it rather quickly. So I feel like Davis has made some serious strides since this staff has gotten here, and I feel like this year in particular, he's made even more strides, and he got great protection. I thought the left side did a really nice job of handling some things, and I say that because they were on my side the first quarter, so I could see them really, really well, and that was Blake Fisher and Kenyon Green. So I thought they handled things on their side pretty well. And Davis had good time to throw. I don't remember a throw that he had where he had somebody, leaning on him, but he just made better decisions quicker. His guys got open. Xavier Hutchinson got open for him. Guys were working to get open. And I think that helped, all of the kind of work together. So I was pretty happy with Davis. But to me, it was kind of the continuation, which is what I wanted to see, of what he had been giving them during camp. He's shown a lot of progress since, Bobby Sloak and company have gotten here, and I feel like this camp is really an indication of that.
John, I spend the first 2 weeks of training camp telling people don't read too much into one-on-ones, the receivers versus defensive backs, because, it's not a natural environment, et cetera, et cetera. And yet at the same time, I was getting excited by the way that John Metchie was moving, some of the really good things he did in the one-on-ones. And I went back and watched every one of his routes from the game the other night, and it feels like I'm watching a different guy. Is there something that he just lacks when it comes to translating some of those skills to the actual game situations?
I think, you get in a game situation, when you're running your route one-on-one, there are a lot of things you can do. Sometimes you might run a route and you get open. And I know Kikuchi used to be this way. Like, Kiki could get open against really anybody. But the problem was Kiki would make some maneuver, and then in a team or a 7-on-7 setting, he would end up using that maneuver, and then he'd end up in the lap of DeAndre Hopkins. It's like you got to understand that route is meant to be a particular way because of that. So you have the spacing all across the field. So I do think there's some of that. I don't put a ton in the one-on-ones, especially the wide receiver DBs. I mean, it's good when you see wide receiver be DB and vice versa. It's great in those one-on-one settings. But if it's not translating over a team, which it definitely hasn't. I mean, the other night, when you said Metchie, I'm like, man, what did Metchie do the other night? And I've even got the game book right here. And I think Metchie had 2 targets and 1 reception. And, against talent that the Bears were playing, or lack thereof, because they weren't playing their 1s or maybe even their 2s, that should have been an Xavier Hutchinson night. That should have been 4 or 5 receptions for 40 to 50 yards. And I'd have felt like, okay, John's making the right strides. But, in those situations when you're not getting the rock, you got to do the other things. And that really was why John was drafted. John was drafted in large part because he did the little things. His football character was off the charts. And so when you're running the football and you're the inside receiver and you got to go dig out a safety, you go dig out the safety. You don't let the safety take a running full-on, headshot on one of your running backs. Like I think it was J.J. Taylor who took one. It was the biggest shot all night. You got to go dig out the safety. If you're not getting your targets, okay, what else can I do to impact the game? And that's just something that, I don't know. I mean, it was one play, but it was, you tie it all together with the lack of production. You think, okay, well, what's really going on here? And Texas having the game he has when Skoranek is the next best receiver, and special teams wise, he's going to be a rock star. The numbers start getting really, really tight at wide receiver. John's got to really have a good week in practice up here, and he's got to translate that into success on Friday against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
John Harris, Texans sideline reporter, joining us live from Ohio. Texans take the practice field in a little over an hour up there. We'll keep you up to date on Sports Radio 610, certainly all week long while the Texans are out on the practice field. Plenty of eyes out there, including John Harris. Johnny, you mentioned it. The battle at wide receiver, the battle at running back, I would say even the battle at tight end. It feels like, Johnny, this version of the Texans, there are more jobs solidified right now, but with actual good players than I can remember in a long, long time, to the point where I feel like there's maybe one spot open, if that, at each of those positions. I want to flip to running back for a second just because Cam Akers is very intriguing. He's done some good things in the NFL, obviously, with the Rams. I thought he did some good things in the Hall of Fame game on Thursday night. Where does he fall in this competition right now at running back in your mind?
Well, this is where it gets, obviously injuries complicate the situation because, what happens with Teagan? Apparently it's a calf. It was initially reported a knee, then it's a calf. So who really knows? And they don't have to divulge injuries in the non-regular season anyway. So what happens if now you got to go out and get a tight end because Teagan's going to be gone for a while? Well, now you got to keep a certain number of tight ends, and we already know that was going to be a tough nut anyways. And how many tight ends are you keeping? Because let's say that your thoughts were, well, we're keeping Dalton Schultz and Brevin Jordan and then Cade Stover. Okay, does that mean Teagan's out? And, oh, boy, Teagan's probably your best inline wide blocker. So, okay, well, wait a second. We got to keep 4 now at tight end because we got to keep Teagan. Okay, well, where does somebody get cut? Wide receiver or running back? Well, at running back with Cam Akers, I think a lot of people around the league, especially when a guy's coming off 2 Achilles injuries and 2 surgeries over the years, I think NFL teams are like, well, we don't want to be the guinea pig. We have other guys we're going to look at. But you know what? We'll let somebody else sign him, and then we'll keep an eye on him. Well, what did they see the other night? They saw a very healthy Cam Akers look very, very good. And they're sitting there going, well, dang it, if the Texans don't keep him, we're going to jump right on it. I think there are probably teams that fall into that category that weren't willing to let Cam Akers have the opportunity to show them in their camp. They're like, let somebody else take the risk. Let somebody else take the roster spot. But once Cam showed, he still got the juice, okay, if the Texans let him go, we're going to jump all over that. And I think that's the other issue the Texans have got to keep in mind is that they're not going to be able to sneak Cam through on waivers to get him over to practice squad if they're thinking that way. And quite frankly, if you watch the game the other night, and obviously Joe has not practiced for a while, where would you rank Cam Akers? If you had the running backs 1 through 5, if you had to rank Cam Akers, like where would you put him? Because you can make an argument he's been the second or third best, and you definitely don't want to get rid of him at that point. So it's going to be really difficult because I think Cam Akers can give them a lot of what they're looking for in a complimentary back to Joe Mixon. So now I think it puts a little pressure on Dameon Pierce. All right, Dameon, you get some reps against Pittsburgh. Let's see what we got because Cam is coming fast. And if Cam continues to perform, man, could you see him being the number 2 back to Joe Mixon at some point? Yeah, possibly, as long, of course, as he stays healthy. But, Dare Ogunbowale, I thought, played very well. And you got to have Dare on the roster because he plays special teams. And I thought J.J. Taylor nearly took one to the house. I mean, the way that he shot through a cannon through the line and the safety makes one tackle on him, like J.J.'s played well. So I feel like the skill position battles are as hot and heated as they have ever been. And they've got options, which is really, really nice to have. Again, injuries probably will solve some of it, which you hate, but it's probably going to happen. But Cam Akers, to me, I love the guy ever since I saw him in a high school championship game in Clinton, Mississippi. I stumbled upon him. Somebody said something about this performance of this kid from Mississippi, so I went and found it on YouTube. I'm like, holy crap, this kid's ridiculous. He looks like that guy. And so if he continues to ascend, there's no telling what kind of reps and plays he might end up getting in a regular season game as we move through this season.
John, I expected the new kickoff rules to be sloppy the first couple of weeks of the preseason, but it was sloppy and very hazardous looking. I did not there were big hits and not a single one of them looked like the kind of hit you want to see in a football game. Everybody was at awkward body positions and angles and everything. Jake Hansen got hurt on a nice play that he made. Are they going to abandon this thing by week 3 of the preseason?
It's interesting you say that. We were driving home one of the nights, I think it was maybe it was Friday or Saturday. We're coming back from the Hall of Fame, and we got in a discussion in the car about it. And Mark said, all right, Johnny, rate this hot take. And we have 1 through 5 sizzle fires, 1 being there's not much there, 5 being okay, that's the hottiest hot take you've ever had. And he said they're going to ban this before the regular season starts, and they're going to go back to the regular kickoff. And when I heard it initially, I was like, oh, it's 5 sizzle fires, that's hot. And I'm like, you know what, the way they're changing their minds on this almost every week, there's a new little wrinkle they're putting into this. Oh, the ball's got to be standing up. Oh, they got to do this. Oh, they can't block it this way. I think the biggest thing was seeing it in action and go, oh, my, watch the Jake Hansen hit in particular. I mean, Jake gets off the block, but he can't brace himself because it's such a tight, condensed space. And, wow, that's the hardest hit I've seen on a kickoff that didn't involve Neville Hewitt in the last 11 years of being on the sidelines. And Jake gets up and he's woozy. I'm like, that is exactly what the NFL does not want. So I think they probably give it another couple of weeks and look at it. And now they'll have a full slate of games to look at too, not just one game. But the starting field position was the 25-yard line. I mean, just like it would be with a touchback. So I don't know. I think it's going to get to a really tough decision point for the NFL of whether they do this going into the regular season or whether they go back to the original. The thing is, I know the special teams coaches. I know Frank has. I know a few others around the league. There have been some coaches in the NFL that have just not done anything with this. They're just going to put it in the end zone and not even mess with it. So I don't want it to be a victory for those lazy bums, but I could see where the NFL said, no, let's just go back to the regular touchback rules, the regular kickoff rules, and if there are a bunch of touchbacks, forget it. We'll just do this in the name of player safety. And obviously they'll highlight Jake Hansen's play as one of those that they don't want to have on kickoffs.
If you want more returns, just move the kickoff back 5 or 10 yards. Make it harder to kick it out the back of the end zone. You know what I mean? If that's what you're looking for, I don't know. John Harris joining us live from Cleveland. Texans getting ready to practice Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week. So, Johnny, before we cut you loose, what are you looking for out at practice today? Might we see some of the guys back that have been on the sidelines? Give us a little preview here.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest thing, Shawnee, just what and who is healthy after the Hall of Fame game. I know a couple of guys gone out. Jake had gone out of that game. Obviously, Teagan went out of that game. What's the health of the team, because you don't get any injury reports or injury thoughts after the preseason game. So, where are we health-wise? Cam Irving has already been signed. So that's an offensive lineman that gets added to the battle, if you will, at tackle. And I'm curious what the thought. I know they've already lost Charlie Heck for a little bit, and I don't know how much longer they'll lose. So they had to bring in that. So that's probably the first thing. And then the second thing to me is, okay, who uses the preseason game as kind of a jumping off point, kind of using Cam Akers. Cam was really good. So does Cam continue to ascend and really put pressure on the guys in front of him at the running back position? Kalen Bullock, I thought, was really good. So does Kalen Bullock start to put pressure and maybe start to get some, number one reps? Does he get some of those reps opposite Jimmy Ward instead of Eric Murray with Jalen Petrie at the nickel? They start looking at that and seeing how that looks. So that to me is kind of, one of the things I started looking at. And then obviously you're still in training camp, so guys can still, impress you with performances. And then how does that carry over to the game against Pittsburgh? Hopefully we'll see some starters in that game against Pittsburgh, get a little bit of an idea of where they are. But other than that, just, good week, have a good week of practice to get ready for a preseason game number 2. And then, get back home out of Ohio, man. It's already been a long trip, and we still have got 4 more days to it.
Yeah, well, 4 more days and a game at the end of it in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Yep. So it's, a long week. Johnny, we appreciate the time you're putting in. You're going to jump on with us while you're there in Ohio, so we'll look forward to catching up with you same time tomorrow so we can get your thoughts, and people can keep an eye out for the Harris hits on HoustonTexans.com, right?
Absolutely. I appreciate that, Sean. Yeah, it's a grind to get them done, but if they have a good long practice, I can get close to 50, which is kind of my goal. If I can get to 50, that'll be a good day. And then over at my website, footballtakeaway.com, I just dropped the Texas Longhorn season preview, so you guys can check that out too if you want to go subscribe over there. So a lot of football stuff coming out of this brain recently, and even last night with the day off.
And we appreciate that brain, Johnny, for sure. The runway is here. The season's going to be here soon, college and pro. We appreciate you as always, my friend. We'll talk to you tomorrow about this time.
All right, boys. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. The great John Harris joining us right there, joining us live from Ohio. I had forgotten about this, Seth, until over the weekend when I was reading an article about the battle between Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. We get an up-close look at that on Friday. Yeah, we get to see the one of the most intriguing quarterback battles in camp this year in a preseason.
They roll out first, and we'll read way too much into that because I could see them totally wanting to get the rookie as many reps, or not the rookie. They're both. I mean, the younger guy, more reps, and give the older guy a break. And yet, man, we're going to read a lot into this.
Oh yeah,
this will be as marquee as a preseason game can be because of all the intrigue around quarterbacks these days.
For sure. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. That was John Harris. Keep an eye out for his work at J Harris Football. You can get him on Twitter as well. All right, Andre Johnson had a great Hall of Fame speech on Saturday. The part where he thanked his family members was particularly good, and the story, I had no idea about this story. I don't think a lot of people did, about how he met his sister, who he had not met in the first 21 years he was alive, is a remarkable one. We'll have the audio of that for you and more from the great Andre Johnson, some Hall of Fame observations coming up next.
After a rain-shortened Texans loss, how does Coach DeMeco evaluate his guys'
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I want to thank my mom. All your hard work, sacrifice, dedication. It didn't go unnoticed. The way you raised me and my little brother, it was a Hall of Fame effort. Today, Mom, you go in the Hall of Fame.
There you go, man. That was kind of like a little Kevin Durant action there. Mom, you're the real MVP. Remember that when Kevin Durant won MVP and he saluted his mom? That was a cool moment on Saturday.
He one of the things he credited her for was encouraging him to go to Miami High, which was not in his school district, but was a very, very good powerhouse of a program that put out, I believe, multiple NFL players. Andre spent his entire speech kind of thanking the people that had helped him along the way, and he did it in such a way that it was cool because he wasn't just reading from a list, and he shed a little insight into each person or group of people that he thanked, and it was painted a picture of a young, very quiet Andre Johnson who had a lot of people around him that were helping him out. But I just know how it is trying to get through to a quiet kid. Sometimes you worry about them because you just don't know what they're feeling or thinking, and it made me feel a lot of empathy for them as far as like how good it must feel to see Andre do everything that he did. Because Andre had mentioned in an interview a couple weeks ago about how you realize you go to the Hall of Fame and it's everybody else coming along with you, that they get to share in that because they were a part of it, and that part of it, it never felt like he was doing it out of obligation or anything. He felt like he really owed it to all those people and appreciated how much they helped him.
He did a great job. He did a phenomenal job. And this was definitely one of the more emotional, if not the most emotional moments. Andre Johnson giving a shout out to his sister April, who he talked to for the first time, as you're going to hear in this anecdote that Andre tells. Talked to her for the first time when he was 21 years old at the University of Miami, the day that his father, who was out of his life for most of his life, had passed away.
My sister April, wow. I remember getting a phone call in college, and my coach, he was like, this young lady is calling saying that she's your sister. I'm like, I don't have a sister, but I always heard I had one. At the age of 21, I get a phone call, and she informed me that our father had passed. And sis, I can't lie. That was the phone call I had been waiting on for a long time. I have been waiting 21 years, and we've been locked in ever since. I love you, April.
All right, so I think there was a little bit of misunderstanding at first when Andre kind of presented it that way, like when his father passed away. This is the call I've been waiting for so many years. It was the call. It was because he knew he had a sister, and he was waiting to hear from her, not been sitting here waiting 21 years for the call for my dad to pass away. Yeah.
Well, and it's without knowing all the details of exactly what his family situation was growing up, I think that part of it was it almost it just feels like that was some kind of sense of completion that he needed, and that not a lot of people get when you got fractured family situations. That it's nice. I'm like happy for him in arrears, like without having known that was his situation or anything. Like it could have been there was a void in his life there that he was able to fill in, and not a lot of people get to do that. And that was before he ever reached the NFL. That was really cool.
It was cool, and this is, I mean, you don't get this from just hearing the speech or the cut from the speech. But she was there. They were focused in on her while he's telling that story, and she's very emotional hearing it. And that just, if you're watching it and you're a fan of Andre Johnson, it triggers you're sitting in your living room watching it, and you're like, hey, man, it's getting a little dusty in this room here. I don't know what's going on. Like, why are these faucets turning on in my skull? It was really cool. It was, and there were a few moments like that in the speech for Andre.
That was how it was. Usually these things it didn't feel real to me. The entire finding out that he was in the Hall of Fame, everything else like that, there was a part of me that was almost like still nervous about it. It's like, it's not for real until you actually see the ceremony. So for me personally, that was the way I was absorbing it. Was like, holy crap! When they lifted the drapery off of the bust, and I'm like, oh, and it's a good bust. It's not one of those weird ones. Yeah. Not one of those weird ones that doesn't look anything like the guy or anything. And boy, oh, yep, this is for real. He's actually in it. And then the images of the people he was thanking for sure, when you see his high school coach kind of start to get overcome with emotion a little bit, as Andre Johnson is thanking his high school coach. It's hard not to feel something inside when you see that stuff.
Were you bummed that the Gary Kubiak presenter part of it was a prepackaged 3-minute video and not Kubiak up there bebopping and scotting like he has in past presentations?
They've changed this from year to year or from era to era. I wasn't upset. I mean, I knew that's what it was going to be by the time Andre went. Yeah, I would have liked to see Kubiak at the podium, but if it was, if they did that to keep a bunch of people that you've never heard of going on way too long, then I'm okay with that sacrifice. I'll make that sacrifice. Because Kubiak would have gone his 3 minutes. He would have done 3 minutes. On the dot, he would have followed instructions. Yeah. Some of these other yahoos can't handle it.
The video's great, too. I mean, that's floating around out there on the internet, too, if you want to find it. The Gary Kubiak, the 3-minute presentation video for Andre was really good. It was really good. There are a few observations, Seth, from the ceremony over the weekend, because I watched it from beginning to end. Dwight Freeney had a good speech. He went first. It's always good to have somebody who does a good speech batting leadoff at this thing. I had no idea he played for 5 different teams after he left the Colts in 2012. When he went through that little stretch where he's like, and I'd like to thank the Cardinals, the Seahawks, the Chargers, 2 other teams. I had no idea. I'm like, he played for that many teams in a 4-year span after he left Indianapolis. That was crazy.
There was a part, with Freeney, there was a part towards the end of his career where, he was a kind of an undersized guy, and that if you lose that fastball and that freakish spin move, it's not quite the same. But I think there were a lot of teams that just thought, all right, we'll bring him in here and see if this can be this can be some kind of spark. Yes, that's why. But I mean, nobody even remembers that Jerry Rice played for the Seahawks. No. I mean, there are a lot of these guys. It's not that uncommon that with Hall of Famers there is a spate of 3 years at the very end of their career.
You wouldn't know unless you already knew. You wouldn't know Andre played for the Colts or the Titans from listening to his speech.
Right,
he didn't even mention them in his speech. I wonder how many Texan fans were part of the chants for Lovie Smith at the Hall of Fame ceremony. Lovie Smith was the head coach for Devin Hester, and Devin Hester gave a shout-out to Lovie Smith, and the Lovie Smith chants broke out, Seth. And I couldn't blame Texan fans if they joined in on that, based on, as you've pointed out many times, Lovie's role in minimizing Jack Easterby, and I think the role that a lot of people like to believe that Lovie had in going rogue, air quotes, and winning in Week 18, air quotes.
It's still one of the weirder. I'm glad that C.J. Stroud worked out so that people don't go deep into their conspiracy holes on all of that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lovie Smith was trying to win a football game because that's what football coaches do. Yep. So he wasn't trying to screw the Texans or anything like that.
Yeah. As far as other things go that happened at the Hall of Fame ceremony, Patrick Willis, who, as you pointed out, has gone through some things since he retired early, right? He retired young before people expected him to retire.
Yeah, he only had a 7-year career. Yeah. He was just that good over the course of 7 years.
He was the best, at his position. Yeah, he was really, really good. But he's had a kind of an up and down post-career. He gave one of the more bizarre Hall of Fame speeches. I don't think he mentioned a single teammate or coach other than Mike Singletary in his entire – and he acknowledged during the speech, 10 minutes in, he's like, I realize this is not your typical Hall of Fame speech. I'm not here to really talk about football. And I'm like, oh.
Okay, what was he talking about?
He was talking about his faith a little bit, just life in general. It was a very bizarre speech. I'm just going to put it that way. It was very bizarre.
Go watch it.
It was, go back and watch
He's
it.
He's wired different, man. Yeah. He's a different dude.
Yes. Yeah.
One thing about the Hall of Famers, they're all wired different. It's like often for the better. Sometimes for the kind of, this is an interesting, unique individual.
Yeah. Michael Jordan got a shout-out from Julius Peppers. Michael Jordan was there.
He did?
Michael Jordan.
So Michael Jordan got 2 references in the Hall of Fame then.
Yeah.
Because Dwight Freeney was, when he found out he got in the Hall of Fame, Michael Jordan was there too.
Yeah.
They were, because he's good friends with him. Okay.
He golfs with him. Yeah, Dwight Freeney calls him Big Bro. Julius Peppers gave him a shout-out because they both played basketball at North Carolina. Julius Peppers was a 2-sport star. And so they've known each other. They've crossed paths, obviously. Julius Peppers gave a special shout-out to Michael Jordan, and they honed in on Michael Jordan. Did not look all that excited to get a shout-out from Julius Peppers.
Well, I mean, what's Jordan going to get excited about these days anymore? That's why he gambles like he does. He needs to get that. There's little things. So it's one of the perils of being as famous as he is. He's seen and done everything.
Michael Jordan, this is what we need to acknowledge. Michael Jordan himself didn't seem to be all that thrilled to get inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame. He used his speech as a 20-minute Michael Corleone, squaring all the family business up in his speech.
If I know Michael Jordan, he knew that the cameras were on him, and yet he wasn't getting an appearance fee. So he wasn't going to give the damn network the satisfaction of profiting off of his image.
I was going to go easy on Chris Berman. You know, Chris Berman's getting up there a little bit, but he's kind of part of this thing. Like, there's a Pavlovian thing with Berman in the Hall of Fame. Like, he's been the main MC of the thing. He gave a Houston, we have no problem as the lead-in. Yeah, as the lead-in to Andre. Like, Houston, we have no problem. Like, here's the thing, wannabe comedians. Any variation of the Houston, we have a problem thing, it should not be used.
I was standing on a jetway waiting to board an airplane a couple of weeks ago, leaving Houston, and there was a married couple. I think they were pretty sure they were married. Either that or just out in the open lovers, because they both had wedding rings on. But this woman, it was like she had the most lustrous hair I'd ever seen, and I was trying to figure out. I was like, I'd really like to compliment her on her hair, and it's in front of her husband. Like, I don't think it would be creepy or seem like a hit on her or anything. And I was like thinking, like, how should I phrase this? And then out of her mouth came, she was bitching about something, and she goes, Houston, we have a problem. And it went from how can I compliment this woman to
go die,
how can
everybody.
How can I poison her drink somehow? Yeah, it just ruined it for me. All of a sudden, she had the ugliest bird's nest of a hairdo I've ever seen in my life.
Yes, all of a sudden her physical appearance changes when you use that played-out line. Brutal. Absolutely.
Maybe a
brutal.
diet of cliches. That's what she does. She eats a diet of cliches, and that's what gives her a nice luster on her hair.
I like that they might have been lovers out in the open with their wedding.
That's probably what they were. She lured him in with her hair.
And the guy's
ruined his family.
Maybe the guy's name is Houston, and she just got a text from somebody.
That's true, yeah.
That found out about the affair. That could be.
They're whining at a bitching poor old Houston there. He's a good man. Works hard. Took her on this vacation, and all she can do is complain about the heat.
Houston, we have a problem. All right. That was Andre. We'll get back to Andre Johnson in the 9 o'clock hour for sure. Okay, so locker room etiquette for rookies became a big deal over the weekend. Caleb Williams' insistence on something in the Bears locker room got a former Pro Bowler very, very upset. I'm siding with Caleb Williams on this, and I think this is something that many of you out there in a workplace can empathize with. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
Trajan wealth. I'll tell you what. Maybe you've worked hard, planned a vacation, like our.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We know a little something here in Houston about rookie quarterbacks coming in and trying to establish themselves as leaders of the football team. C.J. Stroud did a phenomenal job of that last year. He kind of just let it come to him, got acclimated to his new teammates, showed some leadership traits on and off of the field, and by week one of the regular season, guys were following him, man. C.J. Stroud just has that gene. Caleb Williams is trying to do the same thing in Chicago right now. The reports out of Chicago have largely been really good on Caleb Williams so far. We'll see what happens when he gets on the field and plays. He didn't play against the Texans in the Hall of Fame game, obviously. Here's Kevin Byard, former safety for the Titans and the Eagles. He's now a Chicago Bear. He was on with 670 The Score up in the morning show on our sister station in Chicago, live from Bears camp, and he told this anecdote about Caleb Williams showing his leadership traits.
I'll give you a great example. This was literally just yesterday, last night, we did our walkthrough. And we finished the walkthrough, and, Coach, he's talked, and, players usually break down. It's usually a veteran breaks it down. And Caleb wanted to jump into the middle to break it down. And usually, as a rookie, it's like, oh, what does this guy got to say?
Right.
But no, he honestly was just like, hey, first thing he says, he's like, hey, man, we're all grown men here, right? As we're going through training camp, and we all use the hot tub, we all use the cold tub, we all use the bathroom and all the areas. He was like, hey, man, we're getting a little too sloppy. You know what I'm saying? We're leaving water bottles and towels and all type of things around, man. Like, the custodians have a lot of square footage they have to cover around this whole building. Let's try to help them out by cleaning up after ourselves. And that's just little things, man, because I just think that when you want to be a great player, you always focus on the little details. You know what I mean? Not even just the details of the play, but the details of everything around you, All
right, so, Seth, I wanted to get your take on this, obviously, before we play another former player's take here that we'll get to from FS1. And again, this is Kevin Byard telling us what and how Caleb Williams said it, so we'll point that out here. What are your thoughts on this?
All right. Okay, so my thoughts is it's a very receptive audience that he's speaking to there. The Bears players, they really want Caleb Williams to be good, and I'm sure that they took it the way Byard did, is like, yeah, that's a good, upstanding young gentleman. This is the right kind of guy. I would say that, the way CJ approached it, remember when I did the panel for Texans Children's Hospital when we talked to Peyton Manning and Eli Manning?
Yes.
One of the things that Peyton had said about when he went to the Broncos was that he didn't think he was going to step right in and be a leader. Mind you, he was already a Hall of Fame quarterback, future Hall of Fame quarterback. I don't think Peyton Manning would have done that. I think that there's part of becoming a leader that's first, putting all those deposits in the trust bank. It's doing all those things to get you to that level to where you know your teammates and where they've seen some good stuff from you on the football field, all of that. That stepping right in and being the nagging roommate, I don't know if that's the right move, man. I don't know if that's an indication of natural leadership skills. That sounds like somebody that might be a little overbearing at first, and yet I don't think the Bears teammates probably see it that way.
Maybe not.
Because it's early. It's early.
Yep.
Okay. But I don't know if that survives adversity, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
I don't know if that's that. If you're 0-4 and the quarterback's not playing well, and this is the guy that's telling me to pick up my towels, go die. That's versus establishing that trust at the beginning and showing that you're somebody who's worth following. It's not the right move.
I think it's fair. I like your take on that. Monty Toomer, former New York Giant, on the Canton show on FS1. That's their morning debate show on FS1. Yeah. He took it next level. Not a fan of Caleb's act at all.
He's Russell Wilson 2.0. Uh-oh. This is not going to go over well. Uh-oh. If you came in the locker room, I've been in this locker room for 8 years, like you said. And some rookie's going to come in who hasn't played one snap.
Right.
Talking, we're wearing the fingernail polish. Now he's going to come in here and tell me, who've been here, who've been through the struggle, that I need to clean up? No, how about rookie? How about you clean up after me?
Right.
How about that? Don't give me this crap. I don't like it at all. I feel like rookies should earn their respect.
Sure.
Just because you got drafted number 1 doesn't mean nothing to me because I don't even know if you're good.
Yeah. I'm somewhere in between. I'm somewhere in between those two players. if I put myself on the Bears, I'm going to be like, yeah, look, this is the future. This is the guy that needs to be good. And I'm going to all right, cool. I would interpret it in the best possible light. As an outside observer, I think this sounds a lot like a guy who's trying real hard to be a leader and maybe read some articles on it, but doesn't necessarily understand or grasp what it is to be a leader.
Yeah.
Like you're not the leader of that team yet.
Right.
Like you have to earn that before you're the genuine leader. And you can do things on the football side of things. And it's a good message. I'm not arguing with his message, but that's one that's just it's not leading if you have a good message, but nobody's really following. I'm skeptical.
I will say this. As somebody, this is in defense of Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
As somebody, and you do the same thing I do every day, Seth, we work in a shared workspace with other coworkers. I can kind of empathize with the whole "hey guys, keep it clean" thing, man. There's a lot of radio coworker slobs out there.
Right. So if they hire, let's say there's a new midday host that comes in.
Yeah.
And this third day he's here, he gathers us all up and gives us that speech. Do you feel like he's the guy to deliver that message?
I don't know,
Or should it have been Sean T. Pendergast?
Should it have been me? Should I be a little more vocal about the coffee rings on the table or the crumb grenade that seems to go off underneath my chair at random times on other shows?
I feel like you get more of the brunt of it, the poor hygiene. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do the dishes in the morning.
No, you're at the other end of the spectrum, dude. You're
a butt kisser. I like the boss notices every now and then when I send her an email telling her that I've been doing it.
Well, we get the emails from her like, "Hey guys, these are community mugs. Could we, we don't hire a dishwasher."
Coffee mugs. She sends out an email that, hey, it's not hard, everybody. Put your coffee mug in the dishwasher.
Yes.
And then you go out there 12 hours later, and there's three coffee mugs in the sink.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell raised these people.
How about sanitizer literally in the microphone guy? Ted Johnson.
Oh, well, he was trying to be clean. He just didn't understand the way technology works.
Ted would put sanitizer. And for those watching on YouTube, this is back before we had these foam things on the microphone.
Yeah.
He would put it directly onto the microphone, which has a lot of little nooks and crannies that can absorb sanitizer into it.
It's
broke the microphones.
It's why our studio is now the cave that it is, because as the microphones were slowly degrading with people using sanitizer on various microphones in there, they thought there were just too many hard surfaces in that studio for my loud voice, and that's why everything sounded echoey.
Yeah.
So we moved across the hall to a dungeon. Instead of having a nice view of the stadium and the medical center and Westview and Bel Air, now we just stare at each other in darkness.
Yes.
And like cave people.
It's very uplifting.
Yeah.
I know one of the bad coworkers that they were talking about on the Bull this morning is fridge thief guy, like people who eat or drink stuff that doesn't belong to them. They did on Thursday last week. I guess Topgolf came up here. I guess Topgolf has wings now. And so they delivered a bunch of wings, like a bunch of little containers with wings in it, to the Bull in the afternoon. And so they were saving some of them in the fridge so that the morning show for their station could eat them. But apparently lots of them got eaten in between the time they got delivered on Thursday afternoon and when they got here Friday morning.
That's a tough one because we usually have a lot of, after sales meetings, there's usually leftover food. So people see food.
Yeah.
If you're seeing food and the event isn't going on, I gotta excuse whoever ate those wings.
Yeah,
I think they just thought it was a leftover from a sales event.
Whoever ate them, Wasn't me. I was the night of the game. No, it wasn't. I bring my own food up. That was the night. I was up here that night. I saw those wings. I also saw them being eaten, but it wasn't by me. I'm not going to say who it was. Yeah. It was multiple people. It wasn't just one person. It wasn't one person.
Safe for me.
It wasn't.
I've been on 1,200 calories a day for a month now.
Have you really?
Yeah.
How's it going?
I have like one. Until I start to feel like I'm going to pass out, then I'll have a normal day of eating, and then I go back to like a 1,200 to 1,800 calories.
I feel like if I was on a 1,200 calorie a day thing, which I've been on before under previous weight loss regimes, but I feel like if I was voluntarily on one, it's like the old Wheel of Fortune where you win a certain amount of money and now you go shopping. You're like, all right, do I blow my whole wad here on that entertainment center right there?
Yeah.
Like, is it kind of like that? Are you like, okay?
No, you know what happened is I don't weigh myself anymore. I take my blood pressure in the morning.
Okay.
And that's my biggest. So the thing is, if I am going to eat more in a day, I'm still staying the hell away from salty foods, which tend to be my salty and sweet foods and like things that'll bloat me right up.
Yeah.
So because my blood pressure rises immediately. So that's I just take my blood pressure every day and I remind myself that it rises. My threat of a stroke goes up exponentially, and it's been incredibly effective. I see salty food or junk food, and I'm like, it's gonna give me a stroke. No.
Are you ready for the press box this year?
I think so. I think I am. I've been through I've already been in some situations. I went out with Landry the other day for like 4 hours and drank nothing but light beer the whole time. That was my whole,
Look at you.
Didn't there were wings around and chips and everything else.
You look good, man. It's working.
Well, thanks, buddy.
You're at your lightest weight since I've known you right now, I think.
I'm in my lightest weight since the last time I passed out at the doctor's office. I went through that barrier. I was 259 at that point, severely depleted, and he started to explain my hernia surgery to me, and I passed out. And then I passed out 3 more times as they tried to revive me. So I'm like, I'm 254 now, and I haven't passed out once. So I'm doing it. I'm doing it right.
You're doing it the right way. That's good. Yeah. That's good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you guys had a great weekend. We'll get more Andre Johnson in from his Hall of Fame speech between now and the end of the show. Andre Johnson has done the rounds, though, the last few days. He was on the NFL Network, and he was talking about C.J. Stroud. Man, when you hear the GOAT talking about C.J., it gets me fired up. And what's the one big thing that C.J. Stroud is working on this offseason? It has nothing to do with football. We've got that for you coming up next. West Point, Lincoln is where you need to go to get your next
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
To the team, the Houston Texans that are here, man, I hope you guys really take this in, enjoy it, cherish it, because one day, one of you guys could be standing up here, man. DeMeco, I love you, brother. I appreciate you.
Okay, so that was Andre saluting the current Texans team. Text message. Were you all disappointed that they never showed DeMeco in the current Texans team? It was such a cool story. I'm assuming the cool story being that they were all there for it, and they never showed them on camera. My hypothesis on this, that salute to the Texans team came after the telestrator went out for Andre Johnson. And Andre said that the telestrator went out in the middle of his speech. There was a long pause, after which he thanked his mom. People construed that pause as collecting his emotions, which he may have been doing as well. But the telestrator went out in that moment, so there was also a functional pause to go, okay, what do I do here now? And Andre handled it great. He was much more off the cuff in the second half of the speech. My guess is that part of being off the cuff was maybe going a little out of order with who he was thanking. And the you got to imagine, you got to keep in mind, the producers who all day long were batting practically 1,000 with putting the camera feed onto the person or people that the speech giver was talking about. Clearly they had copies of the speech with cameras ready to go. If the telestrator goes out and a guy just starts speaking spontaneously off the cuff, they were probably looking at the order going, all right, well, up next he's going to thank his sister April. And, then he ends up thanking the Texans team, and now they've got to go finding him. They don't have time to find DeMeco and the team. So probably a little too inside there, but that's why. Like, if you're upset about it, I don't think it was any intent.
Well, because especially, TV people being who they know what they're doing. A chance to show C.J. Stroud or something. Because when he referenced his former teammates, when Andre referenced his former teammates, they had J.J. Watt for a good amount of time. Then they showed the group of former teammates. Yeah. So I'm guessing. I think you're exactly right. They probably, they definitely would have dialed in on DeMeco, and they definitely would have dialed on when he talked about the current team and guys that might be in the Hall of Fame someday. They would have been right in on C.J. Stroud.
Is that who popped into your brain immediately when he said one of you is going to be in here someday?
Yeah, the quick scan was, for one, I don't think, Daniil Hunter's not really on pace to be in the Hall of Fame.
No.
He's in the Hall of very, very good and under-recognized, I think. But C.J. Stroud, and I didn't think of Stephon Diggs because I don't yet think of him as an actual Texan yet until I see him in a Texans game uniform.
It's wild, I know.
Yeah, and Will Anderson. It's
early.
It's a shorter leap of imagination for C.J. Stroud than it is Will Anderson right now.
Sure.
Because C.J. showed enough in his rookie year already. I think that, all right, if he stays healthy and he continues to have offensive coordinators with whom he works well, because I think at some point Bobby Slowick's going to get a head coaching opportunity.
Yes.
That's a little bit more attainable right now. Will, there's still growth that we need to see with Will.
Agreed. Andre Johnson was on the NFL Network over the weekend, and they asked him, hey, man, you're around the team a lot. Tell us your thoughts on C.J. Stroud.
For me, it's not surprising. I remember the first time meeting CJ. Right after he got drafted, I always go meet the new guys that they bring in, and it was just something about him. He's just different. He's very, very, very mature. You would think he's played this game he's not a rookie. You think he played for a number of years. So what he's done, it doesn't really surprise me. And he's a great leader. I mean, he came in right away and earned the team's respect. So I'm just looking forward to it.
I think him meeting, I remember I was doing the draft broadcast on the second night, and I remember walking into the cafeteria because I was doing it from the stadium with Mark and John, and I remember walking into the cafeteria and seeing CJ and Will sitting down with Andre, and I think Travis Johnson and somebody else, but I remember just seeing Andre sitting with those two guys, and I was like, well, that that is a good influence on these guys. Yeah.
Yes.
It was really, and they were just sitting at the table chatting, you know. It was cool. And like to see Andre as involved with the current team as he is, and with those guys, like, you know, CJ especially, he's a football junkie. Like, he's a football nerd. He's just, from the time he was young, he just sits around watching quarterbacks and football teams on YouTube. That's how he learned to have such a good throw. Despite not having the high-priced fancy tutors that guys like Bryce Young had, CJ had the best throwing mechanics of the entire lot that year in the draft class. Because he's such a football junkie, I bet CJ just loves talking to Andre.
I bet he does, too.
On nuts and bolts, X's and O's, all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, I 100% agree with you on that. So that was Andre on CJ Stroud. CJ was actually on a podcast the last few days called the Sport and Spectrum podcast. I wasn't familiar with it till I saw these cuts, some of which you're about to hear from CJ Stroud. I think the sense that I get, Seth, is it's a podcast that combines sports and faith. Is the sense that I get, just based on the clips that I've seen from CJ and the hosts that he was talking to and the vast majority of the topics that's bubbled to the surface. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but the cuts that have bubbled to the surface seem to blend those two. But the thing that CJ Stroud's trying to really work on, among many things this offseason, trying to work on his potty mouth, man.
I don't know. I was watching an interview that I was doing a couple of days ago, and I'm like, man, like, why am I saying this or I'm saying that? Like, that's not even me. Like, I don't know where. And then what he was saying is like, man, sometimes like the issue isn't necessarily the issue; it's the emotion that comes with it.
Yeah.
So, like when you get emotional about something, like when I get emotional about like football, I'm like just feeling the emotion that I get on the field. I like start to like play the game or like feed into the profanity, you know. And I'm like, I caught it. And I'm like, hold on, like this isn't right, you know what I mean? And I remember watching a TikTok. I get like a lot of my like faith videos on TikTok, and I remember watching a certain guy. He was in prison for like 20-something years, and that was the thing that he learned while he was in prison. He was like, man, like there was guys who I would try to like lead to Christ, but they're like, man, like you talk like I do. And he was like, they wouldn't follow me after like that type of leadership. I got to be better. So that's how I just want to get better.
Yeah, that's cool. That's
it is cool.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it kind of goes. It's a fine line to walk though too. When you know CJ is very much one of the guys, but he also has his personal life and his faith and everything else. To where he's probably, when he's talking about, if he was watching and he saw it as a podcast environment,
100%.
Where
you
it
took
is,
the
you're
words
just
right out
hanging
of my
out
mouth.
one of the guys, and you forget that you forget it's being recorded, you forget that it's on camera.
Yes.
And I mean, they've done studies on this. There's a different part of your brain that you tap into when you start using curse words. It's really fascinating when you get into all the like different areas of your brain are activated and everything. So it's one of those small things though that I think in minding your language, you have to have a level of discipline and restraint that flows over into other parts of your life. And it's one of those, like, it's a hygiene matter almost. It's a little thing that actually has outsized effects in a lot of ways. And it probably just speaks to CJ wanting to do the right thing all the time, which is good. And he also, like, Ohio State is one thing, but it's a different level in the NFL in terms of your influence on young people, especially, like, young people or nationwide. He probably feels that responsibility now.
Well, especially I would imagine when you're open about your faith like he is, there's a lot of people that follow him for that reason.
Yeah.
And he wants to be true to that. Here's one more from CJ Stroud. Again, this is the Sport and Spectrum podcast. This is a good one, man. Something else he's trying to improve at? People pleasing, and maybe getting better at discerning when to people please.
One of the things that I definitely need to get better at is just people pleasing. I think something that I would let, because, I just try to be a nice dude, just try to do what my parents have raised me to be, respectful young man. And I think a lot of people can take that and they can run with it. And I've been praying for discernment on, who to give that to, who not to, protecting my peace, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Because I think, I can run dry, and I don't want to ever meet somebody or, have a conversation with one person and somebody used 80% of my energy in a day and I only give them that 20%, it's not enough. I want to be able to discern through that. And that was one thing that I feel like last year, just in a new role, in a new environment, a new, league, like it was just a lot of people like picking at me, and now I kind of just want to be able to discern like who I should, give my all to.
That's a great one.
Yeah,
that's a great one.
Especially when social media is involved.
Yep.
And I'm watching the Simone Biles documentary slowly, and it's really good. It's really good. The one thing, though, that I keep seeing is, these mentions, these things that people say on the internet to Simone Biles, especially after she got the twisties in the 2020 Olympics, that are just so callous and cruel and awful. And I don't know what to say to somebody like Simone Biles, because, for somebody like her, that's part of her livelihood too. But just figuring out a way to filter some of that out, because you're never going to, you see this with athletes all the time. They don't get that you're never going to win that battle. There's always going to be ugliness on the internet. There's always going to be viciousness and toxicity on social media, and you're never going to win that battle. So you got to figure out a way to tune it out, because it's almost like the more somebody claims they don't care about it, the more they probably do really care about it. It affects you. It's impossible. Even if 99 comments don't affect you, there's going to be that one, and then all of a sudden you're making a decision based on some nameless, faceless person on the internet in your life. It's really hard to do.
That's really interesting. As I'm going back through that cut from CJ in my head, I could totally see that, what you're talking about, being the people-pleasing he's talking about. It's interesting, because when I heard that, I started thinking about maybe him saying yes to a lot of things.
That too. Yeah, that too. I think it's all that.
Yes.
It's right. Especially when you want to do with charity's a hard one.
Yeah.
Like the more famous you get as an athlete, the more people want you to do nice things, and you'd love to do every single one of them. But it turns into for all those guys who have done such incredible work with charities, they've had to say no to so many other opportunities.
Yes.
And it eats at those guys. It's really, really hard. So that's where having that support staff and having a system of gatekeepers really comes in.
That's a relatable one, and I'm not comparing myself to C.J. Stroud, but in the business that you and I are in, we get asked to do a lot of things. Whether it's for the company or for a charity or for a listener, we have a lot of people asking us stuff. And that was honestly like when I write down my things going into a year that I'm trying to get better at, because I do that.
Yeah.
Coming into this year, one of the things I wrote down was get better at saying no to things. Get better at saying no, because there was a weekend last year. It was right around this time, because it was during training camp when we're super busy, and it was just like a period of 6 days that I had stuff going from the time you and I started the show till nighttime, and I 3 days in, I guess outwardly I was in a really bad mood, because Amy was like, "Man, what's wrong? So what's eating at you?" And I'm like, I think it's because these 6 days are super busy, and none of it is for me. At the end of these 6 days, I've accomplished, and I'm all for doing stuff for other people, but that was my tipping point for me individually last year, was that period of time. So I listened to that one, and I'm like, I get it for CJ. It's like what I'm talking about for me times 1,000. But that's a good one. I like that one from him.
What? One thing too. Sometimes a barrier to saying no is that you think you have to have an excuse.
Yeah.
When you don't. You can just say, no, I can't do it. And if somebody presses you for an excuse, that's their social faux pas, not yours. No, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I've got something else. That something else might be that you just need to sit at home and relax.
Yes.
But it's nobody else's business what your conflict is.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people struggle with that part of it. Just remember, okay, you're a good person. You like to do nice things. You're not going to do this. And if they press you for a reason, that's on them. That's a bastard of a person. They're not bastards, but in that moment, you don't owe it to them to tell them why.
Compliment for you on the text page, Seth. I can tell you look slimmer on your YouTube channel. Yep, I think you do. There are folks also wanting to know how you ration out the 1,200 calories for 3 meals a day.
Okay. It's not a look.
You missed it. Seth's been on a 1,200 calorie.
1,200 to 1,800. Okay. 1,200 to 1,800 calories a day. It depends, and I go a lot by feel. Though, okay, the first thing. Now, this is the hard part. There's no easy way on this. I prepped for it by doing. I think it was about 6 to 9 months of an hour of day of slow, low intensity cardio, where my heart rate doesn't get above 115 or so, really low intent. It takes a lot of mental toughness to work out without it feeling like a workout.
Yeah.
You want to start sweating and breathing more.
Mm-hmm.
Basically to teach my body to just be more metabolically flexible, that I can burn fat more, just more efficiently, so that I don't get hunger pains so drastically, and that I don't feel wiped out, you know. And I didn't go like super low carb or anything. I just wanted to get my body better at burning fat. And once I felt like I got there, then I started like really just drastically reducing how much food I eat. And I don't really get, I can tell when I'm hungry, but I don't feel like I've got to eat now. I don't get like hypoglycemic. And then it's just, so it's like, it's Greek yogurt, it's fruit and vegetables, and what else do I eat? I think it's pretty much, tuna.
Yeah.
And like real lower, low fat proteins.
Do you have a time window where you start eating and stop eating during the day?
No, I don't. I go all by feel, and like sometimes, a lot of the times I just eat one meal a day, so that if I eat like 1,500 calories in a day, it's a really gratifying meal. I feel like way too full afterwards. But if I start to feel kind of wiped out, I eat 3,000 calories in a day. I'll have a limit of 3,000. I usually don't even get to I'll allow myself 3,000, but I don't get to it because I just don't get as gnawingly hungry. I've got plenty of fat left. I've got plenty of fat on my body to use as a fuel.
Not as much as you used to, man.
But no, when I get to that point, and I'm just doing it by my only motivator is getting my blood pressure lower.
There you go.
I'm monitoring my weight, but that's not what I just check. I don't check it every day. I just check my blood pressure. Like when I hit 120/80, it felt like the first time I'd benched 400.
Yeah.
I was like, holy crap, I didn't think that was possible.
Good for you, man.
So now I'm chasing 110/70.
Look at you. Look at you.
Yeah.
Oh, man, the chase for 110/70. Should post it on social media, the tracking of it. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Hall of Fame game last Thursday. We gave our initial reactions, which for me and Seth at 6 a.m. is kind of a rapid fire what we saw in the game. We both had a chance to rewatch things, and I think we both saw some good and bad. I know there's a couple things that we want to have back and maybe adjust our assessment of here. We will do that, give you some leftovers from the Hall of Fame game coming up next. Now, over the weekend, I'm not on the same 1,200 to 1,800 calorie diet that Seth is. I'm watching it, but I
Come for details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Texans are big box office, man. I'm looking up at the TV in the studio here, NFL Network. Steve Weish and Brian Baldinger, where are they today? Oh, they're in Chagrin Falls, Ohio at Texans practice. Hey, which of the games that are on Friday night in the preseason did the NFL choose to put on the NFL Network at 7 o'clock Eastern time? Oh, that would be the Houston Texans and the Pittsburgh Steelers. They chose that one out of all of them.
What day is it?
That's on Friday, Seth. Yeah,
Okay.
you and I are doing pregame starting at 3 o'clock, I believe.
Oh, that puts a hamper on my afternoon. Huh. What the hell? All right. Friday night game. What time does it start?
It starts at 7 o'clock Eastern time. 6 o'clock Houston time.
Okay.
Yep.
That's not bad.
No.
That was a little bit later start than I would have preferred. I was kind of glad that Mother Nature and the ghost of George Halas decided to rain that game out.
I kind of was too.
Yeah, they were like, hey, George Halas came through in the clutch and secured the victory late in the third quarter. I saw a lot of people complaining about, wussiness and stuff and them canceling that game. That was all about people saying, like, it's a preseason game. No, we're not going to sit around for 2 hours. If that was a regular season game, they would have waited for the Lightning to blow by.
Oh, for sure.
And resumed play. It was late in the third quarter of a preseason game.
That was getting canceled the second the Lightning rolled in. There were plenty of people up here in the studio, because I was waiting to do postgame, that are like, well, we got to sit tight. They may start the game up again, like non-sports people. And I'm like, no, they're getting in all their commercials, teasing that the game might come back on. There's no chance they're starting a game that a bunch of fourth and fifth stringers are going to go out there and maybe get struck by lightning in the fourth quarter. Settle down.
Then we're going to have to have a whole debate about whether they should cancel the next week of preseason play or something.
Right. Exactly. Now, there were 3 quarters almost of that game that we did get to see. And you and I gave our takes on it on Friday of last week. You were, I would say that largely Texas fans were really excited about Davis Mills just based purely on the statistics and the fact that he generated 2 scoring drives.
Yeah.
You went a little deeper on your analysis in terms of the qualities of the throws, how bad the bad plays were, but you had a chance to rewatch the game this weekend. Where do you land now, Monday at 9:29 a.m.?
I will say, like, I'm not going to be bubbling over with enthusiasm, but I do think that I got to acknowledge that it was a really good performance by Davis Mills, and I think I was harping on the negatives too much just because of the old simple confirmation bias. You know, I've got my view of Davis Mills, and as soon as he did some negative things, especially on that first, I mean, he had inaccurate throw to Xavier Hutchinson. He had the weird play to Skoranek on that first drive, and I ignored some of the really good things he did, which was on the sum total of the evening. He was making good decisions. He was executing the offense first and foremost, and they were running a lot of what this offense wants to do. There's pre-snap motion every play. He went to his second and or third read at least a couple times in the game. So I was harping too much on the negative and not remembering that, like, okay, yeah, there is no perfect football performance. But I can't look at that one performance as confirmation that he's a different guy. Mm-hmm. But it was a very promising performance. So I think being in this offense for the second straight year, which is the first time that he's had this, maybe brought out the better version of Davis Mills. Yeah. He's going against backups, but he was also throwing to backups.
That last part you touched on there, like the 2 year in a row thing, I think about guys like Nico and Brevin Jordan, Charlie Heck, Davis Mills, like guys who have been here through all of the changes. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
all of the changes. This is the first offseason and preseason that any of these guys have had with the same cast of characters, and they've been in the league since at least 2021.
Yeah.
You know, like you can't just dance past that, you know?
This is what I think about a lot is when I came into the league in 1997, the Jaguars, I got drafted by the Jaguars, and the Jaguars had been the AFC Championship the year before. Yeah. They and the Panthers were everybody's darling is this team that, oh my gosh, I can't believe they were as good as they were. And I can specifically remember kind of the conversations in the locker room being very, very positive and optimistic and almost self-congratulatory. And that's what I worry about, because that ended up being, they did not follow up with as good a performance in 1997 or 98, really. 99 was when we went to the AFC Championship again.
Yeah.
We went 14-2 in the regular season.
Yep.
Damn Jeff Fisher. And it was... But that's like a little part of my brain, kind of the same way, Sean, you and I are. Now that we've lived through a few financial booms and busts,
yeah.
You become the guy. You become the guy
Easy.
in the back of the room that's like, "Hey guys, just easy, all right? It's not everything. It's if it's too good to be true, et cetera, et cetera." There is that crotchety old man in me a little bit. Like, all right, I hope these guys aren't drinking the Kool-Aid too hard and too fast that they get a bellyache.
I have the same concern you do. Everything that I've heard from the guys that really matter on this team, like the compass, the tone setter guys, from DeMeco to CJ to Will Anderson to Stephon Diggs.
Right.
Don't put
Stephon
the cart.
Diggs can be that grumpy old man because he's been on the team that's been knocking it. He was on the Bills, and they were everybody's darling for the last few years. Oh, they're next. They're next. And he's seeing that it doesn't always work out that way.
Yeah, I feel like this team has a pretty good grasp on that if they end up going 9-8 this year, which would be a disappointment, it'll be because it turns out they just weren't good enough in certain spots, and they're going against a gauntlet of a schedule. Not that, they had 5 games where they just didn't show up for them. You know what I mean?
I love Greg Popovich's term for it, and maybe he got it from somebody else, but he always talked about the appropriate level of fear. Yeah. That, you got to always be finding that balance between confidence and fear. And so that's the constant quest, is just being sure your team has that appropriate level of fear.
All right, let's make sure we get at least one of each in before the end of the segment here. One more good thing and one more concern that you saw.
Okay, Xavier Hutchinson, because I don't think we spent enough time on him. The Xavier Hutchinson was exactly where he was supposed to be. He had solid and secure hands. It wasn't anything magnificent or anything, but just like Davis Mills, he was executing the offense. I think this is where one of the negatives is John Metchie. And, immediately after the game, you're thinking, all right, well, he wasn't targeted a whole bunch, and they were for shorter routes. He had one drop, maybe broken up pass, whatever it was, and one little 5-yard reception. Mm-hmm. When I went back and watched all his routes, there is something to John Metchie where he hasn't quite translated this newfound speed and explosiveness. He's not transferring it over to scrimmage situations. And we saw that in practice to a certain degree, but I think that he doesn't create the separation. He doesn't run his routes with the same level of suddenness that you see at times when he's in individual drills. DeMeco was asked about what he saw from Metchie the other night.
Yeah, Metchie, he showed up during camp just playing really fast, playing decisive, and we've seen that during the first couple of weeks of camp. Just want to continue to see that, in the game. Where the game was yesterday, we'll see how he improves to the next week. And that's a lot of guys, man. It's that first one out, it's all about, okay, this is your starting point. So I don't put a lot into the game. I just put a lot into how guys respond the next time, right? After we make the corrections, we show guys where they have to improve, whether it's, a D-line position, receiver, every position across the board. It's like, how can guys improve upon what they put out there on film on yesterday? So I'm excited to look ahead to this next week and to see how all of our guys improve.
So that's where you are with Metchie. I think you've seen the glimpses of what he can do and how potentially he could run routes. But it's very similar to playing one-on-one basketball versus playing on team basketball. There's things you can do on one-on-one. It's awesome. But if you can't do it in a team environment and you don't get into the flow of everything, you're not much good to that team. Jalen Green. And so you've got to figure out exactly how to translate it into the team stuff. So I think that as they look at Metchie right now, they're looking at somebody that is like, okay, obviously he had that ordeal for 2 years that he was dealing with, and now he's physically recovered, but now he's got to run the offense, and he's got a few more games to show it. But I thought it was pretty clear in DeMeco there. I think he had the same appraisal of it that John Harris and I do, which is Yeah, there's some really good things in the first couple weeks of camp, but you got to put it on film in the game.
He's in way more of a dogfight than I have been given credit for in the first 10 practices.
Myself too.
Yeah.
I got excited about watching the way he was moving and everything, and lost sight of the bigger picture.
Yeah. Like, if I even did choose one or the other right now, like if DeMeco said, hey, the league office called and say, hey, you got to pick your roster today, and you're down to Xavier Hutchinson or John Metchie, I'm probably taking Xavier Hutchinson at this point.
Yeah.
But Metchie's still got plenty of time. People are rooting for him.
Well, and Skoranek, too. I mean, you will give on Skoranek. Skoranek is a guy that I think the quarterbacks trust him. That catch he made on the Davis Mills scramble ball, which was a very nice play by Davis Mills. But those guys trust Skoranek. They put the ball out there in camp and he reels it in.
Well, he contributes the most outside of just being a wide receiver out of all those guys too. He's got
in terms of special teams,
teams, and a little bit of position flexibility.
Yeah, he can. He's a very, very willing and capable blocker. Which in this offense, these offensive coordinators really want that. It's not just lip service; they want their guys to be blockers.
All right, Andre Johnson goes into Canton. We're going to hear from Andre, the quiet kid that made it. Also, his salute to ownership as well. We'll hear, and the salute to the fans. If you missed the speech or you want to relive the highlights, this next segment coming up is for you. Stay there. Now, if you're somebody who at 9:38 in the morning is like, why am I still tired?
estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I really feel that in so many ways, Andre Johnson has taken the entire city of Houston with him to Canton, Ohio, because he stayed here and stood the test of time and said, follow me. I will show you what it takes to win. Just stick with me and we'll get there. And I'll be darned, he got there.
I'll end off with this. I'm happy as hell again to be your first Pro Football Hall of Fame. Thank you.
That was Andre Johnson. Did a phenomenal job in Canton on Saturday, accepting his induction into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Here's Andre Johnson letting all those folks that helped raise him, takes a village, said the quiet kid from Miami, he made it. And then he acknowledged a lot of people.
And I want to thank them to know that that quiet kid, I made it. Whether it was a teacher, little league coach, or just someone in the neighborhood, they always pushed me to be great. Not just in football, but in life. My mother made a decision that changed everything for me. Even now, I still tell her, sending me out of my zone district to go to school, to Miami High, was a game changer.
Yeah. I mean, that was, and he talked extensively. His high school coach was there, very emotional in the audience. It was really cool.
Yeah, and you know, both at University of Miami and at Miami High School, he talked about just how the culture was one of guys pushing each other, and also, you know, especially at Miami High, I think he mentioned just the support the guys had. For me, it was impossible to not think about the Texans itself and just trying to create the kind of culture where you have something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I loved the fact that he seemed so genuinely appreciative of the people and the environments that molded him, because it could have gone a million different ways. Yeah. You know, he could have grown up in some small town where where he didn't see that example of what you could do, or just been on had a horrible high school coach, all those things. I think Andre's keenly aware of that and grateful for it, and it's more evidence of just who he is as a person. He's never been somebody that needed to heap the attention on himself or was even seeking attention in any regard, I think.
No, his speech was almost biographical because he hit every facet of his upbringing and his nurturing in football, high school, college, pro. He thanked the McNairs in his speech on Saturday.
I want to say thank you to Cal, Hannah, and the McNair family. You guys took a chance on me, a kid from Miami. Didn't know what was going to happen. I was coming to an expansion team. Never really had been out of Miami until I came to Houston, and I could call Houston home. But I thank you guys for taking that chance on me. I appreciate you.
That was cool. They focused in on the McNairs, who were sitting with Figgy, who will be jumping on the air with us in 11 minutes here on Sports Radio 610. He's hosting with John Lopez this week. Yeah, I thought that was, you know, it's interesting, Seth, the thing he says there. I want to thank the McNairs for taking a chance on me. And I saw a lot of people like, how big a risk is Andre Johnson? He's a Hall of Famer. They didn't know that. Like, go look at the draft. There's a lot of third overall picks that wash out. You know?
Well, yeah, I think I was actually doing that, looking at his draft class.
Yeah.
And where the Texans, so credit to Charlie Casserly. I mean, it was Carson Palmer in the first #1 overall.
Yep.
Good pick. Then after that, you know, the Lions took Charles Rogers, the wide receiver, who was clearly a better choice at wide receiver than Andre Johnson. But of the guys that went after him, some good players. I mean, like Dwayne Robertson, Terrence Newman. But then you get into, you know, Jonathan Sullivan, Byron Leftwich, Jordan Gross, Kevin Williams had some good time. Terrell Suggs at 10 was like the first really, really notable guy that you got after Andre Johnson.
Yeah.
So it was, at the time, I think Andre was pretty much the presumed, that's the guy you should take. But they could have, teams have and would screw it up, like all the people that took somebody other than Terrell Suggs before between Andre and him.
Yeah, nothing's automatic, man. Nothing's automatic at all. Here was Andre Johnson to the Texan fans in attendance on Saturday.
To the Houston Texans fans, Jim Porter asked me if the Houston Texans were to get the game, how do you think the Houston fans would show up? I told him, you better get ready because we're going to show up and show out. I'm so appreciative of you guys. You guys have shown me so much love from the day I came to Houston, even to now, just being around the city. I was walking in the store the other day. A lady I don't even know. She didn't say, hey, Andre. She didn't say anything. All she said was, I see you in Canton. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys meant so much to my career. You guys motivated me. And I couldn't do a lot of the things I did if I didn't have you guys cheering me on. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
There we go. Shout out to the fans. And the Texan fans did show up. Big time.
Yeah, they did. It was cool. It was cool to see a lot of the familiar faces, like the hardcore face-painted ones that they've been wearing those same uniforms for 20 years.
They have not changed their uniforms.
That's a lot of sweat and laundry cycles that they've put through. Going hanging out and tailgating and in three-piece suits and face paint. That can't be pleasant.
Construction helmets and cowboy hats.
Intricate apparatus, headgear, all of that.
Paint, everything. Hey, speaking of which, I know Larry and Stafford was there in Canton on
big face paint guy
Saturday. Larry and Stafford, what's up, dude? How was it?
Hey, Sean, Seth, man, it was amazing, man. It, as a diehard man and just someone who really loves the Texans and really loves this city. Not only did the Houston Texans fans show up, but the McNairs and the whole organization. It was just first class, man, about everything we did up there in Canton. And just talking about Dre, I had the opportunity to be on the airplane on Continental Airlines with Dre. I think it may have been 2004 or something like that. It was right after his rookie year or whatever. And I sat next to him, man, and I was scared to death to talk to Andre Johnson because I had remembered, watching him ball in that national championship game at the U, and he was just so quiet. And to this day, I've had the opportunity. I met him at Benny Hunter's. I've met him at other football camps, and he always has this same demeanor, like hey man, he's just mean or whatever. But it was just great to see him get to relax and just release and let everybody. When he kept saying, I'm happy as hell, we was all just like, yeah, Dre, we happy as hell too, because we can't tell if you ready to fight everybody out here or you don't want to be bothered. But at least we know that you feeling the exact same. It was just amazing, man. And I'm telling y'all, when I was in Canton the whole time, just seeing Texan fans that excited about something that great that we hadn't experienced ever before in our history, man. It was just a wonderful thing to behold. I met Texas fans from all over the world, man. And I'm telling you, as God is my witness, when this team wins a Super Bowl, this city is going – if we do that up in Canton, son, this city is going to go absolutely crazy because it's just something that is just being a part of something this big and seeing the McNairs recognize that and understand that. It was just great, man. I'm telling you, I had the time of my life. I got so many pictures, and then seeing all them boys that was on his squad, man, and all them red shirts, and Ephraim Salam and Joel Dreesen and Eric Winston didn't even look like Eric Winston. I'm like, damn, who are all these dudes? But it was just fun, man. And I'm going to tell you, as somebody that really, really did not want to miss this, I am thankful that I was given an opportunity to really be there and be able to be a part of it. Because when we saw Dre come on that stage in that yellow jacket, man, it was almost like everybody in there just felt this magical experience happening. And I thank everybody from the city. I thank you guys because I saw Figgy and showed them up there. It was just a time to be had, and that's how you do it when you're from the H. So, fellas, I'm back in the H, and I feel good, but I'm going to have to recover from this one because it was a long 4 days for your boy. And
We'll see you Sunday, Larry. Larry and Stafford, I know he'll be out there at that fan practice on Sunday evening. at NRG Stadium. He echoed something you had said earlier in the show, Seth. Everybody's scared of Andre Johnson.
Yeah, no, there is. I mean, J.J. Watt said it. If you're feeling questionable about your manliness or something because you've been around Andre and you're kind of nervous around him, that's how J.J. Watt feels though too. He's a little intimidated by him.
Yep.
Andre is like a mirror, man. You kind of, because he's so quiet, but he's so. Like imposing, but not in an aggressive way or anything. He's perfectly comfortable just being in a place without feeling, any need or pressure to talk when he doesn't feel like there's something really important to talk about. That you do start to question, like, God, do I measure up? Is this what's going on here? Does he hate me? What's going on? Right. I don't know.
Man, it was cool to see on Saturday, man. Larry, we appreciate the phone call. Figgy is co-hosting with John Lopez on In the Loop today. They're both in here right now. And in this room, Figgy is the only one who was out there on
yes, he
Saturday.
Was.
Yeah, so you just heard Larry and Stafford call in, who I'm sure you saw it looked like Larry saw everybody when he was up there.
Yeah, I saw
did his description of the whole event and just how amazing it was match your experience up there this weekend?
Yeah, man.
It looked like on TV you were having a great time.
Oh, yeah. I was sitting with a couple billionaires.
We're going to talk about that.
No big deal.
No, we definitely going to talk about Cal and their kids.
Yeah. Something like
Cal, Hannah, and their kids.
Yeah.
I was sitting right behind one of the boys, or both of the boys.
Yeah, I saw that.
So every time I took a picture of something, they were right in the front.
Man, yeah.
Figgy, you might have to take Sean's mantle as the guy that the old 3 comma club.
I knew it.
You got 3 commas. I'm your guy.
Hey, man.
I think he know more billionaires than me right now.
No, but you've been watching me work, man. My ability to sidle up to him. Yeah, no.
I'm trying to get up to Sean's
level.
Been
learning from the GOAT. Yeah. Yeah. It looked amazing. A+ on his speech, I thought.
Oh, absolutely.
You've seen hundreds of Hall of Fame speeches, John Lopez. What'd you think?
I have. Well, this is how we're going to get into the show, and I want to mention it here with you guys. The best thing about his speech to me was it was him. Like it was like what Seth was just talking about. Like even just standing up there, you're like, I hope he doesn't go off on anybody right now.
Yeah.
But at the same time, how do you not respect him anymore than you could? Like it wasn't fancy. It wasn't like spinning stories. It was very straightforward, like Andre. It was thanking the right people, not missing a step. Like everybody in his speech, he thanked properly. It was
perfection.
It was perfectly Andre.
I thought it was perfection. I tweeted right after. That was perfection. And he had the shortest speech out of everybody.
Yeah.
14 minutes and 18 seconds. I timed them all. Yeah. 14.
It was also good that the teleprompter went out and he just went on.
I agree. I thought it became a better speech.
I was impressed
when the teleprompter
because it went out when right before he was talking about his mom.
Yeah.
And I thought he was probably getting choked up too.
Yeah.
But that was a long pause. I'm like, oh, here he go. Here he go.
Yeah.
And he went on. I didn't even realize it until afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys get to see Kikuchi on Friday?
We did.
It was like the only good thing that happened with the Astros.
The first
everybody's all upset about is the only good thing that happened.
Yeah, the first inning, I was like, oh, boy.
Yeah.
And then...
Not like this.
Yeah,
not the exact way that I feared that it would go. Yeah.
5 pitches in. 5 pitches.
Felt like you were like walking up to the guillotine and be like, oh, it's exactly what I feared.
And it's up there, and it's definitely going to chop my neck off. That's funny. All right, so we are done. We are about out of time, so you guys got plenty on the docket today to get to.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Yeah,
and the Texans are practicing right now.
Right as we speak, yeah.
At the university school.
Yeah.
Ontario's old alma mater on 100 wooded acres in northeastern Ohio.
I've been seeing the images of it, man. This thing looks like it's out in the middle of nowhere.
I did a deep dive. You should see their webpage.
Really?
They got facilities, man.
Okay.
Yeah. They got facilities.
Does Nick have his name on any of them?
I don't know. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I tried to enroll as a student. It was I want to have that experience.
48. All right. We are finished. John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Chris Santiago is on the 1s and 2s in there. So that's your lineup on In the Loop today. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and good tidings to you, Sean.
Thank you, sir. I will see you at 6 a.m. tomorrow. In the Loop starts. Yeah, tomorrow. We're coming back. All right. As far as I know. In the Loop starts now.
All right, Figgy, you were there, man, and I want to get into all that. But what we were talking about with the speech, like you could feel it on TV. I can't even imagine like being there. Just sincerity. And it's funny because Seth was telling that story about how he can be intimidating, and I remember it made me think about back when Mark and I on the mornings used to do the Verizon shows, and Andre would come on, and we did a Verizon show a couple of weeks after he walked off the field against Matt Schaub, when he was frustrated with Matt Schaub and the Texans and all that. And I'm like, well, I got to ask him. And I was like, I got to figure out a way to ask him about this. And I did, but he's scary. But quick side note, then I want to get into all your details, the boots on the ground over in Canton, Ohio. That's going to interest our listeners. I do want to say in about 18 minutes, we're going to give you an update. We're going to have a new permanent show, and we're going to tell you a little bit about it.
Wait, what?
We're going to have a new permanent show. We're going to have a new permanent show.
I'm excited to hear this.
There we go.
Sorry about that,
Yeah,
Chris.
so we'll tell you about that. New full-time host is going to be joining in the loop. But let's talk about Andre right now. This is the best. All I've been saying all weekend long is, I'm not going to lie, I'm happy as hell.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, I'm happy as hell. You heard Larry and Stafford talking about it? Take us through the weekend, man. Take us through the weekend.
Yeah, so y'all know I went to Canton, Ohio with the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Our flight was at 5 a.m., so we had to wake up a little early. So we got there. We got to the hotel around, I want to say, 11:30. Then around 1:30, we took off to Canton, and we stayed the whole day. So, it was a game that night, but before the game, we were just walking around, and it felt like we was in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
First, literally felt like it was hot.
Yeah.
It was muggy. It was hot. It was
storm brewing.
Yeah, that storm. Yeah, we look like we got a Hurricane Burrow over there, but man, it was a lot of Texans fans.
Mm-hmm.
Like Texans and Bears were dominating.
Yeah.
I know the Bears are like 6 hours away.
Yeah,
so it's not too far, but it was a lot of Texans fans, man. It felt like we was at home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so Friday, you had to go to Cleveland and then drive to Canton.
Yeah, so our hotel was in Beechwood, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
So that's right outside of Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
And it was about an hour drive each way.
Yeah.
So that was tough, man.
So you throw down your luggage and go to Canton.
Yep, we go to Canton. They had some events before the game, and me, Ron, and Clint was just walking around, and man, everybody just felt good. It was good seeing all of the Andre Johnson jerseys and just people in good spirits, man.
So you went out to jerseys too?
Yes. So they did the show at Jerseys.
Yeah, no, but I didn't know. Yeah,
I was there. Shout out to the Traveling Texans. They were out there. They actually hosted something out there. They was doing giveaways. The Toro was out there.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans cheerleaders was out there. Texans radio was out there. It was packed too, man.
Yeah.
I got a funny story about jerseys too, man. They did something. It was kind of finessing a little bit, man.
How's that?
So when we pulled up, they were charging the parking lots.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like $20.
Yeah.
And didn't really think nothing of it because people charged the park.
Yeah.
And so shout out to my Uncle Alan and my auntie Cookie.
Your family showed up?
Yeah, my family showed up. My sister showed up. And when they pulled up, they were like, wait a minute, we're not paying no $20 to park? And so my Uncle Alan had a Nick Chubb jersey on.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, oh, you're Browns fans? All right, you could go ahead.
Oh, they were just charging Houston fans?
So my sister pulled up, and they did the same thing.
That's called gouging. Or that's not even gouging. What is that? What is that?
I don't know, but I feel Tony Busby, if he's listening right now.
That's right.
Yeah, so
might have a class action thing.
So my sister pulled up, and they did the same thing. Like, we ain't paying no $20, and they didn't have any Browns gear on.
Yeah.
And they asked them, "Are y'all Browns fans?" I'm like, "Yeah." All right, go on in. So it was like 3 different people that were Browns fans. They let them in for free. So I'm like, oh man, y'all jerseys, y'all some finessers, man. What's wrong with y'all, man? Why y'all gonna do us Texans fans like that?
Yeah. So did you go to the flats and all that stuff?
Yeah, we went to the flats. So after the show at Jerseys,
I love that place.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how nice it was, man. It been a long time because I always look at the flats as kind of touristy.
Mm-hmm.
So I never really go down there as much, but we actually went to a place called Alley Cat. It's an oyster bar. So we was eating right off the water, man.
Oh,
so
man.
Right off the water. We saw the boats coming, and it was beautiful. We ended up going to a little club right across the street from it, and it was fun, man.
Yeah.
It was a really good time, man. It kind of made me want to go back to Cleveland for a vacation.
Yeah.
And I know
that vacation hotspot, Cleveland,
Yeah,
Ohio.
I know Joe Kim Nolan is probably throwing his hands up right now, but I'm like, man, I feel like me living there all them years, I never really did a lot of touristy stuff. Like I've been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame on field trips and little stuff like that, but
that's like San Antonio. I grew up in San Antonio. Obviously, I'm a Houstonian. I've been here for so damn long. But through high school, grew up in San Antonio. I went to the Alamo once. Once to the Alamo. Maybe twice, but I think it was once in the Alamo. Yeah. And so somebody told me about, before we get to Saturday, about a little 21st birthday party.
Oh, man. So we were, so me, Ron, Clint, and our boss, we went to the little club afterwards, had a little section.
Yeah.
And somebody was celebrating their 21st birthday.
Shots everywhere.
Yeah, so I'm gonna leave that alone. It was cool. It was fun. It was fun.
Yeah. So you got to Canton, a little bit of a rain delay. I mean, it was just coming through the TV, man. It was special.
It was rough, and it was a little frustrating too because first of all, it's a preseason game in the third quarter, and we knew the game. Like once it started raining and lightning, I'm like, all right, they got to cancel this game.
Yeah.
Like you can't go back out there like that.
Not preseason.
It's the end of towards the end of the third quarter of the preseason game.
Yeah.
And so they were like holding on for a long time. We like, what's taking so long?
Yeah.
And after a while, we like, okay, they trying to get these commercials in.
They're
trying to wait till around 11 o'clock to officially, I guess, terminate it. So I don't know why they didn't use the word cancel. They used terminate. But yeah, it was bad. That rain was bad, man.
Yeah.
It was real bad.
So you heard me talking about it. Like the best part of the speech to me was like it was Andre, man. Like he was just deliberate. He was sincere. You could feel it. You could see it. You're sitting with Cal and Hannah, literally rubbing elbows with Cal and Hannah McNair. Like, hey, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah. So I eased my way up there, man. I was, mingling right before Andre got up there. I was talking to Hannah. I gave her a hug and all that. Said what's up to Cal. And, JJ Watt was sitting at the table next to me a little bit. And, it was cool. And once the ceremony started, it was an open seat right there. I'm like, hey, let me sit right here and get some
Look
some
how
good
far
video.
Figgy has come.
I know, man. I didn't know I was going to get on the camera, man.
Look how far Figgy has come.
I would have threw up a peace sign or something.
So one thing stood out to me. You heard Larry and Stafford on Sean and Seth. It was awesome. He said it, I think, twice during his speech. It echoed the sincerity. He talked about Houston. How we all felt. I mean, like following social media was incredible. People were just like, you could practically feel the emotion. But this was Andre at the end of his speech.
I'll end off with this. I'm happy as hell again to be your first Pro Football Hall of Fame. Thank you.
Happy as hell, baby. I mean,
he said it like twice too.
He said it twice, and so let me ask you this about Andre Johnson, because this is why. The entire organization is where it is today. I said this last week because of Andre Johnson. Now, last week we talked about the three things on the field. The catch against the Jaguars that ended up being a game winner on a bubble screen. The play against the then Redskins to tie it, and they ended up winning in overtime. And then the ridiculous Cardinals touchdown that they showed there that we talked about the day after it happened or whatever. So those were the three most significant on the field moments in Andre Johnson's career. But he got me thinking about why that whole environment was like perfect for Houston, perfect for Texans, perfect for Andre because of Andre Johnson. So it got me thinking about like the three off the field moments in Andre's career. That got the Texans where they are today. I think number 3 was Hall of Fame weekend itself, and not to downplay it, but let me explain a little bit. Not just because he was the first, and that was cool at the end, being your first inductee into the Hall of Fame, but because it was for everyone in the organization and the city. Like the Texans, like they're not just a cute little team anymore.
Yeah.
They're just not like you pat them on the head, give them a juice box and some candy and move them on their way. Like that kind of signal, like we're legit. And if you don't believe me, look at how this team is going to play this weekend.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think it said a lot too because I mentioned this before how C.J. Stroud is so popular now, where even little kids are like that had nothing to do with Houston, are just C.J. Stroud fans.
Yeah.
So they just jumped on board, and then you got the old school fans who are very familiar with Andre Johnson, and they walk up to us Texans fans like, "Hey, Andre deserved this. Y'all deserve this." They were like rooting for us. They wasn't really, I know a lot of people like Devin Hester and everybody else, but a lot of people were like, "Hey, y'all deserve it, and y'all got a good team, man."
Yeah,
like, I'm rooting for y'all.
You just remind me a little side note on his speech because I think it interests a lot of our listeners. So he talked about the team being there, and he said one of you. He said one. He said one of you is going to be here someday. Do you think he was talking about C.J. Stroud, or do you think he was talking about like just one of you? I think he was talking about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I could see that. I'm sure probably Lonnie Johnson felt like he was talking about him.
Yeah, Lonnie, of course. But it could be any number. It could be Will Anderson. Could be Larry Tunsil.
Yeah, and I think it's a good chance.
And if they're good and they win a Super Bowl teams get more Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a fact.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I think he was definitely talking about CJ. I think you could make a case for somebody like a Laramie Tunsil. It's a lot of people you can make a case for.
Yeah. All right, so the second thing of his best off-the-field contributions that have the Texans where they are today. So November 17th, 2013, Andre Johnson walked off the field early. He was frustrated with Matt Schaub, frustrated with the Texans losing, frustrated that the Texans had lost now 8 games in a row. They were 2-8. And Bob McNair had to talk about it afterwards, like the week after or the day after or whatever. So when Andre Johnson walked off the field after everything he'd done, and you heard Kubiak talking about him and all that, he finally he kind of said, "We got to do better, man. We got to do better than that." Like just doing that because he knew better.
Yeah.
Just doing that was a signal to the front office. Now they ended up trying, and ultimately Kubiak, they had a real bad injury-riddled season. They brought in Bill O'Brien. But that was Andre Johnson making a statement that this organization isn't cute anymore. We got to do better.
Yeah, and I think that means a lot coming from Andre because if you know Andre, he's kind of low-key and quiet. So it seemed like, and I know you're going to get the number one in a minute, which ties into this.
Yeah.
But whenever he speaks, people listen.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like having that parent that don't really discipline you, but when they yell at you, you know you did something wrong. You know you got to look in the mirror at this point. If Andre is upset with something and he voices, why he's mad, then it's like, okay, we got to do something.
Yeah.
If he spoke up.
Yeah. That's why the Texans are where they are. That's why we have these expectations. That's why we think that they're going to be really special. Now, the number one off-the-field thing that completely changed everything for this organization. Like, the reason so many players they would have been there for Andre anyway, but the reason so many players are back in the fold is because in 2021, Andre said, quote, in a tweet, which he had to think about and type.
And he don't tweet a lot either.
And press
he
send.
Is not really on Twitter.
And he's not a big tweeter, like you just said. Quote, since Jack Easterby has walked into the building, nothing good has happened in or for the organization, and for some reason, someone can't seem to see what's going on. Pathetic, 3 exclamation points. That right there is as big a reason as anything why the Texans are where they are right now, because of Andre Johnson.
I agree, man. I agree. And I think that's the moment where people were just like, man, you pissing off Andre Johnson.
Yes, you lose Andre, you lose everything.
Yeah, and they did lose Andre.
He was out.
Yeah, he was out. And, I don't want to go back to the old days, but that was depressing around that time, man, where, you got your legends that don't want anything to do with the team. You had J.J. Watt wanting out. He said, I was done, get rid of me pretty much.
Yeah.
And so that was crazy. And like I said, I'm looking at his Twitter, and he deleted the tweet, which I'm fine with. But his last tweet was December 6, 2020.
Yeah.
So he don't tweet at all, man.
Yeah.
He don't tweet at all. So that was very crazy for him to go out there and tweet that.
Yeah. He said, For some reason, someone can't seem to see what's going on. We know who that someone was.
Yeah.
That someone was Cal and Hannah, whomever. Yeah. So Andre Johnson is the reason that today we're going to talk about, and by the way, the Texans are on the practice field at the University School in Ohio. We're going to give you some updates. A couple of guys that aren't practicing today. I don't know quite what to make of that. But Andre Johnson is the reason that the Texans are here.
And it felt so good, too, when he, said a thank you to Cal and Hannah, that because that's where they were. I mean, that tweet was pretty much calling them out.
Yeah.
And everything is good now. You never would have thought they had, he called them out about that. Everything is good.
I had former players that I've had discussions with or text exchanges or whatever that flat out told me, like they used to have all these alumni days or whatever they call them, when they have that special day every season. They wouldn't show up. They wouldn't show. I mean, they would have, all due respect, they would have players show up, but they weren't exactly Shane Leckler, Andre Johnson, all Arian Foster. Well, who knows about him? But all these legendary players would not come to this event. And that's because Andre tweeted that, and they all got in line with him.
Yeah. So that was the other good thing about being in Canton, too. He was, we saw Dante Robinson was there, man.
How about that? I saw that.
I didn't even recognize him.
Yeah.
So they actually came to jerseys. It was him, Travis Johnson, and Vontae Leach. And I was like, who was that guy?
Chris Myers was there.
Yeah. I seen.
Dude looks like he weighs 200 pounds.
Yeah, it was good to see all these people, but I seen Dante Rob. I didn't know it was him until he left, and I'm like, "That's Dante Robinson." I'm like, "Dang, I ain't even recognize him, man." So it was good to see everybody united like that, man. Yeah. It was a great weekend for the Texans.
It was awesome. All right, so we're gonna give you the update on who's not practicing today. DeMeco Ryans, we're gonna get him live, straight up at noon. His comments, which I'm sure are going to be about what we were just talking about, and as well as practice, some of the players that aren't participating, et cetera. But right now, next, In the Loop's going to have a new look, and it's going to happen real soon. Some of y'all may have been wondering when and how it's going to happen. We're going to tell you exactly when and how it's going to happen, plus Texans updates next.
The Texans couldn't take down the Bears in the Hall of Fame game.
Sports Radio 610.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, it's happening, Figgy.
What's happening?
It's happening. Have you noticed things been a little different the last couple months around here?
A word.
Up in these parts.
Word.
Hey, we're going to give you some Texans updates on the practice field right now. Who's practicing, who's not practicing, etc. But let's get to this because In the Loop is going to have a new look very, very soon. Now, I want to just say a couple of things right off the top here and then get your reaction, Figgy, because I think it's very, very important. First and most important, this is something that really doesn't get enough public credit for, and that's our program director, Parker Hillis, and our market manager, Sarah Frazier. You know, we've been looking for a new host for the last couple of months. And by the way, it's kind of humbling and cool. I don't really know how much of this I should say. Let's just say, this. More than 150 people have been trying to get on this show. I can't mention any names, but some of them are very, very familiar, very, very familiar to Houston radio listeners. But Sarah and Parker have a vision for this show, so they've been taking their time, doing it the right way. They don't want to just put somebody in there just to get it done. Parker's been real adamant about taking his time. Don't rush, all that stuff. Don't be convenient. Don't make it the easiest hire. So I can tell you, it's been very, very diligent, thorough. Lots and lots and lots of people are wanting to join In the Loop because Figgy's the best in the world, and the Sports Radio 610 is a powerhouse. I mean, if we're just being honest and less than a little humble. But so it's been going on, and I want to shout out some people in particular that have kind of kept things, going. We're still doing fantastic as a show, which is awesome. And that's you more than anybody. Figgy Fig, you've been running this thing like a champ. We all know that. Sean Bijani has done some shows. Mark Vandermeer, Patrick Creighton, Adam Spillane. And then I feel like I got to do a special shout out to B. Scott. That dude does everything, and he does everything at a real high level. Yeah. And he's carried a lot of weight. He's been terrific. He's been patient, and I just love the dude. And of course you too. So here's what we're going to tell our listeners: the patience is going to pay off. All right, the patience is going to pay off. We have a new show. There is going to be the next version of In the Loop, and I think it's going to be great. I think it's fantastic. So here's what you need to know: August 19th, 10 a.m.
Mark it down.
In the Loop. August 19th. So I guess 2 weeks from today.
Yeah.
August 19th. We're going to have more details in the coming days. But I can tell you this about the show. It's going to be about H-Town. It's going to be about young blood, which is one of the things you and I both wanted. It's going to be a show that represents everything about Houston. And it's going to be a third voice, the lead voice, who's going to be an absolute star in this business for a long, long time. Houston guy, and the city's going to love him. So it's been tough. I just wanted to throw that out there. People have been asking. So there you have it.
I'm super excited, man. I'm ready to get rolling. I'm fired up. And yeah, I think the city going to love this, man. I'm super excited for the next chapter.
How's the last 2 months been for you?
Hey, I haven't noticed anything.
The patience is what the thing is, right? And the show's been kicking butt.
Yeah. So I appreciate everybody just hanging with us, man. I appreciate all the guys you just named that was filling in. And, it's not always easy, working with that many people and all that. But, man, salute to everybody who been, down with us.
And the dudes that were interested in the job. Like I said, more than 150, probably closer to 200. Yeah. And dozens of interviews. Parker, he knows I'm not trying to kiss butt or anything. Parker's been kicking ass. Like mock shows we've been doing behind the scenes, interviews, making sure he gets the right guy that's a Houston guy that, knows H-Town, young blood, as I talked about. So that's been awesome. So August 19th, mark your calendar. And the best news is Figgy Fig and I, for the next 2 weeks.
I know,
We're
man.
setting the stage.
I know. It feels weird being in the studio, man.
Oh,
I'm so used to doing everything behind the glass where I was about to take the show to break. I kind of
I can attest.
over.
Like right before the last break, Figgy reached to for his Yeah. like he literally reached Chris Santiago behind the glass, and Chris has been a champ too, stepping in, for you and all that other stuff. But yeah, man, I'm excited, and it's big time.
Yeah, we gonna do some cool things, man. So, like, I know the last couple months, I guess it sounded a little different.
Yeah,
but man, it's gonna be worth it, man. I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, you're gonna love it. You're gonna absolutely love it. We got a star in the making, and getting it done.
Well, thank you, man.
Yeah, you too. All right, so Texans are on the field right now. I don't know what to make of some of these. Kamari Lassiter is not practicing. Will Anderson's not practicing. Joe Mixon is not practicing, and Danielle Hunter's not practicing.
It seemed like I don't want to say a star treatment.
Joe Mixon we get.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think Lassiter's starting, man.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's a start. They treating him like a starter right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of weird all of them being out like this.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they just kind of preserving them a little bit, just kind of giving them a practice off.
Treating him not like a veteran. I mean, he's a rookie. He needs to be out on the field, but
he didn't even play.
He didn't even play.
Yeah. I think that was a big key too, because Kalen Bullock played, a couple other people played, but they treating him like a starter, man.
Yeah.
So I wonder if this is kind of like I want to call it a Veterans Day off, but
just a starter's day off.
Yeah, kind of resting them a little bit.
Man, that facility is nice.
It is.
Have you been out there?
I've never been. I know where it's at, but like I said, in that area, it's a lot of trees and woods where you got to drive deep into the woods to even get to it, man. I probably can't even just drive up there and go. I probably got to go through a gate and all that stuff. It's really like it's just like a whole little village, and it's connected with John Carroll.
Yeah.
So, Nick
Casario's
I've never even been there,
Nick
man.
Casario's stomping ground.
Yeah.
He went to high school there.
Yeah. I've been to John Carroll before, but I didn't even know that high school was even in there.
Yeah. So this was clearly a Nick Casario production, but they did it right. I mean, we're getting reports. We're looking at it right now. I mean, this place looks like an NFL facility. It's badass. And so we're probably going to have a report from the University School in Ohio. But C.J. Stroud's practicing, Tank Dell's practicing, Stephon Diggs practicing. They're going full go on everything. On the game itself, like B. Scott and I kind of gave our takeaways on the game, on Thursday. But from where you were and watching the game and with Clint and Show and everything else, I thought Cam Akers, and he's getting more reps today.
Yeah, no, he looked all right, man. I would be shocked if he didn't make this team, man. If he didn't make this team, I'm kind of curious why and what's going on. But no, he looked fresh. He looked good.
Yeah,
like, man, he got a chance.
So
man.
It's going to be obviously Joe Mixon, Damian Pierce, Cam Akers, and Dario Gumbawale.
Yeah, I think
that might leave room for one more.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious now because if I'm Damian Pierce and I seen that, I'm like, oh, I got to play.
Yeah,
I got to play this
game. Special teams too, though.
Yeah. So I'm kind of curious what they're gonna do with Cam Akers.
What was the buzz like about the kickoffs in the stadium?
We were all sitting there with our popcorn watching. We're like, all right,
and there was a big nothing. I think it's going to be a big play. I think it's going to be an important play in the league, but. The first one, it was like they were just kind of feeling it out.
Yeah, and it was a couple false starts, but I guess a couple times they left a little early. Yeah, it was a flag, but the first time it was cool. They was trying to figure it out, but they changed this rule. I don't know if they changed it to make it more exciting or to kind of prevent injuries.
Yeah,
because I still feel
probably
like
both.
I still feel like somebody.
Oh, you're gonna have some injuries.
Yeah, because it was some hits where I'm like, whoa, like that.
Yeah, it's just closer quarters.
Yeah, they were still running full speed where I'm like, oh,
yeah.
So you still get some injuries, but you'll definitely get a little more excitement from it.
All right, we're gonna localize it next, and when it comes to the Astros. There's good news, and then there's bad news, and then there's more bad news, and then there's news we don't know what the heck to make of. That's next.
After a rain-shortened Texans loss, how does Coach DeMeco
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, you want the good news or the bad news first, Figgy?
Good news.
Good news? How about our guy, Kikuchi?
Kikuchi.
I love Kikuchi!
I guess she does. I guess she does. I want to hear that again.
I love Kikuchi!
Of course. Who doesn't?
Share the week. We love Kikuchi.
So Friday, man, like I'm watching the game, and the first inning, I'm like, oh, Lord, this is like the worst possible way you could start as the guy that people, and it wasn't his fault, that people are mad at Dana Brown. But like the guy that is kind of the focal point of it all.
Yeah, we was sitting there and we was kind of keeping score on our phones because we was out and about. Like Clint texted us and said, "Uh-oh, Kikuchi gave up a bomb." I'm like, "Oh man!" I'm like, "It's about to be one of those games." But man, he started knocking them down after that, man.
Yeah, and Spencer Arrighetti. Was 12 strikeouts.
Yeah, so Kikuchi had in his debut, he had 11 Ks,
8 in a row.
Yep, 8
at
in a
one
row,
point.
11 Ks. Blanco on Saturday had 7 Ks, and Arrighetti yesterday he had 12 Ks.
Yeah,
so they were knocking them down, man. Just the offense went AWOL.
All right, let's get to some bad news here. The Astros got shut out yesterday on 3 hits. They also have scored 3. This is what's. I mean, if you don't shake out of this, you know, who knows what's going to happen? But the division race is already obviously going to be tight all the way. They got shut out in 3 hits. They also have scored 3 or fewer runs in 5 of their last 6 games. They've also lost 5 of their last 7 games. And the other bad news, it shouldn't be a surprise, but the other bad news, Joe Espada said that Lance McCullers is done for a 2nd consecutive full season.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
Oh, word.
Yes.
Dang, I thought he was going to come back.
I mean, he's done, right? He's done.
Yeah. Forking it done.
2 full seasons?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
It's crazy because I talked to him on the red carpet at the Houston Sports Awards. And I asked him how I was a little strange because I was like, I don't even know how to. Is he doing okay? Is he rehabbing?
He's fine when you talk to him.
He said he was good.
Yeah, it's been several months. And hey, what's going on? And look, he's a friend of the show. He's come on here. We like him. We love him.
I actually asked him how rehab and all that stuff was going. He said it's going well. He's looking forward to pitching.
Yeah.
That was it.
2 full seasons.
Yeah.
By the way, Joe Espada also said, quote, everything is moving in the right direction. Moving in the right direction? I don't want him to be like the doctor and I'm lying in bed thinking like I'm dying and he goes, no, you're fine. You're good.
No, you would have thought he had like an Alex Smith type of injury.
Yes.
Like 2 years and it's like, all right, he moving in the right direction. Man, how bad was this injury?
2 years is moving in the right direction?
Yeah. I mean, I guess you got to say something positive, I guess, but man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't focus on him like that.
Yeah, you just can't make any plans with Lance McCullers in them.
Yeah.
You can't. And that doesn't affect this year. We didn't expect him, but like you've got all these things, these plans trying to stay relevant in the future. You know, Verlander, there was a story over the weekend, like if they have a good year, he's thinking about retiring. Who knows? That's just a rumor. But there is a little bit of good news. Verlander and Luis Garcia seem to be making some progress. So so it's like good news, bad news, good news, bad news.
It's kind of funny because when Verlander spoke, I felt like he mentioned his shoulder. Like he was coming back from his shoulder. It's like, what? I thought it was the neck.
Yeah.
I thought he slept wrong.
Yeah.
So
one of those things.
I guess it was his shoulder.
And then there's the news that I just don't know what to make of. So Kyle Tucker. It's now been 2 months since he had a deep bone bruise. By the way, that's going to be one of my confessions at 12:20. I'll share something about that to you guys. So it's been 2 full months since this deep bone bruise. So Joe Espada was asked about Tucker again this weekend, and he said, quote, it'd be great, but I'm not going to sit here and say that it's going to happen if he can come back in August. It'd be great. So now it could be 3 months?
Yeah. And last time I checked, didn't they say he was like day-to-day when it first happened and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Like, I never heard nobody being day-to-day after a fractured leg or something, man.
He said it again this weekend. Dude's been out for 2 months, and he said, quote, it's kind of day-to-day. We'll see how he feels and how we build him up, but it would be too aggressive for me to say that we'll have him by the end of the month. It's a possibility, but not going to go there. Bro.
Why they didn't just tell the truth, man? What? I don't understand all of this, man. Just say, hey, it was a rough injury. He gonna be out for a minute.
So all that good news, bad news, good news, bad news, and in the midst of it, the Mariners are now 1 game up on the Astros in the division, and the Rangers. The Astros are going to face the Rangers now, and so. How you feeling about this Astros team now? It's been up and down. Like, good news, bad news has been the story of the last month.
Yeah, I think the good news is the starting pitchers they were balling this weekend. The bad news is, like, I don't know what to expect from this offense now. Remember, the whole thing was the starting pitchers. So now, like, I'm still a little iffy about the starting pitchers, but man, they need some of everything, man. That was the issue at the trade deadline, man. They couldn't they couldn't fill all of the holes. So now you're starting to see it.
I just got a sinking suspicion feeling that this whole trade deadline thing is gonna come back to haunt them. Hopefully not. I mean, they got the Rangers, Hunter Brown going tonight, Fromber going tomorrow, and then you say Kikuchi. I love Kikuchi.
We love Kikuchi!
We love Kikuchi. Is going on Wednesday. So, yeah, if they don't win the series, the Rangers, and heaven forbid they get swept, the Rangers are going to make up some serious ground on them there. And then they go to Boston after that. But, nah, man, I just don't know what to make it. The other thing is, like, you kind of burn through some because they pitch so well. You burn through some bullpen arms.
Yeah, that would have been the perfect opportunity for the offense to step their game up, and that could have easily been 3 wins.
Some premium
arms. The way they were pitching, and now I don't know what to expect for real, man.
So what if they don't have Kyle Tucker?
If they don't have Kyle Tucker, man,
the rest of the way.
It's going to be hard trying to get to the playoffs. And look, they've been doing pretty good without him.
They've been doing great.
Yeah. Man, I don't know if you could get to the playoffs without no Kyle Tucker at all, man.
Another piece of good news, though, is like Altuve and some of the big names that you're counting on. They've had their streaks, but they haven't been like smoking the ball during their last few weeks. It's been the other guys. So the offense is doing something even without them.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think they definitely need to step it up. I hope the starting pitcher can kind of keep this going, and if you could get Verlander back, and possibly I don't know what to expect from Garcia. Yeah. Like, because the last time we saw him, remember, he changed his whole pitching motion and wasn't really that good, ended up getting hurt.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to expect from him, but if you could get some solid innings out of them and the offense pick it up, I think it could have a chance.
What do we expect out of Verlander? That's the one that I don't know.
Yeah, I'm at a point where, man, if you could just give me 5 innings and then give it to our bullpen to kind of let them carry it the rest of the way, I'd be fine with that. But I think why they made the trade was, dudes going out there giving you 2 or 3 innings, and it's tough to win a game like that. So if he can get through, 5 to 6 innings maybe and give it to the expensive bullpen, then I think they have a chance.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, I mean, we're not doctors. But, I mean, it's like so safe to say right now, dude broke his leg.
Yeah, he might as well broke his leg. How long he been out? If you out that long without a broken leg,
like if you break your leg, like just a clean hairline fracture, 2 months you're back.
Yeah.
Like it might even be more serious than that.
Yeah, no, I think so too.
You put it in a cast, you go through your rehab, you come back, you're usually back in 2 months.
Yeah, in real life, if that happened to me, I'm gonna lie and say I broke my leg to sound more cool. If I'm doing this all from a bruise, and I know it could be serious, I know, all that, but I'd rather say I broke my leg if I was out that long.
Yeah.
Possibly 3 months.
Well, then you got, he said, I don't know if he's going to be back. It might be kind of putting the cart ahead of the horse, and I'm paraphrasing, but that's kind of what he said, to have him back by the end of August. Okay, so first of all, you got a month of baseball.
Yeah.
So you're in a race. You're a game back of the Mariners. You got the Rangers and the Red Sox. Who knows what's going to happen? So like if you're whatever, a game up, a game down, or 2 games up, 2 games down, or whatever, and you're going into September, he still has to do a rehab assignment.
Yeah, and it's a tight race too. It's not like they're in a comfortable league where they don't have to rush them back.
Yeah.
It's a tight race, man. It could be either Seattle, the Astros, or the Rangers.
Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating. Now, like you talked about it, like Spencer Arrighetti, you don't know what to get out of him every week, but this last outing, struck out 12.
Solid.
Real solid. Kikuchi started out, and I can't tell you, I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, man, this internet is about to erupt.
What was it, like 6 pitches and 2 runs?
Yeah.
I was like,
man.
This is the worst.
Maybe it was the little nervous jitters or something like that.
Yeah, that's had to be what it was, because then he settled down. He struck out 8 in a row, struck out, 11 altogether?
Yeah.
Something like that. Astros win. But they've lost 5 out of 7 games. And then, the offense, like I don't have all the games in a row, but they've scored 3 or fewer runs, like I said, in 5 of their last 6 games. 3 of those are 2 of those are 1 run, and 1 is 0 runs.
Yeah.
Like if this offense doesn't get going,
that's a problem.
That's a wrap.
That's a problem, especially getting this type of quality starts from these pitchers that you've been having issues with before.
You can't waste them.
You can't waste them, man.
Not in this division. Not when, like as Adam Spillane likes to say, the margins are so small. It's going to get real interesting with the Astros right now. So I guess we just localize it only with the Astros, but that's okay because they're in the thick of things, man. Hey, we're going to get you some Texans practice reports from the field. We're going to get you DeMeco Ryans live at 11:40, 12. Yeah, he's going to be live at noon our time. But right now, next, speaking of next, I'm going to ask you guys that. 713-572-4610. Feel free to just jump in with your thoughts. So you're going to hear from Andre Johnson talking about the Hall of Fame and a future Texan that's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Maybe he was talking about more than one. So current Texans, we know JJ's in. JJ's going to be in. Who's got next? Who do you think has that Andre Johnson was talking about, or who's got a possibility, and why that possibility might get a lot better if the Texans get where we think they are? That's next.
The Texans couldn't take down the Bears in the Hall of Fame game.
Nelson
The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Don't think I didn't forget how you got out of that 21st birthday discussion so quickly.
That who? I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, you were at a party where a bunch of girls were having a 21st birthday, right? Yeah, moving on. Moving on. We'll go. All right, so Texans about to wrap up practice. We're going to get you all that. But, okay, so I don't know. Maybe there's just my mind working in a weird way or whatever, but I don't think I'm alone. So Andre Johnson, first Texan, obviously, in the Hall of Fame. He mentioned, like, as an example, as a guy that put this organization on his shoulders. I mean, you heard Kubiak talking about that. Put Houston. That was cool when Kubiak was talking about that. Put Houston in the Hall of Fame, the city of. But he mentioned, like, the team being there. And this is what he said.
To the team, the Houston Texans that are here, man, I hope you guys really take this in. Enjoy it, cherish it, because one day, one of you guys could be standing up here, man. DeMeco, I love you, brother. I appreciate you.
All right. One of you guys is going to be standing up, you brother. Is he talking about one guy and we know who that guy is?
I'm not sure, man, because look, it's a couple people you can honestly say, like, oh, that person gonna be up there.
Yeah.
Shoot, 2 or 3 of them. You could honestly say. I don't know if he's talking about one person. I think he was probably saying in general.
I immediately started thinking about C.J. Stroud like everybody else. But then I started thinking, I think he was, like, the team was there. You were there. Yeah. The whole team was there. It was really cool. DeMeco made sure of it. And so he's like, one of you guys is going to be up here, brother. So I immediately went to C.J. Stroud. That's the obvious choice. Now, J.J. Watt is not in the discussion.
Yeah.
Because he was talking to this team, this roster.
Yeah.
So we all know J.J. Watt's going to be the next Texan enshrined into the Hall of Fame. But here's where I think it gets really interesting. Like, who are some candidates? 713-572-4610. Now, let me lay this backdrop out for you, Figgy. Because we all think this team, if not this year, certainly soon, they got a real shot to get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a real shot. I don't think that's hyperbole. You guys know I've been doing this a long time. I've never seen a team that I've been this confident in the past, and I can go back to the early 90s and the Love You Blue Oilers and all that stuff. I've never been this confident in a team. So this is where I think it gets real interesting. If you win a Super Bowl, players on that team who might not have been as seriously considered for the Hall of Fame get into the Hall of Fame. Now, let me give you a little bit of a history lesson. I didn't go into the recent history of the Super Bowl, so I went back to 2005 because you got to give time, for players to get, nominated and then the votes, and then they're waiting in line, especially at some positions more than others, like receiver, which was actually one of the more impressive things that Andre did get in ahead of some other guys. So let me go back to Super Bowl, the 2005 Super Bowl, Super Bowl 34. These are the Patriots from that team that have made the Hall of Fame. Great players, but you have more players because you won a Super Bowl. When you have that on your resume, you got a better chance. Ty Law and Richard Seymour from the Patriots, Brian Dawkins and Terrell Owens from the Eagles. All right? Now, we're not going to have a discussion about their Hall of Fame merits or whatever, but I think the fact that they won that Super Bowl, certain players might get a little bit
of a nod.
Yeah.
Or honestly, if they have a good season with them, a good season and, get to a Super Bowl or win a Super Bowl, that kind of give them an edge.
Yeah. Okay, so Super Bowl 35. 35. That's Steelers 21. No, I jumped up. So let's go back to 2005. Like I said, and then you go ahead to 2006. Alan Faneca, Troy Polamalu, Steve Hutchinson, Walter Jones. Some of those guys might not have been in the Hall of Fame if they weren't on that Super Bowl team. Let's go to another year, the next year. Tony Dungy, Marvin Harrison, Peyton Manning, obviously a given. Brian Urlacher, some of those are just givens. You move up a little bit. to, let's say, the 2009 Super Bowl. Edgerrin James, Kurt Warner. As you move forward, you got guys like Charles Woodson. He's a lock. Some of these other guys that maybe just gain a little favor because they were on a Super Bowl team. So if we squint a little bit and the Texans make the Super Bowl, what players on this team, because they're really, really good and in the discussion for the Hall of Fame, might get that extra edge and get into the Hall of Fame?
I'm looking right now. Obviously, we're gonna mention the Laramie Tunsil's.
Mm-hmm.
I think Will Anderson. I think he's gonna be a really good player in the league.
Mm-hmm.
I think he have a chance. Obviously, C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
I think Derek Stingley is going to be a top corner in this league for a long time, and I think he have a chance. I think it get a little tricky. I'm thinking of one right now that I don't know how long he will be here as a Houston Texan, but if he keep having the years he been having, I think Danielle Hunter might enter it. I know it's going to be a little tricky.
I think Danielle Hunter's the perfect example.
Yeah, I think I think it get a little tricky too because depending on how long he stay here, because he got a 2-year deal. If he stay here for 2 years and dip, I'm wondering if that will be considered like a Texan Hall of Famer, if that makes sense.
No, I get you, but
because like Andre, he bounced around.
Same thing with Stephon Diggs.
Yeah,
like if he has 2 more, well, he's only here for 1 year. But if he let's somehow something happens,
is he gonna get in as a Houston Texan?
But if you win a Super Bowl, you're remembered as being from that team.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think Danielle Hunter. I think he's up there. He having a quiet, good. Great year, man. And I know people don't really put him up there or mention him as a top 5 DN and all that stuff, but if you look at how it's going now with his stats and all that stuff, if he keep going, to me that's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
that's a Hall of Fame defensive end.
And the other thing about when you win a Super Bowl, generally speaking, your best players are going to be guys that make huge plays either in that run or in the Super Bowl or for 2 or 3, 4 years. So if the Texans, it's almost like if this happens, then this is more likely to happen. Yeah. If the Texans can get to and win a Super Bowl in the next 2 or 3 years or however long, then it stands to reason Will Anderson is going to be a big part of it.
Yeah.
Derek Stingley is going to be a big part of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's way too early to say these guys are on a Hall of Fame track. Absolutely way too early.
Yeah.
But the fact that if they can get as a team where they belong, they're going to be great.
Yeah.
So that means they got a shot.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And I think, like I said, to take those guys out, take the CJs, the Stingleys, and the Andersons of the world out, I think definitely Laramie Tunsil, if he win a Super Bowl, I think he's a lock already. I think he's one of the top linemen. But if he win a Super Bowl, I think he definitely have a chance to get in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But Danielle Hunter for sure. If he keeps going, playing the way he been playing, and wins the Super Bowl with the Texans
and stays around,
yes, I think he will be a Hall of Famer.
Like again, I just want to reiterate this because people are like, you guys are crazy. We're not saying they're on a Hall of Fame track. We're saying if these things happen, then they got a better shot.
If their career go the way we think it is,
yeah,
I think so. I think these players we name are going to be Hall of Famers.
So if you had to pick, was he talking about Laramie Tunsil or was he talking about C.J. Stroud?
I'm gonna say C.J. Stroud.
I'm gonna say C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he was on that stage and be like, "Oh, Laramie Tunsil, you up next, bro."
Yeah,
yeah. I think it's C.J. Stroud.
Did you see McClain's tweet?
I think a lot of people seen McClain's tweet, and I think this was right after the Andre speech.
Yeah, I get it. And John McClain is one of my very best friends.
Yeah, that's my man's right there.
He's one of my very best friends. But if McClain was in this room, I would say, man,
if he was
pick your spots.
If he was in Canton and he was on his phone getting ready to tweet that, I'm like, man, don't do it, man. Don't even do it. So he tweeted, "It's official. The Pro Football Hall of Fame selection committee was shut out. First time I can remember, no mentions. Congratulations to the class of 2024 and the committee members who championed them."
All right, so he did this on Saturday.
This was at 3:52 p.m.
About the time it all ended.
Yeah.
So John, I know listens. John, like I said,
John,
you know how
you my man.
You know how I feel about you.
I love you, man.
But here's the thing: if you tweet that, it's official. The Pro Football Hall of Fame selection committee was shut out. That means you were listening for a mention. Like in every speech, you were listening for a mention of the Pro Football Hall of Fame Selection Committee.
Yeah.
Don't do that,
Yeah,
man.
you can't do that, man. And look, I get he worked hard to try to get Andre in the Hall of Fame and all that stuff, all the stuff behind the scenes and making the pitch and all that stuff. But man, you can't say that out loud, man. You can't mention that. That was Andre's moment. Just congratulate Andre and talk about how good he is and just keep it moving, man. Because I don't think people and look, I get where you're coming from, I guess, but ain't nobody listening just to hear some of the Hall of Fame selection committees.
Yeah.
And see if they were mentioned or not, man.
You know what? If you want your feelings hurt a little bit, if you get your feelings hurt a little bit, that's cool. Because let's be honest, John McClain was integral in getting Andre Johnson. There's a backlog of wide receivers that are certainly deserving of getting in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And John McClain stood up there year after year. Andre Johnson probably should have, maybe. I shouldn't say probably should have, but probably should have mentioned him or the Hall of Fame Selection Committee. But he didn't. His speech was fantastic. It just didn't happen. So if you want to get your feelings hurt, cool. But don't be tweeting that.
Yeah, and see how I roll in life, man. Like, I do a lot of stuff for people, too. And sometimes I'm not credited or I don't get the love. But in my heart, I know what I did. I'm sure Andre know what he did. Mm-hmm. So that's all that matters, man.
I'm sure Andre thanked him.
Yeah. Look, me, I don't need the spotlight.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know in my heart and that other person know in their heart that what I did, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. I don't need you to say my name on the stage and nothing like that. So I think McClain probably should look at it that way, man. You know what you did for him, and if you did that out the kindness of your heart, who cares if he don't mention my name, man? So
the comments are too good to mention. A lot of them, like we're talking about what we're talking about. Not the right time, John.
Yeah, from the 281, somebody said John McClain had no effect on Andre's career. WTF, y'all talking about? Who said that? Did you say that?
Nobody said that. But John McClain was very important in getting him.
He was
he deserved to be thanked, and I'm sure Andre Johnson did thank him.
So John McClain pretty much represented Andre Johnson to try to pitch him to get him why he should be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, why
he should get in. So that part he was doing that.
Yeah,
he was doing that. Ain't nobody said Andre's career or nothing like that.
No, it was. Like I said, if he were sitting here, you guys know me, I'd have said the same thing. A lot of texters are saying that Andre Johnson could have been talking about DeMeco Ryans if he starts winning. That's a big reach because that means you got to win maybe multiple Super Bowls.
For real. Yeah, because I think it's a little tougher. I know some of them didn't win that many Super Bowl head coaches, but no, that would be a tough one.
Okay. I'm actually kind of pulling for DeMeco now because that means it's multiple Super Bowls.
Yeah, no.
Because as a player, he was really, really good. You know, we know that Rookie of the Year, et cetera. I don't think he was a Hall of Famer. But if he wins a Super Bowl or two,
that would be good for us, good for this city.
Yeah, and a lot of text on John McClain as well. Look, I'm not saying that he didn't deserve it. A thank you, and I think he probably got one in private or text message or call or something like that. But again, what struck me about that tweet is like you do it right after the ceremony when you hear all the speeches. That means you're like, I wonder if he's going to thank us. I wonder if he's going to thank us. I wonder if he's going to thank us.
Yeah, that's
not how you should approach it, man.
It kind of come off as like hate watching.
Yeah.
Because you know how like when you know somebody that been screwing up and you want to see if they mention something about you.
Yes.
And you sitting there watching, and at the very end, well, he didn't do this or well, he didn't say that.
Yeah.
It kind of came across as like he was hate watching, just waiting on to see if he gonna mention me at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, come on, man. Like he in the Hall of Fame. You did look. Like I'm glad Andre Johnson is in the Hall of Fame, and you should be too, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like even if he don't mention your name and all that stuff, I've been through a lot of stuff where somebody didn't give me credit.
Yeah,
but I know what I did to help.
That's
that person.
how you should do it.
Yeah, I did it out of love. So he should be doing it out of love, man. And that shouldn't matter.
Yeah. Some of these texts are getting a little bit outrageous. Tank Dell, come on now.
Tank Dell. Hey, I would hope so. I hope he take that next step. But
Tank Dell be the next.
I think that's a little too early.
It was C.J. Stroud. It might have been Laramie, but I think he was saying C.J. Stroud because he talked about your one guy is going to be up here, and it's going to be him. So, like C.J. for sure. Like C.J.'s a lock. Like I'm talking about when you win a Super Bowl or get to a Super Bowl, especially if you win it. Your odds of getting in the Hall of Fame get appreciably higher. Like if C.J. Stroud does for this franchise like what's never been done before, first of all, he's going to have some great years. And if he can just win one Super Bowl and have some great years, he's in.
Yeah.
I don't think we're jumping the gun there.
Yeah, if he had the career he had last season
as much
and, elevate his career and kind of keep it consistent for 10 or 12 years, 100% he's a Hall of Famer and probably have a couple more Super Bowls.
And on the text board as well, it wasn't John McClain. I want to just make this clear. It was John McClain that really helped him get in. It wasn't. It was
a whole. We talked about it when he was on the show, and we had him, try to talk about what he's going to say in his, I guess not speech, but try to present Andre Johnson. It was a whole thing. He missed a couple shows with us for these Hall of Fame meetings and all that stuff.
Yeah, but that said, I'm kind of, as much as I love John McClain and the process and that he influenced highlighting Andre Johnson, they really do have a bad system for it's like 50 dudes and women that get into a room. If you don't know, they go into a room, and then one dude presents a potential Hall of Fame candidate, and you basically have to give a speech on why this person deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. It shouldn't be like that. It should be more than 50 people, first of all.
Yeah, and I think it might be a little outdated too.
Yeah.
So I think right now, I think that's one of the reasons why you probably didn't hear none of these committee members mention because it's so old school. Like how many times are players have that much of a connection with some of these journalists and reporters and stuff now. You don't really see it how it used to be back in the day.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why some of them, haven't mentioned none of these guys.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so Texans are on the practice field. We're going to give you the very, very latest. We got boots on the ground over there. We're going to be hearing from DeMeco Ryans in about, I'd say, 40 minutes live off the practice field. And apparently C.J. Stroud is just tearing it up. We're going to give you details on that and some of the players who are, and maybe significantly some of the players who are not practicing. Plus, the Texans signed an offensive lineman, and I don't know what to make of it. That's next.
After a rain-shortened Texans loss, how does Coach DeMeco
leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is what we're waiting to see. By the way, the Hall of Fame game, and we talked about it on Friday, but you were there. Like, I thought that was a Bobby Slowick game. Like, that offense with all those backups and Davis Mills and all that, looking that good, was really the story of the game.
Hutchinson was looking good.
Hutchinson was looking really good.
I don't know about Metchie, man.
Metchie needs to have a big week, flat out. Needs to have a big week. And here's the best news of all. It's carrying over. Apparently the offense is just slicing and dicing right now from our guy Jonathan Alexander over at Texans training camp practice today. Should be wrapping up here. I think it is wrapping up here. You're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans in about 25 minutes. But the offense is doing its thing. Now, there is one proviso, one little exception to that, but it's like real chippy. Like Cade Stover got into it. His helmet came off a little bit. Nothing too bad. I mean, just practice stuff, and then I guess Petrie? Yeah, Petrie and I want to say Diggs got into it a little trash talking. Heated trash talking. Yeah. So, yeah, man, I love it. Yeah, I do too. DeMeco like to say, I love it. I love it. It's just football. But we'll get, we'll get Jonathan Alexander on later too, maybe in the 1 o'clock hour, just to give us all the details on all this. But C.J. Stroud is cutting them up. 20-yard fade in team drills to Stephon Diggs. Then he hit Robert Woods over the middle for a touchdown on a post route, which Woods needs to kind of step it up. Yeah, he really does. Yeah, that wide receiver, that's going to be interesting. See who make it, who don't make it, because there's a lot of guys. It's the best the Texans' first-team offense has looked all camp, and that's good news because we know the defense is going to be good. Maybe not as deep, but we know they're going to be good. Yeah, I was a little bit worried about the offense, to be honest, because they had some struggles throughout camp, and I'm like, man, I hope the defense is this good. Yeah. But this is a good sign, saying what I've been seeing for camp this morning. And I've been saying all camp, like it's like 60-40. It's not like the offense has stunk, but the defense has had the edge. Yeah, no, that's a good thing. But and one mistake today, first time for anything. So what happened? So C.J. Stroud threw an interception, and it looked like he had it looked like nothing was there, and he tried to force it. Yeah, which I'm fine with. I think trying to figure some stuff out. It's camp. Yeah, but practice. Yeah. So according to Jonathan Alexander, he said he knew it. So Aziz with the interception. All right. Yeah, you mentioned Metchie, and we have not gotten any reports on Metchie, but we'll see about that. I keep saying it. Do the math, and it just doesn't add up unless Metchie starts stepping up. Yeah, I would have thought he shined in that Hall of Fame game because him and Hutch, I thought he would have had the big edge over Hutchinson. Yeah, and he was damn near a no-show. Koronic looked pretty good. Yeah, he looked good. I think a lot of people look a little better than Metchie, so I'm a little worried about him, man. I wonder if he's gonna step up or not. Now, DeMeco said afterwards that he's not real concerned because he's been doing it in practice. But man, at some point you got to do it in the game. Yeah, but you playing them in the Hall of Fame game. Yeah. Nobody really plays in the Hall of Fame game unless some people just trying to make it. Yeah. I don't know, and then there's this, and it was kind of lost in the shuffle because of all the Andre Johnson stuff. So first of all, Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs and Blake Fisher all played really, really well. Yeah. I thought Kenyon Green looked more than fine. Yeah, he looked good. Yeah, and Juice, I really like Juice Scruggs. I don't know what it is, just watching him at camp. I feel like he's going to take a big step up. I was actually shocked he played. Yeah, I didn't think he was going to play. But he got out there. I think we find that center, man. I think we too. But then also this happened. So the Texans, in the midst of all this, signed Cameron Irving, pretty damn good player on the offensive line. Well, no, he's had his moments. Yeah, he's had his moments. I think he won a Super Bowl in Kansas City. Yeah, it's funny because when they seen the signing, I was sitting next to Ron Hughley, and me and him are familiar. I remember he got drafted with the Browns. Yeah.
and he didn't do good with the Browns. So I think he bounced around. He went to Kansas City, and Ryan was like,
But here's what's interesting. He's played all 5 positions. Like, look, I'm not saying the guy's going to come in and
he's versatile.
He's versatile. Yeah, he's a Bill O'Brien versatile kind of guy. He's played center, both guards, and both tackles. So I don't have high expectations for him, but I also can't quite figure it out. Is it just like kicking the tires?
Yeah,
Are there questions they might have at some of these spots?
Is it just another body, or is somebody hurt? Or I'm not sure. I wasn't really expecting them to sign another offensive lineman.
So we know the starting 5. Obviously, Laramie Tunsil, Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, Shaq Mason, and Titus Howard right now. We know Blake Fisher's in the mix. We know, as Clinton would say, my man Chris Reed played a lot in the Hall of Fame game. Kendrick Green has been around. Jarrett Patterson's been around. Charlie Heck has been around. That's where I'm looking right there. Are they just trying to push them a little bit, or is this just a camp body and he's going to end up by the wayside? But he's played in the league for several years, hadn't been great, but he's always had a job.
Yeah, he got drafted in 2015 by the Browns. That was a little questionable pick at the time. I remember that. And or he got drafted at number 19, and that was the same year the Texans drafted Kevin Johnson. So I don't know. I don't think he a scrub, but I don't know about that guy. He might just be a guy, just a body.
Played 9 years in the league. He started 58 games out of 98 that he's played.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's just something to kind of watch. Other things going on in camp right now as the Texans have wrapped it up is, the Jalen Petrie thing, mixing it up with Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Talk about it. Something else I don't get. Like Petrie, like they're penciling him in, man.
Yeah, that's something I don't get, man. I don't understand, especially – when you got your boy Justin Simmons out there. So, I don't get it, man. I don't know I don't even know what position. Is he still playing
nickel.
safety?
He's nickel.
Yeah, that's something I don't.
You got Desmond King, who played more on Thursday night. Desmond King and obviously, with Petrie there, like they're treating him like a starter. That's the only – look – DeMeco Ryans knows what he's doing. We've figured that out.
Yeah, I trust DeMeco.
I trust
DeMeco.
I
ain't going to question it, but I am a little concerned because we never seen Petrie play nickel, and you just pencil him in right there. I'm a little concerned, but I trust DeMeco.
And he ain't going to play safety. He's not even getting any reps at safety.
So who's starting at safety?
It's just going to be the same usual suspects that have been here. Obviously, Eric Murray. MJ Stewart, Kalen Bullock plays free safety, but he had a good game too.
Yeah, it's true. I wouldn't be surprised if he start.
Yeah, Kalen Bullock. Yeah, see, I think he's because on their official depth chart, and we haven't even talked about that. They released another depth chart. They still have Jalen Petrie listed at safety, but he hadn't even taken. He hadn't even taken any snaps at safety. Their official depth chart right now has it would be Jalen Petrie at safety, followed by Kalen Bullock and MJ Stewart. So what I'm thinking is they don't want to put that on Kalen Bullock. They don't want to list him as a 4th round pick, as the starting safety.
Yeah, I get it.
But Jalen Petrie hadn't played safety at all.
Yeah. I don't know what they doing right there, man, but I would be shocked if they actually started 2 rookies on defense like that, man.
Yeah, nothing really has changed on the depth chart. Otherwise, they have the 3 receivers, Dalton Schultz, the lineman I just mentioned. Obviously, the defense, we know who's out there. With the front 7, so to speak. Also, but they still have Toe at the other linebacker position. Now, Jake Hansen is another one that's not practicing today. He's in concussion protocol, so I don't know how that's going to set him back or not. But Lassiter, obviously sitting out in the game, sitting out today. I mean, Kamari Lassiter is the starting cornerback.
He got to be, man.
Opposite, yeah.
Yeah, I would be shocked if they went with Jeff Okudah or somebody else.
Okudah's sitting out today as well. So you got Okudah out. And C.J. Henderson is playing, so he made a play apparently already as well. But we'll see.
From the 281, somebody said Justin Simmons playing safety. I hope so.
Oh, we're going to get to that.
Waiting on that. I'm waiting on that tweet.
We're going to get to that.
It's funny because I seen Schefter tweet, they signed it, Quadron, Diggs?
Quandre Diggs.
Quandre Diggs to the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
And I retweeted that. I love when people do this, by the way. They said, announce the Justin Simmons signing to the Texans.
Hey, hang around for Around the NFL.
Announce it.
We will get to that. Quandre Diggs. Headed to the Titans, $5 million, $3 million guaranteed. Are the Texans going to sign anyone?
Hey man, I hope it's Justin Simmons.
Well,
but I mean, if DeMeco really trusts what he got going on right now, I'm not gonna have a strong pushback to it. But man, Justin Simmons is right there, man,
and still on the street.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know, man. All right, so. So the Texans, right off the field, we're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans in about 25 minutes. But next come the hits, and maybe the greatest race in history. We're going to hear that, and the worst call in broadcasting history. That's next.
The Texans couldn't take down the Bears in the Hall of Fame game.
Mills in the gun, gets the snap, pumps, now fires right side.
HIMS.com/JOY.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, man, let's get to the hits right here because there's a big Olympic weekend. I know you were up in Cleveland. You were catching as much as you. What all did you see, if anything?
So I saw Simone Biles and Team USA do their thing. That was pretty intense too, man.
That was. The thing about Simone that I just love is her athleticism, but I also think it's one of the things that kind of makes me appreciate Suni Lee more. Because Suni Lee's awesome, but she's not just – she's got, like, more show, more like choreo, whatever you want to call it. But this was this is not just a hit. It's also got the internet going nuts. That might have been the greatest 100-meter final in Olympic history, like Noah Lyles. But the funny thing about it is, like, when you hear the call, Lee Diffie, he doesn't even mention his name.
There's an Olympic gold medal waiting for somebody who wants it the most. Now Thompson starts to wind up. Curley's going with him. This is close. Jamaica's going to do it. Kishane Thompson is a gold medalist on debut.
We thought it was going to take 9.7 to win. Guess what he just ran? 9.78. Come on, man! But it was a lean at the tape by Thompson. Visually, we think he got it. They're working on the photo.
Fred Curley pushed him all the way. Noah Lyles is looking at
There's a Noah Lyles mention. Once he wins the gold medal.
Yeah.
They were so wrong.
Yeah. So what was your issue with this call?
If you don't know, don't say. Just say photo finish. Like NBC had to go back later and explain, that he didn't win. It was Noah Lyles that won. And if you watch the photo finish, Noah Lyles won. Like his shoulder, like it's the torso that breaks the line first. Man, it was an amazing race. And his shoulder got there before by 0.00, maybe another zero, at least 0.005 seconds. Noah Lyles won the gold medal. And this dude he's awesome. But if you don't know who won and it's an unbelievable race, just say it's an unbelievable race. They're going to the photo, too close to anything.
Yeah, I think these calls are so important too because if you look at it from Noah Lyles' standpoint, it's like, this is my moment. This is the one I won. And they talking about the other guy.
That is going to be the rest of his life.
Yeah.
The rest of his life.
So he don't even have a clean call.
No. Like he's going to have grandbabies on his knee, and they're asking about how he won the gold medal. Well, how come they didn't say your name until the very end? They still didn't say you won. I mean, it was ridiculous. But Noah Lyles, I mean, it was pretty impressive tweet too. After it all happened that night, he said, quote, "I have asthma, allergies, dyslexia, ADD, anxiety, and depression. But I will tell you that what you have does not define what you can become. Why not you?" Kind of makes you feel like, what are we doing with our lives?
Yeah. Now he got an Olympic medal, man.
Yeah, gold medal.
Gold medal.
Yeah. And then Lee Diffie, the guy who was on that call that screwed it up, ended up tweeting later that night, quote, "The men's 100 was epic and closest of all time. My eyes and instinct told me that Kishane Thompson won. Obviously, that wasn't the case. I should not have been so bold to call it, but I genuinely thought he won. I got it wrong. I am thrilled for Noah Lyles as his story only gets bigger." That doesn't hit.
Yeah, especially if it was that close of a call. Yeah. That's where you take a step back.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't get it.
I don't get it.
Maybe he's stepping his hand. Maybe he wanted the other guy to win.
Now, they had, obviously, Lee Diffie on the call and Otto Bolden. Now, Diffie is British, Otto Bolden is Canadian, and others. But anyway, a lot of people are saying that these guys were biased against Noah Lyles. I don't buy that, but I think they genuinely, maybe just whether it was biased or whatever, just were kind of feeling that Thompson had won the 100 meters. I mean, it's awful. I think this is just awful. Like the rest of his life, that's the call.
Yeah.
That he didn't win.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, man.
How about your boys at Michigan football?
Man, what is going on? I saw Jim Harbaugh at the
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He was there. I didn't even know it was him. He had the hat. I think he had the hat. I can't remember, but I was walking around and I heard a former player was like, Coach Harbaugh.
Oh, God.
What's up, man? Come on, let me take a. I'm like, where is he at? And he was right there, man. I started to flip him off, man.
Well, you're gonna love this. Like, so you remember Connor Stallions, the dude that was reported of sign stealing operation in Michigan, ultimately led to Jim Harbaugh's probably resignation after winning the national championship. He's not off the hook just yet. So now the NCAA has come in, and they're saying that Sharon Moore was violating NCAA rules because he allegedly deleted 52 text messages from Connor Stallions or with Connor Stallions on the same day that the media reported on the sign-stealing operations. Oh, by the way, what's Sharon Moore doing now? They hired him as the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Like they hired the dude that deleted 52 text messages the same day the bleep goes down in an NCAA cheating allegation. Come on, man.
It's slimy, man.
If you delete 52 messages on the same day that the NCAA comes down on this dude and ultimately finds some violations, that you were in on it. I mean, I'd rather say, nah, man, that was from a girl I know, than that, or whatever.
Yeah, nah, it's not a good sign when you deleting 52 messages, man. Like, I don't know a lot of people that just delete messages. I'm sure they do, but this don't look good at all.
Well, the other thing is probably nothing's going to come of it.
Nah.
I mean, Michigan is going to be behind Sharon. Oh, he was deleting those messages from blah, blah, blah. Nah, man.
Yeah, nah, ain't nothing going to happen.
Nah, man, nothing's going to happen with that. So Tyreek Hill got his child support check money.
He got the extension.
The Dolphins restructured his deal 3 years, including $65 million guaranteed. And there's one reason he did this. Like, one big reason why he did this. He needs that money, man.
Yeah.
For, what is it, 11?
I think
10 and 1 on the way.
I think right now is 10 on. I think 10 right now, 1 on the way.
Mm-hmm.
Or I thought he had 2 girls expecting. I can't remember.
Yeah, maybe
I can't keep up.
Maybe
man.
11 and 12. So $65 million guaranteed there. And one other hit here. Well, first of all, on the Olympics. So you didn't really get the chance to watch all the Olympics over there. I was plugged in as always.
I was plugged in on Simone and the girls. It was kind of interesting too because I like watching that type of stuff, and I feel so. It's kind of like a guilty pleasure because watching the other girls do their deal, and just seeing them stumble or fall, like when they doing the floor routine and they got to dance and then go flip. One of them fell right on her butt. I was just like, oh, man. And she got to get up and smile and just keep going.
And,
man, that was tough. I'm like, yeah, but Simone did her thing, man.
I was watching a lot this weekend. I was watching, obviously, the 100-meter dash. I love track. I've talked about that a lot, as well as the gymnastics. Suni Lee got a medal as well.
Yeah, that kind of came down to the wire, too. That Brazilian girl, I told you all about that.
She won gold. Well, no, I better not say. It's a spoiler. She won something.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah. Oh, did she? Okay.
Yeah, she won something today.
Yeah, no, she won silver when I was watching.
Yeah.
So that's a bad girl right there.
Cycling was awesome. Yes, I'm talking about cycling. The finish was underneath the Eiffel Tower. Like, that was the best visual of the whole Olympics.
Yeah.
Raising her hands, winning the road race, all that stuff. And Scotty Scheffler. We all know about Scotty Scheffler. Got arrested temporarily at the PGA. And two major championships, I believe. Now he's won the gold medal. So that was pretty badass. He was in tears. Like, he was in tears on the gold medal stand. Clearly the best player in the world. And I can't believe you didn't get to see the Joker, man.
Yeah, no, I was in line for something. I think a restaurant or something like that. And I saw a guy watching on his phone. I'm like, oh, it's on right now. But, I couldn't check in, man. I barely watched anything this weekend. I only caught the U.S. girls just by sitting around waiting for like an hour before I took off to Canton. But he looked very emotional.
Yeah.
After that win.
And then there's this. We've been talking a lot about Andre Johnson, but other dudes got into the Hall of Fame, and it was pretty cool. What was your favorite one?
My favorite one, I really enjoyed Julius Peppers up there.
Mm-hmm.
He seems so natural and down to earth. I think Michael Jordan was there.
Mm-hmm.
He mentioned Michael Jordan. I didn't know he played that big of a part in his life.
Yeah.
And so he called him Big Bro, which is funny. Mm-hmm. I'm like, dang, Michael Jordan, Big Bro.
That's a good big brother to have.
Yeah. But I enjoyed Julius Peppers. The one thing I did appreciate too. So he played in Chicago, and he also played for I think he played for Green Bay at one point.
Who's that? Oh yeah, at the
Julius
end.
Peppers.
Yeah.
And so the Bears fans was just booing when he mentioned Green Bay because when he mentioned Chicago, I think he mentioned Lovie Smith. Everybody's cheering.
Lovie got a lot of love.
He got a lot of love.
Yeah.
He was there.
Two dudes mentioned him, right?
Yeah, I think two people mentioned him. And I want to say when they mentioned them, I wish I could have got this on camera, but it was a guy in a C.J. Stroud jersey standing up when they started clapping for Lovie. I'm like, I wish I could have got a picture of that, man, but it was a guy with a C.J. Stroud. I'm like, man, how crazy is that?
And I just feel like I got to mention Figgy Fig got on TV, man.
I was, man.
You were with your parents, Cal and Hannah.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask them to adopt me.
Yeah,
they say, man.
You had the two boys in front of you. The girl was in her lap, and then there's Figgy.
Yeah, I was right there.
How many people text you?
I got about over 10 tweets at that moment.
You're famous.
I guess I am, but I got about 4 text messages. Everybody showing the screenshot. Yeah. So, it was cool, man. I was not expecting to be on TV. I just sat there because it was an open seat.
Yeah.
And I'm like, let me get some videos right there. But once it started,
you're just sat down.
Yeah, I'm like, I can't leave now. I can't just walk away. I'm like, screw it. Let me sit right here then.
Yeah. And then the other one I liked a lot was Devin Hester for one reason, and we might get into this a little bit later. But one of the things he said in his speech was, I might be the first. I'm paraphrasing. I might be the first returner inducted into the Hall of Fame, but I shouldn't be the last. And he shouldn't.
Yeah.
And there's a local angle here, even though there's the hits. We're not going to necessarily. Local. We're going to localize it as well because, I started thinking. Billy White Shoes Johnson, the former Oiler, is on the list of returners, flat out. You got Dante Hall. He could be on that list. Gale Sayers, if you want to go in the Wayback Machine. Brian Mitchell from the former Redskins. I think Billy White Shoes Johnson, that might. I don't know if he's going to get in, but it doesn't hurt his cause.
Yeah. He's a little older than me, so that ain't the first person I thought about.
I was in high school, me,
Yeah, so the first person I thought about, and this could be a stretch, but I was thinking about Jacoby Jones.
Well, I don't know about Hall of Fame.
Yeah, just because of that moment in the Super Bowl. If they want to go just kick returners, I thought about Dante Hall.
Yeah.
I thought about Josh Cribbs.
Cribbs is a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. I want to say he's second all time in returning yards or something like that. So. Yeah, it's
Dion maybe.
Well, he already in the Hall of Fame.
I know, but I'm saying as a pure Hall of Famer, they're not going to reinduct. I'm just saying, as one of the best Hall of Famers.
I do think they should make a section for returners.
I think that kind of opens the door, and I think the next door that should be open should be coordinators, Wade Phillips, Lovie.
Yeah, Romeo Crennel.
Romeo for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of that stuff.
I 100% agree, yeah.
Yeah, but I started thinking about Billy White Shoes Johnson. I mean, maybe there's going to be a little push. John McClain might help, but he ain't going to get credit.
Yeah. I wonder if he's going
to. I guarantee you Billy White Shoes Johnson would give him credit.
I was going to say he old school, so I think he will talk about all the different reporters and writers and all that stuff. Yeah. He's going to bring up John McClain.
If you weren't listening earlier, we thought it was a bad look, and John McClain was.
Did Robert Brazil bring up John McClain? Okay.
And the committee.
Okay.
And the committee.
Yeah, I think that's the age gap. I think a lot of these younger players are not really bringing up the committee and stuff like that, man.
Yeah.
I saw Robert Brazil's his bus.
How was it? Did you get to tour the whole thing?
I walked in. It was nice.
Yeah.
It was nice. I've been there a lot of times, but they changed a lot since the last time I was there.
Last time I was there was 1993 when Earl Campbell got inducted.
Dang, yeah, I was there. I want to say maybe 2015, 2014.
Yeah.
They doing a lot. They did a good job. That whole little
it's awesome.
Canton area, they making like a village.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So you could just walk around and go to cool stuff. But I actually posted a funny video of Clint Stoerner looking at Michael Strahan's bus.
Yeah.
And he did a video. He said
Strahan sacked him.
Yeah, he said I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that back.
Yeah.
I gained a half a yard. So it was cool.
Oh, that's right. It was officially called a sack.
It was a sack,
but it wasn't a sack.
Exactly. So,
That's hilarious.
Yeah, no, it was cool being in the Hall of Fame.
All right, Texans done with practice. DeMeco Ryans going to be live right here next. All right, now the Loken group. Lance Loken and Lance and Karina Loken are going to get you taken care of to
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, DeMeco Ryans, University School in Ohio, where Figgy Fig was a high school student back in the day.
Yeah.
Except you weren't. What does it cost, I wonder?
I don't even want to know, man. I went to a free 99 school, a public school. We actually drove past my old school. It was tore down.
Oh, really?
They tore it down. It's nothing but an empty field. I'm like, dang, I used to go to school right there. But yeah, that school out in the. It's kind of in the city.
Yeah,
but
it's covered.
In
like
a
it's
certain part of the city, it's like woods.
It's the good side of the tracks.
Yeah. No, so it's cool. It's a big school.
All right, Texans wrapped up their first practice. This is DeMeco Ryans right after.
Great. How you guys doing?
DeMeco, does Nick call a play, or does he have some requests being back on his old stomping ground?
We're excited to be here, hanging out in Cleveland, being able to get away. First off, get away from the heat for a little bit. So I think our guys appreciate, this weather and this climate, being able to be here. So it's a really great facility here. Thankful for University School for allowing us to utilize their fields.
That's a big event, obviously, with Hall of Fame game, Hall of Fame weekend. It's a bonding time for the team to get some extended time this week.
Yeah, getting away for a weekend camp, the most important thing about it is you see guys communicate more. You see guys just hanging out more in the meal rooms, just talking, playing video games together. So that's that's what you want as a coach. You want to see your team grow a tighter bond when you're on the road for a week, and that's what our guys are doing. And I'm excited. That's what I'm probably most excited about, is seeing our guys just become tighter as a team. And the tighter we are, I always speak this: the tighter you are as a team, the better your team. The better your team is, the farther you can go as a team when you have that tight bond.
Coach, do you feel like this was probably one of the better practices the offense had, with the exception of the interception?
I think overall it was a very competitive practice. And our offense, you saw a lot of big plays that our offense made. That's what we want to see. But it's just execution was higher today on both sides of the football. And to see our guys compete, right? Guys be sticky in coverage, see the offense still make plays. Like, that's what I want to see. I want to see a competitive team, and that's what you saw today. And it's always fun to see our offense making big plays.
Coach Rowan, you talked to you a lot about Aziz, of course, but I mean, today he was all over the field. What did you see from him during practice?
Yeah, I saw Aziz being like the guy that I know he is, the playmaking leader that he is, right? And that's what I expect from Aziz, and he showed that today in practice. It was good to see. Good to see him, flying around. I think he intercepted one, making some big tackles. So it was just fun to see him being who he should be for us, and that's a leader, that's a playmaker.
What about that leadership role that he took when, Diggs and Petrie had a nice little trash talking session, and then he went over to Petrie just to calm him down. It's good to see that type of leadership from him.
That's awesome. That's why now I can step away and I can move on to the next part of practice, because I know our guys are so competitive, but it's also respectful. All right, with Petrie, Diggs, Aziz, it's all respect. Guys are really, they're sharpening each other. Like, guys are really competing, giving their ultimately their best. And now Diggs is making Petrie better, Petrie is making Diggs better, and Aziz is there to calm everybody down. So it's really fun to see.
What have you seen from Cade Stover so far, with the game and the practices and everything?
Cade has been the guy we saw on tape in Ohio, just tough. Right, making tough competitive catches, right, finishing strong with the football, like the couple plays he made in the game, last Thursday. It's cool to see a guy, you see him in practice, but you could never quite know how they're going to respond when they get in the game. But it was cool to see Cade just be who Cade has been. Tough, physical, competitive, finishing, loving football. That's the Cade I knew and I grew to love watching him at Ohio State, and that's the guy who showed up in the Hall of Fame game.
How Blake Fisher looked to you coming out of Thursday? Seemed like he didn't sort of breaking it down. You saw some things he needs to work on, but no pre-snap issues.
Right. Yeah, overall from the game, I'm pleased with what Blake did in the game. I think he held his own. Again, like everyone, is not 100%. It was things to clean up just with pad leverage, just getting Blake to do a better job of bending, right? But he has the length, he has the tools, right, to play on the left side or right side, as we've seen. And I know he's benefited from being able to get a ton of reps over at the left side, and I think it'll help us as a team.
You got accelerated on-the-job training going up against Daniil and
Going against Daniil and Will definitely speed it up for you. So the young rookie has had to learn pretty fast, and it's only made him better. And also he's had a lot of good reps versus Daniil and Will, so he's held his own. So it hasn't just been totally one-sided as those guys have competed. So Blake has gotten better, but also Daniil and Will has gotten better from going against Blake and Titus as well.
Any update on values of snaps in preseason games versus some of the practices? Later you'll have a joint practice. You kind of assign different value to types of snaps that guys get?
When it comes to the snaps in preseason, I think everybody's trying to figure out. Some teams don't play starters, some play. I truly believe that a guy needs to get reps in a preseason game, right? We don't go to the ground, as you see, the way we practice. We try to keep guys up and be as safe as possible in practice. I think everybody needs that opportunity to go to the ground a couple times in the game to just get up, dust yourself off, and know you're good, right? And I'm okay. Like, I can't go to the ground and get up, so you just have to go through and play live reps of football before live action comes in September. So you'll see our ones go out and get reps this week versus Pittsburgh.
Any update on Williams' deal? No big deal or anything?
No big deal. Those guys will be fine.
All right, all set. Thanks.
All right. Luck has nothing to do with what?
Nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it.
All right, you heard the best news, the biggest news right there at the end. Starters are going to play. Starters are going to play against the Steelers. Obviously, Texans practicing this week. I believe they have 3 practices, today, tomorrow, Wednesday, off Thursday, game against the Steelers Friday. So, to me, that's huge. To me, that's really big. And DeMeco was also talking about, he believes those guys need to get to the ground, all the way. And need some snaps. I'm a big believer in reps. That's cool, but I also, it's going to, if this is starters, we're going to see.
Yeah, where Petrie going to line up?
Where's Petrie going to line up?
Is Last their number 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Joe Mixon, I guess, won't. I don't know, unless he starts practicing tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know if I start Joe Mixon.
No, but Joe Mixon, yes.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, Nico Collins. With C.J. Stroud.
They're gonna play. We're
gonna see it.
Yeah.
We're gonna see it, and you guys are gonna see what we've seen in practice. It's awesome to watch what these guys can do, or what C.J. Stroud can do with these 3.
I'm using real game loosely, but in the actual
they're going to go
game. Yeah. In the actual game, I want to see them.
I mean, it doesn't matter, and maybe, you make some decisions that you wouldn't make in a regular season game and no game plan, but when they're running, they're going. And that also tells me that, because a lot of people know this, maybe some don't, the coaches talk before every preseason game. So he's talked with Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
Says, I'm going to go with my starters.
Yeah.
That means
so
Mike Tomlin is
probably,
too.
Yeah, he's probably going to go with his starters too. I'm interested to see what the Pittsburgh Steelers look like too, as far as quarterback, and see how Justin Fields look.
Hey, around the NFL is going to have some news about the Steelers.
That might be a competition.
Steelers and a certain receiver named Brandon Ayuk might be getting interesting here pretty soon.
Okay.
That might be getting interesting. So, offensive line, I guess is Laramie going to play? I think so. He might practice tomorrow.
I would. He probably will play. I can see him playing.
I think he wants to get the starting. You just heard DeMeco. I'm a big believer in this. So that means they're probably talking to Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so he probably going to play.
Now, it'll be a little bit interesting to see the Joe Mixon thing without getting the reps. That's going to be interesting.
Is his injury a little more serious than we
see? I don't think. I thought
because he haven't practiced at all.
Yeah. See, I thought he was going to take the practice field today. To me, I'm glad you brought that up, because to me, the Joe Mixon thing, he looked like he was 100% out at the field. He looked like he could do anything. He was doing all the drills with Laramie Tunsil on the side. He just wasn't participating. So I was thinking last week, I bet you they're just giving him, running back. They get beat up. Just giving him the Laramie Tunsil treatment, letting him work on the side, and then ramp things up this week. after the first preseason game or the Hall of Fame game. But that might be a little bigger news now than I thought.
Yeah, I think
not huge, but a little bigger.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm a little concerned. I'm like, man, is this something serious? I know he gonna be good to go week 1.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, man, is it this series where he could potentially miss some games?
Yeah.
Then we got to see what's up with Pierce.
Yeah, and I know fans are real excited about the 3 receivers with CJ, and they should be because it's their first glimpse to see what we've seen.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see this defensive front against another team.
Me too.
That to me is going to be the story.
I'm fired up about the defense, man.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what they do this year, man.
Yeah.
So especially the defensive line.
Will Anderson on one end, Daniil Hunter on the other. Now, DeMeco Autry has gotten suspended, but he can play in the preseason.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens there. Then you got Christian Harris. Well, I don't know about Christian Harris, but Al-Shaair, and you're going to be really excited. Oh, what am I saying? Lassiter,
yeah.
Lassiter opposite Derek Stingley.
Yeah. That's going to be fun, man. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah. So some of the other things that he talked about there, we mentioned earlier, Jonathan Alexander is going to join us at 12:40 to talk about some details of the practice and what he expects on all these questions that we're asking. But he talked about the competitive practice. It was competitive. Like Cade Stover, I guess he had his helmet knocked off or ripped off or whatever. Kind of got into it. That was dispelled real quick. Petrie and Stephon Diggs got into it a little bit.
Heated trash talk.
Yeah, heated trash talk. But DeMeco obviously wasn't concerned. Neither should you. But I'm liking what he's
I like the nastiness, man. I need that on the field, man. We don't need no nice guys, man. Them days are over.
Yeah,
we need some nasty.
And then Azeez Al-Shaair, that's going to be his guy. Azeez.
No, I like him. I like him too. So what won me over with him was when Will Anderson was at the podium, and I actually had to dump him. But he mentioned how he jumped off of sides and he was upset with himself, and then he heard Azeez say, "Stop freaking pouting." I like that. So every time I see Will Anderson, I'll be wanting to tell him, "Stop freaking pouting."
And the other thing that was interesting to me listening to DeMeco was, it's like something out of Remember the Titans or whatever, movie. Like you go off on training camp, you go off on a week together, and he talked about he's a big believer in the tighter bond. I mean, it is a cliche. It is kind of corny, but I think that happens.
Yeah. I think we kind of laugh at it sometimes, but that's very important, man. That's very important for these guys to be close and bond together, because we seen a lot of teams that just brung in talent and that locker room went off the rails. So it's good to see when people are, bonding together, people are on the same page and truly a brotherhood.
And here's the other thing that I think our listeners need to pay attention to, because he said the starters are going to play on Friday against the Steelers. Well, they do go 2 tight end sets. Like Dalton Schultz is the starting tight end. But I'm going to be real interested to see, as they're running with the ones, maybe they go 2 tight ends on a couple of plays or whatever. Is that going to be Cade Stover? Is it going to be Brevin Jordan?
Yeah.
Tegan Quatoriano?
Yeah.
I kind of expect Cade Stover.
Me too. I think he got a bit of an advantage because I guess more of a blocker. But I think either between him or Brevin Jordan. But I think Brevin gonna probably be the secret sauce. They're gonna use him some type of different way.
More of a receiver.
Yeah, I think so. But I think I would give the edge to probably Cade Stover, to be honest.
I mean, he just said it. He said he's been the guy we saw on tape.
Yeah,
he's made plays.
And Quentin can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
So I would probably have to give the edge to Cade Stover.
It's going to be. I mean, we're going to talk about this all week. But it's going to be real interesting to see, do any of these guys get reps, specifically Laramie Tunsil? Maybe they're going to sit him out again. It's going to be the starters and not Laramie Tunsil. And it's going to be the starters and not Joe Mixon. And so not the complete starter. But maybe they get in there. Like tomorrow's practice is going to be interesting to watch.
I kind of want to see, if Tunsil don't play, I might be fine with it. I want to see how Blake Fisher do against someone.
Yeah.
So if he can hold that side of the line, okay, then they might be in good shape in the future, man.
Yeah. And so we're going to also hear from the coordinators tomorrow about this same time, Bobby Slowick, Matt Burke, and Frank Ross. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see how it plays out with these starters. I'm really excited to see Cade Stover if he does break into the 2 tight end set. Obviously, the 3 wide receivers, obviously C.J. Stroud. I don't know about Joe Mixon. But the other thing, we talked about Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, and obviously Kamari Lassiter. But, hell, man, Derek Stingley.
Yeah.
Derek Stingley against those 2 quarterbacks. I don't know who they're going to start at quarterback, but we'll see.
Yeah, he gonna have a good year. I can't wait to see him, man. I'm super fired up about Derek Stingley.
Yeah, me too. All right, so we got a little bit of news for you guys. A little bit of news on when and how to expect In the Loop's new look. And one of the confessions I'm a little confused about, because it legitimately is this. We're going to tell you about all that and confessions next.
The Texans couldn't take down the Bears in the Hall of Fame game. Odyssey app.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. First of all, the Friday's game got a little more interesting. We got starters playing on Friday. Jonathan Alexander will be joining us in about 18 minutes and such. But my first confession, I'm going to start this one with just a little update on people. If you weren't listening earlier, we've had a couple of people ask about it. I'm not going to get into all the details, but like I did earlier, but I'm going to give you the nuts and bolts. I'm excited, Figgy. I don't know about you. First of all, it's weird because I'm so appreciative of everyone that has hopped on board this show over the last couple months. We're going to be getting the show. The announcement is coming on August 19th. So 2 weeks from today, you're going to see what the new show is going to look like. But first of all, I'm incredibly appreciative. Some really good dudes have stepped in here and done this show with me. I've had 6 different co-hosts: Sean Bijani, Mark Vandermeer, Patrick Creighton, Adam Spillane, yourself, and B. Scott. But I'm excited. It's happening. August 19th, in the Loop. We're going to tell you all about it.
Yeah, I'm super happy too, man. Can't wait to get started, man. Salute to everybody who filled in, especially B. Scott did this.
B. Scott is amazing.
Yeah. So salute to everybody who stepped in and made it a lot easier for us.
Yeah. So if you've been wondering, it's happening. And all I'll say about it in brief, I went into a little more detail about 1020, and you can go back and listen to the Odyssey app. But all I can say is it's going to be an H-Town connection, man. That was key for all of us. A bunch of people applied. Last I heard was over 150, including some familiar names in Houston radio, which I'm not going to get into, and young blood, which I like, and I know you like, and that's what we wanted.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, so we took a trip to Cleveland. I was with the Drive, and Clint Stoerner got to be the funniest person alive,
is
man.
So good.
I like being around. I've never been around Clint that much
socially.
Yeah, but that is my man. He is funny as hell. So we getting on the plane, and he take a window seat, and Ron was, I think it was Ron. Ron was in the aisle seat, and I was in the other aisle seat. So we just chilling.
Yeah.
And you know how people come on, you kind of wondering who gonna take your seat and all that. This is the first time I ever seen this before, but Clint was actually trying to recruit people to sit.
Oh, that's a good idea.
It is. So he was sitting there and he kind of scouted.
It's going to be a full plane anyway.
Yeah, it was a full plane. So he was scouting somebody that was a little slimmer.
Yeah.
So he said,
"Hey, Chief, you want to sit right here?"
That's exactly what he did. It was a slim dude walking past. He "Hey, Chief, it's a seat right here." And the guy was like, "No, that's okay. I'm gonna sit in the back." "Are you sure? Right here."
That's good.
You can sit right here.
What a strategy.
Yeah, so he did that a few times, and then he finally got somebody. Ironically, it was somebody wearing the Hall of Fame Arkansas shirt.
Okay.
So he sat right next to him and
probably made that dude's day.
Yeah, got the talk of his ear off.
Yeah.
He started all that, but
or didn't maybe necessarily make Clint's day, but
yeah, no, Clint was actually fine with it. He knew who the guy was. He don't think I ain't recognize that voice. I know who you are, Clint.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So, no, it was cool, but I like that recruiting strategy, man.
Hey.
He tried to find a little slim girl or whoever.
That's perfect.
Yeah. He said the worst thing is if you get a big broad back dude that's in the middle. So he was.
I can't believe I hadn't thought of that. So Seth Payne, that reminds me, this is pre-COVID now, several years ago. He shared on air, and I've never forgotten it, his strategy on the full planes with a seat in the middle. He says he used to wear he should, I don't know if he did, he said he wanted to wear a mask like so to keep it, well, that guy's got the flu, I'm gonna go sit by him.
But that's a great strategy. He was just peeping out the slim girls. Hey,
right here.
They
probably thought he was a creeper, but he just wanted room.
It came off as creepy, but I'm that's kind of smart.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so we heard DeMeco Ryans say that the starters are going to play, right?
Yeah.
My confession is I don't want to see Joe Mixon play just yet.
That's not a bad one.
Yeah.
That's not a bad one.
And the reason is because, he hasn't practiced. And why should we watch him against the Steelers? How about let's wait till week 4 of the preseason?
or week one of the regular
one of the
season.
actual game. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not. I would love to see him play, but I'd rather him not play.
Yeah.
I would be fine with it if we knew he was good and was just like, nah, we gonna ramp him up week 3 of the preseason or something like that. But I wonder if is he not playing because of injury? Or
like I said,
that's the only thing I'm worried about. But I agree with Chris. I don't need to see him.
Yeah, we'll find out. But it is a little more concerning now than it was on Friday.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I swear to you, Figure, you see my hand is in the air, hand up. I have a deep bone bruise. Okay. I swear, Tucker. Right here, you can see it. It's a little swollen. You can feel it on the bone. It's turning black and blue. So I was working on my boat and I was washing, and I turned real quick to turn the hose, and I hit this 4x4, this piece of wood, like really hard, and my hand went like kind of numb, and I was like, dang it. You know how you curse when you get that? And so I was showing it to my daughter, who's a nurse. Man, it actually kind of hurts a lot right now when I touch it. And she said, that's probably a deep bone bruise. And I went, well, I'll be there on Monday. I'm showing up.
You're going to miss about 3 months.
I was just about to ask.
I literally, it's like really there's fluid and stuff. I have a deep bone bruise. I didn't miss a day, man.
You're about to miss 3 months now. I'm going to be doing the show with the new person.
I didn't miss a day. It got me thinking about Kyle Tucker. Dude broke his leg, man. He broke his leg.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, I hate to do this to my people up in Cleveland, up in Northeast Ohio, but they some finessers, man.
Oh, this was awesome.
They some finessers, man. So we were out doing the show in Jersey's in Canton, Ohio, and when we got there, they were charging to park. They charged $20 to park. I didn't really think none of it. It was kind of weird because it's not like a downtown setting. It's like it's a little bit residential. So it's just like, why are you charging people to park in this only parking spot right here?
Yeah.
But whatever, make your money. So my auntie, shout out to my auntie Cookie and my uncle Alan, they showed up. And when they came in, they was trying to charge us to park. And they didn't pay. And they saw my uncle Alan had a Nick Chubb jersey.
Yeah.
So they like, all right, come on. So my sister get there, and she was like, man, they tried to charge us to park. And I'm like, oh, well, we got to pay the park. And the person said, are y'all some Browns fans? And like, yeah. All right, y'all good. Come on in. And then one more person from Cleveland came in, and they let them go because they was Browns fans.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, why y'all finessing the city of Houston? Why y'all finessing the Texans, man? I'm like, oh, that's dirty, man. How y'all gonna do that?
Dude, that is dirty.
that is dirty, man.
Dirty.
Look, I'm all about people getting their money, but man, why y'all doing that, man?
So they're like, if you're a Texans fan or not a Browns fan, it's $20.
Yeah, they're charging $20
because you don't know better, or what?
They literally asked my sister, "Are y'all Browns fans?" Because they ain't had no Browns gear on. Like, are y'all Browns fans? I'm like, yeah. All right, come on in.
Come on in, no charge.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, y'all. So
how big was this place? Sounded like it was pretty big.
It was it was nice. It had a nice inside and then outside. So the traveling Texans was there.
Yeah,
and so they were all outside. So it was a nice patio. You had a area where a DJ was there and all that stuff. So yeah, it was a really good turnout. Shout out to the traveling Texans, man. I felt like we all were traveling Texans.
$20.
Charging $20, man. I'm like, dang.
Like Sean said, you got to get Tony Busby on the case.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that was. I couldn't believe that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to tell you, man, I saw one of the sadder things I've seen in a long time this morning on the way to work, and that's part of the confession. The other part is, if you are in public transportation in the city of Houston in August, you got to do better than this. So let me try to lay it out for you. So I'm driving down Houston Avenue toward I-59, and I see this dude, and he's wearing like a dress shirt and pants, slacks, whatever you want to call them, has a backpack, like clearly a dude trying to get to work. And he's running across the street in front of me to the cross street, and he's waving at the bus. Dude has to take a bus to work, all right? He's waving at the bus. The bus starts slowing down to pick him up. It's not a stop, but it starts slowing down to pick him up because the light was red. and then the light turned green, and he sped up and left the dude.
Oh, man.
That is the lowest of the low. If you are in public transportation,
oh, man,
this dude was just trying to get to work. Running, he ran in front of us.
Yeah.
Running to get to the corner, waving at the bus, trying to wave it down. The bus sees him and tries to, and slows down. I get that you're on a schedule, but you were going to stop to pick him up anyway. But then the light turned green.
Yeah. That was dirty.
Come on.
That happened to me a few times because I used to have to catch the public transportation to get to high school.
Yeah.
And a bunch of times they'd see me running or other people running. And mind you, it was times where it was snowing.
Mm-hmm.
And you trying to get to that bus
This
stop.
dude was already sweating.
Yeah. And then they just take off. Oh, man, I used to hate that.
Why are you doing that
That's wrong, man.
What was clearly a hard-working man just trying to get to work?
Yeah, nah, you got to sit there and wait.
Come on. Nobody cares. I get it. You're on a schedule. It's not a stop. You were going to stop. It was clear. Like, the dude saw him. I could see from where I was.
When you see somebody running like that that's trying to haul ass, they ain't doing that for no reason. They ain't just doing that for the hell of it. Let them catch the bus.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I saw a tweet from this girl, and when I tell you she got ratioed, people jumped on her ass over this tweet. So she tweeted, I need an oil change and I got to pay for it myself, and this is why I will not be his girlfriend.
What?
He offered to change the oil himself, but I'm a dealership girly. Open your pockets, Pookie.
Oh, no.
Girl, get your ass out of here with that.
Yeah.
You know how much an oil change costs nowadays?
Come on.
Like, it's like 60 $70
bucks, yeah.
Yeah, he was going to change it for you. It's so much cheaper if you change your own oil.
Yeah. Well, back in the day, I did. I haven't done it in a while.
Yeah. Honestly, I got to be honest, I don't know how to change oil. But once I move into an actual house and not apartment,
put that pan
I'm going to learn how to change my own oil.
It's pretty easy.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not hard.
Yeah, I think my issue too. Like, I stay in an apartment, so I ain't trying to be at an apartment trying to change the oil. But my issue is I be on time schedule, so I be trying to get in. I be always moving, so I'm like, let me just pull up to this place and they do it.
Yeah,
and
to me, it's more.
It's
time.
convenient. Yeah, I ain't trying to do all that. But once I get a place, I'm changing our oil.
Chris, have you changed your oil lately?
Lately, it's not due yet, but
you're still doing
it. Last time you got oil changed.
Because the last time I did it myself was probably 20 years ago. Is it harder now?
No, I mean,
it used to best be filter oil.
It's just filter oil, and then you just got to lift your.
Yeah. How's she gonna jump on him for that? That brother need to stay away from this girl.
Man. All right, so you heard us. The Texans are going to play their starters on Friday night. Pretty excited about that. It's going to be a nice look. Jonathan Alexander was at Texans practice today. He's going to give us all the details and tell us, starters are going to play, all of them, and about that tight end competition. We'll find out a little more next.
After a rain-shortened Texans loss, how does Coach DeMeco evaluate his guys?
device connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits or they stop and a required finance agreement balance is due. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, man. In the loop right here. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, joining you and joining us right now. Houston Chronicle beat writer for the Houston Texans in the NFL, Jonathan Alexander. Jonathan, I've been wanting to get you on, man. It seems like a really good day. Pretty spirited practice out there. We'll get to some of that. But the news of the day, we got some starters, man. We got some starters that are going to play Friday night. My question that I brought up here on the air, and I want to get your thoughts, who exactly does that mean, and more importantly, who does that not mean? I mean, are we going to see some guys starting to get some reps?
Yeah, I believe that means C.J. Stroud, players who are healthy, who have been running with the first team in practice. I think guys who haven't been practicing, like Joe Mixon and Laramie Tunsil, who are still out, and guys who may be dealing with minor nagging injuries won't play. But I think you'll see the majority of the first team players who have been out there will finally get their chance to play. DeMeco Ryans talked about it. He said he believes in guys getting reps, and a lot of those guys who didn't play in Thursday's Hall of Fame game will finally get their chance to get out there for the first time.
Well, the big question for me, because I'm not a big advocate of the preseason games, getting a lot of reps, maybe a quarter or two, but I started wondering when I heard DeMeco, and you just mentioned it, like, are the starters going to play in another game? Or are they going to play more than a half? I mean, what would you speculate here?
I would expect one or two series for that first game. Usually you see that third game is where they get more than a quarter. But in this game, being that they have 3 more preseason games, I'd expect the starters to get a couple, like 2 series.
Mm-hmm.
So what's up, man? So I'm looking at the cornerback position, and I was not really shocked, but Lassiter didn't play in the Hall of Fame game. Is it possible he could be the cornerback number 2?
Oh, I think without a doubt. I think he won quarterback 2 battle coming out of minicamp. I think you could see how much ahead he was of the other cornerbacks that he was battling against, Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson. Henderson missed a lot of practices in training camp, but it didn't matter who you talk to. They always talk, when you asked about who are the standouts, they always mentioned Lassiter. They always said that he took on a challenge, and he had a lot of success against. And it wasn't just going up against second string. He was having success going up against Stephon Diggs, going up against Nico Collins. I think he proved pretty early on. He's one of the most ready-made rookies that I've seen, especially covering the Texans. And then, I don't think they're going to hold him back.
So Jalen Petrie, all camp, he been playing a lot of nickel. Is he starting nickel, or is he starting safety? What's going on with that?
Yeah, you know how the Texans run a base 4-3 package, but a lot of their formation is going to be in nickel. They run a lot of nickel, probably 3/4 of the time, 75% of the time. So when they're in a nickel package, they'll probably use Jalen Petrie at nickel. They've been utilizing him in the slot in most of the first team reps. And then when they go to their 4-3 package, they'll move him back to safety. And Jalen, the reason why they feel like they can do that is he did that a lot at Baylor. But the thing really, when I was talking to some people inside the organization, is they were looking at the film of who were good tacklers, and Jalen Petrie consistently, he was not afraid to go make a tackle. And they think using him in the box, in the slot, will help utilize his strengths and get him back to where he was when he was a rookie.
Houston Texans beat writer for the Houston Chronicle, Jonathan Alexander, joining us here. Here's the weird thing for me about Jalen Petrie. And you see that. Until today, I've been out at every practice. You've been at every practice. When they go to drills, he doesn't even think about going over with the safeties. It's 3 nickels, working as a nickelback with the coach. Like, I mean, you just said it, and you talked to people in the organization. They could see him playing safety. I don't see how a guy that had issues at safety last year, was benched at one point, is not getting any reps at pure safety and is still going to play there.
Yeah. I think they have a lot of faith in the safeties. That's one of their deepest position groups. Kalen Bullock, we saw what he could do. But Eric Murray, played well before he got hurt last year, and they like him at safety. If they move Jalen back at nickel, which they've been doing a lot of. So they like their players to cross, play multiple positions in case of injuries. And I think it also, the fact that Jalen Petrie is playing nickel also speaks to the fact that they don't have a ton of confidence in the guys who they signed, in Miles Bryant and Dez King. I'm not saying that Dez King or Miles Bryant might not make the team, but those guys would be starting at nickel if they had the utmost confidence in them. So I think it's a little bit by necessity, a little bit of trying to figure out how you bring out the best talents out of Jalen Petrie.
Well, you mentioned Kalen Bullock. That was going to be my natural follow-up. That dude seems to be like, it's almost like they're kind of protecting him from all the attention of being on the depth chart at number 1, but he certainly is threatening, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the biggest question for Kalen Bullock coming out of college was his tackling ability. And Nick Caserio mentioned it in his intro press conference that he had to improve his strength. But when I talk to people and they say they saw him on film, they said he showed up. And even DeMeco Ryans mentioned it in his press conference. He liked the way Kalen Bullock went after the ball. He ended up forcing that fumble. He did mention he would have liked for him not to celebrate because the ball was right behind him when he was celebrating. But it was very eye-opening for everybody. He's obviously improved this offseason, and they drafted him because of his playmaking ability and his ability to get interceptions. So if he can continue that success that he's had, I could see him easily being a contributor this season.
So we've been talking about the safety position and how we're not sure if Petrie's starting at safety or how they're gonna do. But we've been kind of advocating for maybe a Justin Simmons signing. Do you think that?
Why is he on the street too?
Yeah, that. And do you think they gonna run with? Do you think they're comfortable with the safety room?
Yeah, I think given what they've seen from Kalen Bullock, I think that kind of, for that reason, I don't think they'll go after Justin Simmons. I think he's out there, and I think he's an option. I do think that if he were to get hurt, that he could remain an option, that if somebody were to get hurt, in that safety room, that he could remain an option as a guy that they could sign, because he hasn't signed with anybody.
Yeah.
And I think he hasn't signed with anybody. Probably don't want to participate in training camp. You see a few guys who hadn't participated in few players. I'm not talking about Justin in particular, but few players enjoy the process of training camp. But I think that option is open, but I think right now they like what they have. They're healthy at safety. They got 5 safeties right now who will likely make this roster. Only 4 made the roster last year. So I think at this moment they don't need Justin Simmons.
One of the things we've been talking about here with Jonathan Alexander, Houston Texans beat writer for the Houston Chronicle. One of the things we've been talking about, Jonathan, is just doing the math at the wide receiver position. It's next to impossible. Like we know Nico, Stephon, and Tank. Noah Brown seems to have a spot. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ben Skoranek, they brought him in for a reason, and he had a pretty good game. Xavier Hutchinson flashed. Dude, that kind of makes it interesting for John Metchie and Robert Woods. Where would you disagree on that?
No, I would agree with all of that. Before that game, I had, the top 3 as a lock: Dell, Diggs, Collins. I had Noah Brown as a lock, and I was starting to put a lock in on John Metchie because he had looked great in training camp. And then, he had only 1 catch for 4 yards, and DeMeco Ryans talked about it. He said he's not going to put too much stock in the game because Metchie has had a good camp, but he would like for him to produce in the future games. So I think it's going to be incumbent on John Metchie to play well. And like you said, Xavier Hutchinson is making it difficult. He plays a little bit of special teams. He led the team in receiving yards. I do think he'll have to have an extraordinary performance to beat out guys like Metchie and Skoranek, but I wouldn't put it past. I think Woods. I think he has some upside in the fact that they could trade him, and cutting him also saves money. Because I think Woods could still play for a team, but he just doesn't have a spot on this team as a veteran guy. So when I look at the top 6 right now, it's a tie between Metchie and Hutchinson as who would be that final 6th spot. And I have Skoranek ahead of both of them just because of his special teams value and what he showed in the preseason game as well.
So Cam Akers actually looked pretty good in the Hall of Fame game. Are you confident that he can possibly make this team and maybe fight for the number 2 running back spot, or how you feel about that?
No, I wouldn't have him fight for the number 2 spot. I think if he did make the team, he would be either number 3 or number 4. I have Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce well ahead of him, and they obviously have experience having played with the first team all this time. But I do think if Cam Akers makes his team, then I think he would threaten the roster spot of the rookie Jahar Jordan.
Yeah.
And I do think it's possible that they could cut him. I haven't seen the rookie make a ton of plays. He was a 5th-round pick, so you would be parting ways with a 5th-round pick. But I think you could sneak him on the practice squad. As for Cam Akers, I don't think that's possible. So I could see Akers being the 4th running back. And, Dare Ogunbowale brings special teams value. They like everything that he can do outside of that.
One more for you here, Jonathan, then we'll let you get to work. But the other big story, certainly going into Friday night and the rest of this week, is at the tight end position. Obviously, Dalton Schultz is there. Cade Stover has shown a little bit. We heard DeMeco today. You were there in Ohio, kind of raving about Cade Stover. What's going to happen behind Dalton Schultz?
Yeah, I think Brevin Jordan would be number 2 and Cade Stover would be number 3. I think Teagan was trying to make it difficult the way he was playing in the preseason game, but he got hurt, and Teagan Quatoriano has not been healthy for any of the 3 years that he's been with the Texans. And, I believe they think he's one of the better blockers on the team, and obviously has some upside, but he just one of the best abilities is availability, and Teagan hasn't been available. But I think they like what they have with Brevin, Dalton, and Cade Stover, who's obviously shows some upside, and I think he could be a factor in the passing game. Just one, he's shown that he's talented, and then he also has that connection with C.J. Stroud, having played together at Ohio State.
So you at this is the last question. So you at Nick Casario's old high school, man. Set the scene for it, man. How did that look, man?
Man, a lot of green trees, a lot of grass. It looked like a lot of wealth too, and nothing wrong with that. But it was it seemed like it was in the middle of nowhere, but a lot of green trees and a lot of grass, and the weather wasn't as humid as what you see in Houston.
No, that's good. Man, Jonathan, let's do it again. That's really good stuff. Jonathan Alexander, Houston Chronicle, joining us. Stay cool. Stay cool up there.
Appreciate y'all. Thanks for having me on.
All right, man. Good stuff. We'll dig into that a little bit here as we start around the NFL. But also, man, there's a pretty big-time safety coming to the AFC South. It's not Justin Simmons, and you just heard him talk about he doesn't think it might ever be Justin Simmons with the Texans. But we're going to go around the NFL with that and maybe a big-time trade for the Texans' next preseason opponent. That's coming up next. But right now, D&M Auto Leasing.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you around the NFL right now. A couple of interesting things happening as we're speaking, Figgy. But we got to start with the Hall of Fame. We're going to dig in a little more at 140 as it pertains to Andre Johnson and some of the great things that he's done off the field that have led this organization to where it is now. It was just, it resonated, man. It was sincere. It was real. It was from the heart. Andre Johnson's speech was not anything like, wow, what a orator, it was just solid. It checked all the boxes. It was, like I said, from the heart. But he twice said the same thing that I think really is going to go down as kind of what Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame entrance was all about.
I can't lie. I'm happy as hell. I've reached the pinnacle. To be sitting up here with these guys I idolized, guys I wanted to be like, and now for them to be my teammates. And like Pep said and some of the other guys said, what we miss about the game, it's not playing, it's the locker room. You don't understand the bus rides, the plane rides, just going out to eat, things of that nature. People don't understand that. And you spend more time with your teammates more than you do with your family.
Boy, that's the truth. But that was only the first time he said, I'm happy as hell.
I'll end off with this. I'm happy as hell again to be your first Pro Football Hall of Fame. Thank you.
We're happy as hell, too.
Yeah, no, I like that. I think, like I said, it wasn't no wow factors like the other one.
It was just
wasn't flashy.
Awesome.
But if you know Andre Johnson,
yeah, it was him.
And know the type of person he is, this speech was amazing.
Yeah,
this was amazing for him. He opened up. He wasn't too long like the other ones, but this was perfect coming from somebody like Andre Johnson, who's known to be a little laid back and quiet.
Yeah, like people who know him, yourself, myself, a lot of people listening, a lot of people there. Or at least you feel like you know him. You walked away from that thinking, well, that was Andre.
Yeah,
that was Andre.
And then the other impressive thing is the teleprompter went out.
Yeah.
During it.
Yeah.
And he went off the cuff after that. So I think, to me, that showed a lot even more. Like, people, I didn't even know until afterwards where somebody said it went out. I'm like, damn. It sounded like he just kind of memorized it a little bit.
Yeah.
But, he did an amazing job.
That was awesome. Around the NFL, this is just something that is happened in the last hour. So they've been talking about what the Olympics are going on, and today they talked about how the torch was going to be passed to L.A. The 2028 Olympics are going to be in Los Angeles. Okay, so the NFL and the United States Olympic Committee dropped a video of Jalen Hurts throwing it wasn't real, but throwing a football that's on fire into the L.A. Coliseum.
You sure it wasn't real?
Cauldron. They're teasing that flag football is going to be for sure in the 2028 L.A. games also. That's pretty sweet. Like, I know they're talking about it. They've done it. They've had it in certain places, here in France, they're playing it here, but official in Los Angeles. That's going to be pretty sweet.
I would like to see that, man.
I would too. But then you have to ask the question, who's playing?
Yeah, because I'm like, what countries are qualified to play that? Because, a lot of places ain't playing football like that. But I would like to, I would be locked into that.
Yeah, I would absolutely. All right, so I also talked about this. Another safety is off the market. It's not Justin Simmons. Quandre Diggs is headed to the Titans. 1-year contract, $5 million. Diggs deal guarantees $3 million with some additional bonuses in there, depending on playing time. Here's where we talk about it. What I want to talk about, and we just heard Jonathan Alexander say, "No, I think they feel pretty good about it. Like maybe they're kind of giving Kalen Bullock see exactly what he was about before they made any decisions on Justin Simmons." he doesn't think the Texans are really going to be in the market. I'm not 100% on that because he's still on the street, especially if you can get like a 1-year contract somewhere in that area. Like you're making what you think is going to be a big run. Bring in everybody you can.
Yeah, I think after J.A. pretty much said that, I kind of lean towards him. I feel like they are comfortable because I think they would have been signed them or at least had some type of conversation or something. Maybe he don't want to go to camp, but it would have been some type of conversation, and I feel like they're super confident. It feel like the thing with the defensive lineman when Autry got suspended, where they already got Jerry Hughes, so no J.J. Watt. I feel like they.
Well, I don't know about that, but we'll see.
I saw him. I ain't mentioned this, but I saw him up close and personal.
Yeah,
my man looked retired.
Yeah,
yeah.
Why do you say
his
that?
Body looked. He looked.
You saw the pictures too.
That's the thing, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. I ain't trying to say my man used AI. He was still cocky, but he just looked like a retired lineman, man. He looked like he about 245. And I just like seeing him in person because we know he ain't gonna be on the edge that much because of Neil and Will Anderson. But I was looking at him like I don't see that guy playing in the middle.
Yeah,
I don't know. He just his body. He looked like he in retirement mode. He kind of looked like he got a body like Seth Payne.
Yeah.
So
all those linemen, man, look
they slimmed down after retirement. So that's how. And
Chris Myers looked thin.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that he's not big at all or anything, but he don't look like that old J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
Man,
well, we'll see.
I don't know, man. It might be over with for him.
Remember last week when I guess Brandon Ayuk jogged out to the middle of the field and made all the rounds? He was like shaking hands with Shanahan and general manager and all that. It seemed like a deal was on the place. Well, today, Andrew Filipponi from Pittsburgh.
93.7 The Fan.
Yeah. Quote, the Steelers are working hard on a trade for Brandon Ayuk, and a deal could get done soon. The 49ers now seem motivated to get something done. So either something happened with that contract negotiation or whatever, but, I mean, Brandon Ayuk is really good. I don't know if he's like, oh, my God, this is a blockbuster, but it's pretty big. It's pretty big for the Steelers in that division.
It kind of showed me that they because I wasn't sure what they was going to do.
Yeah.
But it seemed like they always kind of go all in. Like they bring in anybody. They bring in Patrick Queen on a cheaper than expected deal. They remember a couple years ago they traded for the Minka Fitzpatrick. Yep. They gave up a first round pick, whatever it was. So they always bring in talent, and that's why they always in the mix. I don't know how the quarterback situation going to be.
Yeah, that's a minor detail there.
But, yeah, man, they outside of that, it seems like they got a nice little roster, man.
Yeah, they got a nice little roster. The other thing I didn't mention with Jake signing with the Titans, they just keep acting like a team that feels like they're going to be a contender.
See, I'm glad you said that because they kind of make me a little bit nervous. Like I'm not saying they're going to run the table and win the division, but that team could be the team that's in the way. Where they might not win 10
they're
plus
gonna be a pain in the ass is what they're gonna be.
I can see them squeezing. I can see them going 7-10.
Yeah,
and just kind of being in the way.
Yeah,
they not that team that's because I thought they was going to tank and try to rebuild and all that stuff. No, they going all. They spending bread. They brung in what's it? Dog, I can't think of his name. But what's the safety that played for Seattle? Then they bring in
they did. God. And now I'm drawing a blank as well. But
they bringing in people.
Everybody's yelling at the radio.
I know. They bringing in people.
Yeah.
So I could see them being a pain in the ass that's just right there in the way.
And we don't know anything about their offensive coordinator. I mean, their new head coach,
the quarterback,
who's been a great offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I don't know what Will Levis going to do.
Yeah.
But I could see them, with the talent they bringing in just being in the way.
Yeah. You brought this up. Did you see the Texans Madden ratings?
I did.
This is interesting.
It's interesting. It's good, but also it was an eye roll for me. I don't know what they they thinking about with this, man.
Mm-hmm.
So I decided to look at the Houston Texans Madden ratings.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go down the list of the important ones. So Laramie Tunsil is the highest rated one. He's a 94.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs is a 92. Joe Mixon is a 91. Daniil Hunter is an 88. I thought he could have.
These all seem okay so far. I understand them.
I thought Daniil could have been at least a 90, but whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Stingley is an 88. Nico is an 83, which I'm like
maybe that one a little low.
Yeah, Will Anderson is an 83.
Same.
And I'm kind of like maybe they want to see what he do his rookie year. And you notice I ain't mentioned the name yet.
I know.
We had Will Anderson 83. Shaq Mason is 82.
Yeah.
I still didn't mention that name. CJ Stroud is an 81.
So, I mean, that's just bizarre.
Yeah, I don't get. And look, I'm not saying he should have been a.
Damian Pierce
90s.
Is an 80.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm not saying he need to be in the 90s or anything like that. But I would have thought he'd been maybe at 85.
That 88, 80, or maybe up there with Daniil Hunter.
Yeah, 85, 86.
Yeah.
But you got, like you said, DeMeco Autry is an 81.
Yeah.
That's the same as CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
Another one that was kind of troubling a little bit was Titus Howard. I don't know if y'all talked about it, but Titus Howard is a 71.
Yeah.
I don't know if they just doing it because of his jersey number or what, but he's a 71, and Blake Fisher is a 72.
So the rookie is higher.
Is higher
than Titus Howard.
Yeah. So if you put, I don't know how Madden is right now, but if Madden is how I used to play it, then Blake Fisher is starting over. They start the better player with the better rating.
Yeah.
So he would start over Titus Howard.
Automatically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, another thing I want to add on is just that suppose the guy that does the ratings is a Cowboys fan.
Oh, get out.
Where'd you see that? Really?
Yeah. It's a whole thing. They talk about it on Reddit, and I pretty sure I saw it on Twitter too. But the guy that does the Madden ratings, he's a Cowboys fan, so I feel like that has a lot to do with maybe like the Texans and like certain teams.
Maybe.
So
I hadn't thought about that.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
He's certainly not a John Weeks fan.
Yeah.
John Weeks.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
my man is a 27.
He's a 27.
Oh man. Man, shout out to my man Weeks.
If you don't think that's going to be mentioned.
Yeah. But I was looking at all of these ratings, and especially the quarterback ratings. And I'm like, let me look at all the people that's actually, all the quarterbacks that's getting paid right now.
Yeah.
And what their ratings are. So I actually went to CBS Sports to see this, and so I kind of compared them versus the Madden ratings. So Joe Burrow, I think he's tied for like top paid quarterback. He's a 93, which, I'm fine with.
Now, Mahomes was a 99?
Yeah, Mahomes is a 99.
Yeah.
So I'll get to him in a minute.
Yeah.
But Trevor Lawrence and Jordan Love is also tied with Joe Burrow as top paid QBs. Trevor Lawrence is a 77.
Bro, that's a sign. That's a sign.
Jordan Love is an 81. So I feel like that's a little consistent.
But that's kind of like CJ.
Yeah, because they kind of similar. So I can see that he just got paid early.
Yeah.
Tua is next, and he's at 88.
These are in order the highest paid.
In order the highest paid. So Tua's at 88. Jared Goff is an 82. Justin Herbert is an 87. Lamar Jackson is a 98. Jalen Hurts is an 86. Kyler Murray, he's a 77.
Damn.
Deshaun Watson is a 75.
That sounds about right.
Kirk Cousins, an 84. And now I get to Patrick Mahomes, who's a 99.
So of the top paid quarterbacks, in terms of Madden rating, Mahomes is first, but he's 10th.
Yeah.
In top paid.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's worse than 10th. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we all know he's the best quarterback in the league, and he's the 11th highest paid QB. And you got Trevor Lawrence is tied for first.
How about Trevor Lawrence at 77 and Deshaun at 75?
Yeah, Kyler Murray at 77.
Man, I hadn't played Madden since my kids were kids.
Man.
And so, yeah. Are you going to play it?
I said I wasn't because I feel like they keep doing the same stuff with it. But I used to get suckered in right during that week, so I'll probably go and buy it and play. I've been playing NCAA football.
Yeah, that's the thing's going off the charts.
I've been having a blast with that.
And you're not getting the good teams. You're building the.
I've been building the program. So I had Kent State. I had Kent State at one point. So I kind of I got them into the national championship game, but I lost. And also I've been doing like a little dynasty mode where I play as a player.
Oh, Road to Glory.
Road to Glory, yeah. So I was a quarterback.
You play, Chris?
Oh yeah, I play.
Yeah, so I was a quarterback, Figgy Fig, the quarterback.
What team is yours?
Texas State, baby. You already know.
Oh,
Eat 'em up,
God.
Cats. I already have 2 national championships. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so I started. As I forgot what they call it, but I ended up going to. I want to say, where did I start? It might have been Kent State, but it was a small school. And I could not get on the field, man. So I spent like 2 or 3 years not getting on the field. And the second year, or the fourth year, I ended up going to another school. I forgot what school it was. But long story short, I ended up at, you know what? I went to Eastern Michigan.
Okay.
And then I balled out there. And then I went to the transfer portal. You'll like this. I ended up at A&M.
Oh, yeah?
So I went to A&M. Won a national championship.
Damn right you did.
Yep. So that was the end of my career. I balled out.
Oh, that's good. So it's out already?
NCAA football.
No, Madden.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not out yet. I think it come out this month, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah, it come out this month.
But I will say, I would wait because usually, like towards the end of the year, like towards the end of the season, you can get it for free.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I don't know how
you can get it for free. It sounds like you're hacking.
No. It's just like if you have like EA Play, there's like a thing.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You can download it for free. So you're basically paying for like the
subscription.
monthly. Yeah, the subscription, but you get the games. All EA games are free.
Okay.
One more here around the NFL, and this is maybe more me than others, but I know other people thought of this, at least some. So Devin Hester, obviously also inducted into the Hall of Fame, but I found it really interesting when he said that he may be the first returner inducted into the Hall of Fame, but he shouldn't be the last. And so a bunch of names started popping into my mind, including Billy White Shoes Johnson, who they have been, and it's going to have to be the Veterans Committee now, but they've been trying. Maybe John McClain gets involved and maybe even gets some thanks this time.
Get a mention
on the podium. But who else? I think Dante Hall would be mentioned. You mentioned Josh Cribbs earlier, and that's a good one.
Yeah, I looked at it. I think a lot of people started bringing him up once Devin Hester said that. And I started looking at his highlights. I'm like, I forgot about this.
Yeah.
I looked up his stat. I want to say he like second all-time in returning yards. So I think that's somebody you would consider. So, yeah.
Billy White Shoes Johnson, Dante Hall, Gale Sayers, and if you want to go back in time, Brian Mitchell, Josh Cribbs, a lot of those guys for sure. All right, so John Lopez Figgy Fig here with you, and the internet is going nuts. The worst call in the biggest moment of a guy's life, and take that, Australia. Yes, I'm looking at you. That's next.
After a rain-shortened Texans loss, how does Coach DeMeco evaluate his guys' Hall of Fame game?
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
So how do we feel about Benjamin Albright? Big-time NFL guy in Denver. He's had his ups and downs. Let's put it that way. He's been a little bit weird.
Professional and personal.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But how do we feel about a report from Benjamin Albright?
It's very hit or miss.
Yeah.
Because he said a lot of stuff and it clearly didn't happen.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I ain't going to knock him for that, but
he said a lot of stuff, and he's tight with the Broncos.
Yeah.
That's where he mainly, that's the team he mainly covers.
Yeah.
So the reason I bring that up and want to have that backdrop of, take it for how you want, but he has reported today, about an hour ago, that Justin Simmons has had roughly a dozen offers. He's on the street to sign with an NFL team, looking for the right situation. And then he says probably signs this week AFC South.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So AFC South is where your Houston Texans are. If it's the Colts, dude.
Oh, man.
If he's right and it's the Colts, that's a scary team.
Yeah. How confident are you that it could possibly be the Houston Texans? Because we just had
real.
Okay, we just had
hopeful, not confident.
Okay, we just had Jonathan Alexander on there.
Yeah.
He pretty much said he think they're comfortable
He believes they are.
room. Yeah. So I'm wondering if they would bring him in like right now or this week.
Play offense and defense at the same time. Keep him away from anybody else.
Yeah.
Bring him in.
Bring him in for the hell of it.
Yeah. So this had the internet going nuts. And I don't know if I feel sorry for the announcer, Lee Diffie, of the men's 100-meter final, or if there's no excuse for what he did. So if you were watching the 100-meter final, and obviously one of the premier events at the Olympics, he had the call. He had the call on one of the biggest races the biggest race of all these guys' lives to this point, and he got it completely wrong.
There's an Olympic gold medal waiting for somebody who wants it the most. Now Thompson starts to wind up. Curley's going with him. This is close. Jamaica's going to do it. Kishane Thompson is a gold medalist on debut.
We thought it was going to take 9.7 to win. Guess what he just ran? 9.78. Come on, man! But it was a lean at the tape by Thompson. Visually, we think he got it. They're working on the photo.
Fred Curley pushed him all the way. Noah Lyles is looking anxiously.
Yeah, Thompson didn't win it. They called it the race. It's unbelievable.
It sounded like a call for Thompson.
Yeah,
That's what it sounded like.
They said he won.
If I would have just heard that and didn't know the outcome, like, okay, salute to Thompson.
Yeah.
Pulling off that W.
Yeah. Didn't win it. Noah Lyles did.
Yeah. Oh, I thought he's looking anxiously.
They didn't even mention his name until at the very end. He's looking at the photo.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Like, at first I'm like, I kind of feel sorry for the dude because he's obviously very well-known announcer, does a lot of does some auto racing, does that. And usually does an okay job, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe I don't pay enough attention to it. But this is audio for the archives for the rest of your life for the time that you won the gold medal.
Yeah.
And they don't even mention your name.
Yeah. And that was a legendary finish too.
The best ever.
Yeah. And even outside of him, they gonna play this call regardless. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
That's the call. So I just don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't get it, man. I kind of feel bad that that's the call that's going to be remembered.
Yeah. And I just, like I said, I don't think I feel sorry for him. At first I did, but if you don't know, don't say. Mark Vanner is probably screaming at his radio right now. Just say it's a photo or too close to call or whatever. Not Thompson wins the gold medal.
And that would have been perfect to kind of build it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, wow, it was so close. We're not sure who got it. Like, we're waiting to see. That could have been the perfect time to just build it up.
Yeah.
And then when they find out, then just give that dude some love.
Yeah. Best rivalry in the Olympics right now, like not even close, is USA versus Australia swimming. Like, I know, none of us are like, huge experts and huge, everyday fans of swimming. But if you've been watching the Olympics at all, you've been watching it.
Yeah.
Like the Australians took a big lead early in the medal count and the gold medal count in the pool. It's one of the most fierce rivalries. We played that last week about
Michael Phelps.
Yeah. We played that woman saying, I hate when the Americans ring the cowbell and all that. Yeah. Well, it came down to one race. It came down to the 4x100 relay, and if the Americans win this race, they win the gold medal count, they win the swimming medal count, and they beat the Australians.
Olympics looking for one final gold. She's going to get it, and it's going to be a world record for the Americans. Gold medal number 8, and the much talked about gold medal duel between the United States and Australia is officially over, and it comes down to the final race to give the Americans the edge.
Yeah, baby. That was awesome. Those races are...
Yeah, no, that was cool.
They've been...
That wasn't even close either.
No, that one wasn't close.
I'm like, man.
Katie Ledecky's here shaking the cowbell.
Yeah.
She wasn't doing that just for her own good.
Yeah, no, it was going down on purpose. I was surprised there wouldn't be more cowbells in there after that.
Yeah, she was shaking it right in the Aussie's face.
Yeah, what I like is when people complain about somebody doing something.
Yeah, then they do it more.
I love it, man. I'm like DeMeco Ryans. I love it.
I love it.
I love it.
Yeah, and this was right in your wheelhouse. I actually didn't watch this live. But I followed up with it and watched it. So Novak Djokovic, the Joker, is 37. He had gone into the Olympics in 2012, and now 12 years later, and never won a gold medal.
I thought that 2012 opening ceremony in London, carrying the flag for my country, the opening ceremony, opening the Olympic Games, is the best feeling that an athlete could have. Until today, this kind of supersedes everything that I imagined, that hoped that I could experience and that I could feel. And the fact that I won the bronze in the first Olympic Games and ever since then failed to win a medal and, played 3 out of 4 Olympic Games in semifinals and couldn't overcome that obstacle. And then now at age 37, with 21-year-old that is probably the best player in the world right now, winning Roland Garros and Wimbledon back-to-back and playing incredible tennis. Just when I take everything in consideration, this probably is the biggest sporting success I've ever had in my career.
Dude, it's amazing. Like, I don't know if you saw the video. He was like shaking on the ground. He was so emotional. And he's not an emotional guy.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's not. I don't know if it's because he wins so much, where it's just like kind of like how Tom Brady is.
Yeah.
Whenever he win a Super Bowl, he just like, yep, like here's another one.
That gold medal hits different.
Yeah, this one, you would have thought this was his first time ever winning anything.
Yeah.
So, salute to him, man. One of the GOATs.
And Scottie Scheffler, too. Scottie Scheffler was crying on the medal podium. The dude's won 2 majors this year. Obviously, he's the #1 player in the world. Both these guys have more money than they'll ever spend. And dude was just balling on the medal stand when he won the golf.
Yeah, man. If you look at his timeline, he went to jail, came back, and played. And so, man, going from jail to winning the gold medal, man, who would have thought it?
Who would have thought it? All right. College football. We're less than 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks.
It's right around the corner,
from the opening. So the preseason coaches poll came out just about 30 minutes ago or so. We'll give you some of the big ones here. But, hey, Texas going into the SEC. Georgia is #1 with 46 first-place votes. Ohio State, is number 2 with 7 first-place votes. Oregon 3, Texas 4 has a first-place vote. Alabama, Ole Miss 6, Notre Dame facing the Aggies to open the season 7. Michigan is 8 with 1 first-place vote. Penn State, Florida State round out the top 10. In terms of locals here, we have a lot of LSU fans. They are 12 in the coaches poll, ranked number 12. Oklahoma 16, Texas A&M 20. So, yeah, man, it's happening. College football. Oh, like, no excuse for Ohio State this year, right?
Nah,
0.
Nah, they actually went all in this offseason.
Yeah.
So, Nah, it should be no excuse.
Zero excuses for Ohio State. We'll see Texas, man, get that number 4 ranking, one first-place vote, which I don't know who that was, and they're coming into the SEC.
I want to see what Michigan do this year, man, because it's no Jim Harbaugh. He gone. So I'm kind of curious how they gonna look, especially with that head coach of theirs.
Yeah, and going into the SEC, Georgia. These are the SEC teams in the preseason coaches top 25. Georgia, Texas, Alabama, Ole Miss, LSU, Missouri, Tennessee, Oklahoma, A&M. They got 9 SEC teams in the top 25. I'm telling you, I think Texas is really, really good, and they could easily make a run.
They could easily not make a run.
That SEC wears on your ass, man.
I would be nervous going into the SEC. I'm fine with my school being in the Big Ten.
Yeah. Got 9. I might have missed one. It might be 10, but they got at least 9.
And then even the other ones that's probably not ranked are still good.
Oh yeah, you go into some of these stadiums.
Arkansas,
go into Auburn. Tell me how that is.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me how Auburn's going to work out for you.
Even them other people that's low or other schools that's lower ain't no joke.
Yeah. Dog, it's going to be a fun college football season.
I can't wait.
So excited. Who does Ohio State open with? Nobody?
I forgot.
I shouldn't call him a nobody, but we'll see. Notre Dame and A&M opening on, I believe, August 31st. So coming right up. All right, so we got to talk about this. Mentioned it briefly earlier, and I think it's really important. Obviously Hall of Famer Andre Johnson. We played the happy as hell cuts, et cetera, et cetera. So on the field moments, we talked about those last week. I got to talk about these off the field moments. Why are the Texans so relevant right now? It's because of Andre Johnson, and I'm going to explain exactly why next.
The Texans couldn't take down the Bears in the Hall of Fame game.
Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Live from the Twin Peaks studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
How you feeling about old Chris Santiago this week?
He a beast, man.
How about that? He's going to Wally Pip your ass.
You gonna take my job, man.
Right, let's not get to it.
Not too qualified, not too carried away.
They're going to throw me on Area 45.
Is that an insult? I don't know. Chris Santiago joining us behind the glass this week and next week. Figgy Fig going to be in this studio. You're not behind the glass right now.
It feels so weird, man. Like I said, I keep getting ready to.
Yeah, one time you actually reached to your right, like you were going to go to break.
I did.
That's pretty
and then
wild.
Also, I feel like I'm not doing anything. I'm like, do I need to podcast something or?
Yeah, hit that laptop, man.
Yeah, I feel like I need to be working, doing something else instead of just talking.
Nah,
I feel like y'all got it easy.
Oh, get the hell out of here.
Just sitting here, just talking, and that's it.
We do all kinds of prep.
Then 2 o'clock. All right, peace.
All right, see you guys later. Cut that up for me.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm staying after the show for 2 hours.
Can you give me that audio and that audio and that audio? Yeah, well, just don't tell anybody. Like I just did. So, so you and I this week, next week, and Santiago's in this week, next week, and August 19th.
August 19th, man. Mark that on your calendar. I'm super fired up.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have a new host.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if y'all guys noticed the last couple months.
Get out.
Been sounding a little different.
Get out of town. Get out of town.
Yeah, I haven't seen one text or anything. Just nobody noticed.
Nobody noticed.
I don't know if you guys noticed. But
hey, show's still kicking butt, that's for sure. That's always good. All right, so I was talking about we've been talking a lot about Andre Johnson, but Hall of Fame speech. Let's hear it one more time, Chris. My favorite part.
I'll end off with this. I'm happy as hell again to be your first Pro Football Hall of Famer. Thank you.
Atta baby. That was the moment. I mean, they went nuts. You were there, man.
Yeah.
You and your parents.
Yeah.
Cal and Hannah.
Hey, Mom. But it was amazing, man. Shout out to the traveling Texans and just people, just fans in general that travel out there to Canton just to see that moment. Man, it was loud. It was a tough weekend because it was a lot of rain and it was a rain delay, so it didn't start until probably like 2 hours later.
Yeah.
It was a rain delay. They canceled the game on Thursday, but just everybody just sticking around and going to all of the events and being there at the ceremony. And Andre spoke last.
Yeah.
So that's a little tough sitting around, and sometimes the speeches could be a snooze fest. But when it was time for Andre, when they put his name up there on that board,
everybody up.
It got loud.
Because it was a Houston homecoming in Cleveland.
It was.
Yeah.
It was. It was a lot of people.
Chicago, but they don't get full credit.
Yeah, they 6 hours away.
They can drive
there. Yeah. And they showed up too. It's gonna be interesting to see them play week 2 when they come here.
Yeah.
But man, Houston, like Andre said, they showed up and showed out. That's like the slogan.
Yeah.
So they showed up and showed out. Hopefully they can show. Hopefully Texas fans can show up this year early.
Yeah,
get there early and bring that same energy.
Yeah, so it was fantastic. But all his on the field exploits, and greatness was on display, including the plays we played last week with the Arizona Cardinals and the Washington team, and et cetera, the Jacksonville game. But it got me thinking about like the Texans are here, man. Like Andre Johnson getting into the Hall of Fame, like the best word is just like validation. Like that word's thrown around a lot. But the Houston Texans as an organization, they're playing with the big boys now. They got a Hall of Famer. They got high expectations. There's no more, hey, they're a new franchise. I haven't thought they've been a new franchise for probably 5 or 6 years now, if not more. It's like they're at the big table,
Yeah.
And the reason they got here, to me, is Andre Johnson. Like 3 things that he's done, and you just heard one of them. Like Andre Johnson getting into the Hall of Fame, it is legit now. Like they're in the club. They have a Hall of Famer. They're not cute anymore. They're not young anymore. They're a scary team that everybody in the NFL has to pay attention to.
Yeah, I agree. I think, like I said, they've been around for a minute now. You can't sit here and say this is a new franchise. And nah, they've been around for a minute. They finally got a Hall of Famer in. And look, they got another one on the way. J.J. Watt will be next.
Yeah.
And right now they have a good team. They have a good, scary team that could be around for a long time.
Yeah.
So, it's looking good. This is probably, and you could probably speak to this more since you've been here longer, but this is probably the best time to be around the Houston Texans right now.
I don't think there's any question.
Everything, like the arrow.
There have been some great times.
Yeah. But the arrow is pointed way up, man.
Yeah.
You got everything gets checked off.
Yeah. So you can thank Andre Johnson for that validation.
He set the table.
That's number one. Number two, it happened on November 17th, 2013. I feel like this is when the organization really started to grow up. And it was a bad time for the Texans, an embarrassing time for Bob McNair, who was obviously alive and in charge back then. But so the Texans had these high hopes. Gary Kubiak had gotten this team into the playoffs, big win, the J.J. Watt stuff, the Bengals game and all that. And then there's all this trouble at quarterback. Case Keenum ends up starting for Matt Schaub. Andre Johnson's obviously on the squad. The Texans, won 2 games and then lost 8 in a row. And it just all started spiraling, away. And Andre Johnson, before the game ended, after the Texans had lost their last chance to try to come back and win, walked off the field, and everybody noticed because he was all by himself. Everybody in the stadium, television audience, walked off the field in complete frustration, no helmet. And I thought that's when he sent another message. And that was like, we got to do better, man. We got to do better than this. And so Andre, number one, Hall of Fame. Number two, that moment kind of got people expectations high.
Yeah, and I think that's super important because if you know Andre, he's low-key, he's quiet. But when it's an issue going on, when something going on, you're going to get to that in a minute for your number one. He going to speak up.
Yeah.
And when he speaks, I think I forgot who said this. It might have been Wade Smith or something like that. But when he speaks, people listen.
Yeah.
And, he might not speak a lot, but when he speak up, people listen.
I mean, Seth Payne was talking this morning about how intimidating he is, but not like in a scary way, just like you better respect this dude.
Yeah. It's funny, too, because when I was listening to him speak, and he kind of give me, and this is not like a bad thing, but he kind of give me the Jay Prince vibes. He got that same low tone, deep voice as Jay Prince, and Jay Prince talk real slow, where he be like, you ain't supposed to be doing that, right?
Yeah.
And that's how Andre, he kind of got that low tone. He talk a little slower, but it's powerful.
Yeah.
Where if, a lot of the times we see Andre, cool and laid back, but if he's frustrated with something and he's upset about something, he going to keep that same tone, but you're going to be like, oh.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that parent. Like my dad, he ain't really disciplined me as much.
But when he said something,
when he get mad,
just the way my dad said it.
Yeah.
That's kind of how Andre is.
Yeah. My mom used to yell all the time. Used to go out one ear through the other. Like, all right, I don't care, whatever. But when my dad step in, it's just like, oh, you really in trouble.
This is real.
People used to always say, when Eddie get to yelling, oh, you did something wrong. So that's how Andre is.
So that's 2 ways that Andre, got the Texans where we are today. And, if you didn't hear earlier, the Texans going to play their starters on Friday night against the Steelers, so we're going to get a real good look at what this squad looks like. Number one, and we all know what it is. This is not like some big surprise or, unveiling or anything, but it was a tweet. It was a tweet in 2021, and I thought about this specifically because, you saw all these guys and more than I saw because you were there and at the restaurants and at the events and in the Hall of Fame. All the Texans were there for Andre Johnson. The difference is all those same Texans are now back with the Houston Texans, and that's because of Andre Johnson. Jack Easterby, we know the story. We're not going to kind of rehash that. But when you lose, this was a moment like when you lose Andre, you're in trouble because they lost Andre.
Yeah.
And the tweet was, since Jack Easterby has walked into the building, nothing good has happened in or for the organization, and for some reason, someone can't seem to see what's going on. Pathetic and 3 exclamation points. That to me was the moment.
Yeah, and if you look at his Twitter, he don't tweet a lot.
Yeah.
Like, I just did one big scroll down with the mouse, and I went to 2018. It's 2024 now. So that show you he don't tweet a lot. And he deleted the tweet just to, I guess, get the bad vibes off. But now his last tweet right now was in 2020. So for him to put that out there, that's like what I said earlier. When he's upset about something and voice it, it's like, oh, nah, man. Like, if you piss Andre off, then, nah, you lost everybody. And, you know, fortunately, he was talking to Cal because, you know, he wasn't a fan of Jack used to be. And he said, man.
No, he said it.
Yeah.
For some reason, someone can't seem to see what's going on.
Yeah.
That someone is Cal.
Yeah. And now when you look at it, it's like a friend that's dating somebody that's not good for him. It's just like, man, I don't know what you see in this person.
Yeah.
Like, this person is not good. And now they look like a big happy family now, man. Like Andre, you know, for a minute he wasn't in that building. He was away.
Yeah.
So now it's a big happy family, and he thanked the Menaires up on that stage. So
no, everybody's pulling in the same direction.
Yeah, everything is good now, man. And look, everybody make mistakes. Everybody make bad hires and stuff like that. But for the simple fact, Andre, you know, explained that and said, nah, this ain't it. Like, we got to do something. And they eventually did something, and we all good now.
Yeah. So what was your favorite part?
My favorite part throughout the whole weekend?
Yeah.
I would probably say just being there in front, like, towards the stage, man. Just sitting around all of these Hall of Famers and just random people.
It had to be really cool for you. Like, coming from Cleveland, and I know you grew up in a tough area, and then all of a sudden you see yourself in Cleveland shadow sitting with freaking billionaires at the Hall of Fame. That had to be really, really cool. I hadn't thought of that.
It was super cool. And the other thing is, like, when I went back, I felt like I mean, it felt like home, but I felt like a visitor coming in.
Nah, you're from Houston, man.
And, and the thing is, I'm like, man, I told my wife, I'm like, man, I think I just want to go back and take an actual vacation to Cleveland and just do all the stuff, like go down to the flats, maybe hit the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, just do all of this stuff that I really took for granted.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's a cool place. It was cool with, you know, seeing people I ain't seen in years, just showing me some love and see how far I got.
Yeah.
I'm just like, man, I can't believe I'm here. It honestly feel like a dream. It feel like a dream sitting here on a sports talk show. I'm like, I never wanted to do this. And I'm sitting here talking some sports. I'm just like, man.
Damn right you are.
Y'all got my ghetto self up there like this?
You got your ghetto self in Canton, Ohio, in the shadows of, what was your neighborhood called?
I was from 123rd and Leonard Crave.
Okay.
So it was a rough area on the east side.
No, I know the story.
Yes.
It was a rough area, but so from the shadows of that, 123rd and Leonard Crave to Canton, Ohio, literally rubbing elbows, physically rubbing elbows with Cal and Hannah McNair. How about our guy Figgy Fig?
It was great, man.
How about that?
I love it, man. I wish we could have hung out a little more, maybe take them to the hood or something so they can see where
you should have driven them by your house.
I know. Yeah, we had to hurry up and drive because I was over there. I went over there Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm just like, man, it looked worse over here.
That's like me when I go back to my neighborhood, and it wasn't probably, I don't know, I've never been to your neighborhood. It wasn't great. It was rough. My neighborhood.
It's actually getting worse.
I feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like I used to just walk those streets.
Man, I was like 8 years old, just going all over the place.
Yes, I would walk to the boys club. I used to go, hang out and box and all that stuff at the boys club. It was like a mile and a half away through, pretty tough neighborhood.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, I don't even want to drive.
Yeah.
I don't even want to make that drive.
I ain't want to sit in front of the house. I was just like, no, I'm like, and it's weird too.
I used to walk it. Now I'm driving 50 miles an hour just to do the same thing.
I don't know if y'all go through this, but you know how you driving through a neighborhood and it seems like everybody turn around and look in your car as you driving.
Yeah, you're scared.
I'm like,
Let's be honest.
I'm like, what are y'all looking at?
Let's be honest about this.
They're looking at you, Figgy. Nah, Figgy, you showed us around enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard.
You ready to get out of here?
I heard, Ron.
This guy.
I heard.
You hear this guy?
He was showing you all around, wasn't he?
They showed us around enough.
Yeah.
He tried to get us late night.
Yeah.
Saturday night. He tried to get us.
He was just trying to round you all up.
Hey, he pulled up. Hey, God bless Parker. He pulled up. Biggie pulled up. Clint, you had left by now. Biggie pulled up at this spot because I want to get something to eat after he had left us. SummerSlam. Yeah. And we was in this traffic. Biggie pulled up this spot, said, now, he gave that announcement, Clint. I know it wasn't directed towards me.
Yeah.
He gave that announcement. He said, hey, man, it's a little hood in here.
Yeah, I did because I that's
hey,
what.
Then Biggie said, "Hey, hold up, let me go check it. Let me go check and see if the kitchen.
That's
the kitchen open.
Don't get out of the car."
So it was like a bar with a kitchen next to it. So I'm like, let me check before I had them go all in. And look, that area is no white folks in that area at all. So I'm like, if we see this tall, little lanky white guy walking around, I'm just like, man,
he would have fit right in.
Yeah. I'm like, I ain't got nothing on me, so I can't. All I got is these.
I would have said he the boss now.
Dude,
yeah.
Shoot. If you drew up a
when
picture,
he said that, I know he ain't talking to me.
All right, if you were, I wasn't even there. I wasn't even there, but I guarantee you, anybody in that place, if they drew up a picture of that's the mark. It would be Parker. It would be a picture of Parker.
Yeah, and honestly,
that's the mark right there.
See, me being from Cleveland, like I'm fine over there, but it's a dude with green and purple hair. They're like, I know his ass ain't from around here. I've never seen this guy around here, so they might try to try me.
That man. I listen. I got to give props to Biggie, and there are not a lot of people. And you've been in this industry longer than I have. Mm-hmm. Tyler has this in him. You know, there are people who are just fearless and get into a lot of just stuff because they just roll through. Figgy is fearless. Like some people are afraid of being told no.
Mm-hmm.
Figgy is just gonna go and just walk through until somebody tell him not to stop.
Own the place.
Man, I follow Figgy. I follow Figgy like he was a fullback. Yeah. We was in some area I know good hell well we didn't have the credentials to go into. Yeah. I know we didn't. Because we were standing right next to JJ.
He was sitting next to Cal.
I know it. We were in there.
You could have been sitting next to her. Honestly, if you was following me.
I walked right in there. Yeah. And I turned my credential around so they couldn't see exactly what it said, but it looked like I got a credential. Just walked through there like I was supposed to, and I said, I know I'm not supposed to be in here.
Hey, I looked over. I sat outside, and my elbow was on the fence with a good little angle right there. And I looked over there, and they was the only two in there with that green media lanyard around their neck. I said, boy, they're sticking out like a sore thumb, man.
That's why we sent them.
I just walked right past him like, I'm like, media. Yep. I just kept going. I ain't even stopped.
All right, boys. You know it. You're listening to KALT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. It is live. Let's get out of here. No, you get out of here. This guy right here, man. Clint's in the building. Tyler Milner is in the building with a McGuire Sosa 98 shirt. That's
you like that?
That's what I wouldn't have believed was rolling through here. But no, man, a good time we had. We'll tell you about our trip and what we saw. Most of it, and what we saw and the good times that we had. It was a good time and a special time to be there. And so many of you who are listening, because we talked to so many this weekend who saw us just walking in the streets of Canton or Cleveland, yelling stuff at us, and everybody showed out and showed up. I do want to give some news real quick with the football team right now, and we'll get into this weekend. But this is coming from DeMeco Ryans, and I think this is newsworthy, Clinton Tyler, right off the bat, right off the drive. Here is DeMeco talking about what we could look forward to coming up this weekend on Friday as they play the Steelers.
When it comes to the snaps in preseason, I think everybody's trying to figure out. Some teams don't play starters, some play. I truly believe that a guy needs to get reps in a preseason game, right? We don't go to the ground, as you see, the way we practice. We try to keep guys up and be as safe as possible in practice. I think everybody needs that opportunity to go to the ground a couple times in the game to just get up, dust yourself off, and know you're good, right? And I'm okay. Like, I can't go to the ground and get up, so you just have to go through and play live reps of football before live action comes in September. So you'll see our ones go out and get reps this week versus Pittsburgh.
All right, Clint, there it is. The ones are going to play against Pittsburgh. The ones, and many of the twos didn't play against the Bears this past Thursday, but the ones will play. So we should see CJ, and we should see Stephon Diggs for the first time in game action, and Danielle Hunter and those guys, which I think it's the right move. Makes sense to go out and play your guys. And if you believe in your guys get reps, then they should be out here. I could understand the first game when you get an extra preseason game, but this is a good sign to hear. And we're going to get a chance to see this first-team offense and first-team defense for the first time against other people.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is where I think the most work can get done is this Friday and next Saturday. Those are the two games where I think guys really need to get some quality work. I don't know what that is. Is it, as we've talked about before, I mean, if you get in there and you get two really good drives that are 6 to 10 plays, then maybe it's only 2 drives. If you go 3 and out 2 times, then maybe it's 4 drives, right? Yeah. So we'll see what that number looks like. But, yeah, I think there's so much new with this team right now. There's a ton of excitement around the team any way you slice it, just based off of what they were able to do last year. But the excitement has gone to a whole nother level when you add Diggs, when you add Danielle Hunter, when you add Al-Shire, when you add all of these guys, and even some of the rookies, Kamari Lassiter and the Joe Mixon. So there's so much new that, again, this preseason, getting to see these 2 units, offensive and defense, full go all together will be at the very least. That first quarter will be appointment television. Right? I mean, there's so much new. I mean, look, I know it's a preseason game, but for the fans, even your casual fans out there, they are fully aware that you made some win now, championship caliber moves this offseason, and this is your very first time to see all of those guys on the field together, whether it's 1 drive or 4 drives. So yeah, that's big news, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. That will be a fun situation. So first time we get a chance to see all these cats, see all of them on the field at the same time. As if you just rolled in, DeMeco said starters will get reps. Will get reps Friday night against the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, we were in Cleveland / Canton this weekend, and I think to me the first place I want to go, Andre Johnson really summed it up in his speech on Saturday, and I'm telling you that was quite the experience, Clint. We got every bit of weather, with the exception of maybe snow, that we could have ever wanted to see. We got hot as hell. We got cool, feeling like the fall or spring. Then you got just rain down periods. It was crazy. And that kid went over there and dropped those tongs, and then went right back in there and started grabbing them hot dogs and left them tongs in there. Them hot dogs after it hit that rainy ground. You nasty son of a gun. I'll be honest with you. That was nasty as hell. Just nasty as hell. But back to what Andre said about the fans, because that's the first place I want to go. This is what he said to all of you in his speech on Saturday.
To the Houston Texans fans, Jim Porter asked me if the Houston Texans were to get the game, how do you think the Houston fans would show up? I told him, you better get ready, because we're going to show up and show out. I'm so appreciative of you guys. You guys have shown me so much love from the day I came to Houston, even to now, just being around the city. I was walking in the store the other day. A lady I don't even know. She didn't say, hey, Andre. She didn't say anything. All she said was, I see you in Canton. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys meant so much to my career. You guys motivated me. And I couldn't do a lot of things I did if I didn't have you guys cheering me on. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
I'm going to tell you what. I just speak as honest as I possibly can. Anybody associated with the Texans from the fan base, y'all ought to be proud of yourselves. Y'all showed, as Lovey would say, by the way, Lovey was getting all kinds of love Saturday at the Hall of Fame as well.
It's really about the 69.
I don't remember him saying that. But But you all showed up and showed out all weekend long. Since we arrived Thursday, you all showed up and showed out. And the Bears were there. But when Andre went up and when they said Andre's going last for a reason, and the Houston Texan fan base came out, they were loud, proud. Andre almost couldn't even start his speech because there was so much love shown his way. The whole team was there, sitting there. So many former players were there to support. And it was, like I said, it wasn't just Saturday. That to me was one of the big things that I won't forget of that trip is how much Houston fans came out and showed out and couldn't wait for this moment with Andre.
Yeah, look, it's a cool environment any way you slice it. And there were more, obviously, there were some Bears fans there. There was a little bit of everything thrown in the mix there. But without a doubt, the most impressive showing it was the traveling Texans.
Oh, my God.
The Texans fans.
Tyler, I wish we could have showed a video of how many people were outside.
Yeah.
At that place.
From the moment we got there, it was ridiculous. And all the love they showed us, was great being there as well. And so there ain't no doubt, Ryan, you hit the nail on the head. They're proud is an understatement because that's that was special, boy. Just goes to show you play a winning brand of football in this state and in this city. The support is going to come in full force, and it was definitely.
I'm not gonna lie, it surprised me.
Did it?
It surprised me a bit all weekend long. I mean, almost anywhere we walked.
Yeah.
Like not even just Canton. Like anywhere we walked, people were there. I mean, hell, we got on the plane, clearly, and we got off, and we got people, they were rolling. I mean, so many 80s jerseys. Yes, there was a one point when I walked outside at jerseys, and it looked like it was 100-plus filled to the brim outside on that big old patio.
Yeah.
Of just nothing but Texans fans, and not to mention there were another 20 to 30 inside. And then they were clearly, to me, the loudest bunch out there. Yeah, it surprised me a bit how much they showed up.
Yeah, and look, if you weren't able to make this trip, whether the Texans are in it again sooner rather than later, I would imagine there's a chance when JJ goes in.
Tyler, you got to go with JJ.
There's going to be some traveling Texans in that building. But I'm going to tell you, the experience. I'm not even a historian. Like I like to see the big picture stuff. I don't necessarily.
I nerded out.
I don't necessarily. Yeah, I don't necessarily nerd out on all this stuff. I like to see the big picture stuff. I like to see the wow factor, and then I'm good. But the overall, and they're building some kind of theme park, water park next to this place. I mean, it's the stadium. Some high school uses it during the regular season. It is absolutely phenomenal. Everything is super clean. The museum's money. The couple of little Don Shula's, and what was the bar we
I can't remember the name of that one.
We played Bago and a little beer pong on.
By the way, we was going to beat the brakes off them.
I was ready. And when I saw you throw one, the first or second bag you threw went through the hole. I
had three on the board. One in the hole and two on.
I asked Buddy next to me that I said, did my partner just throw one in the hole? He said, yeah, it went in the hole. I said, oh, hell. And then they had to bounce. I think we scared the hell out of him.
I think we scared him. I ain't going to lie. The dude, he was out there flipping them, Tyler. He had spin on him.
A couple of Eagles fans. Yeah, young fella was still being developed, but his pops was awfully confident.
I'm just saying, we walked up. They had thrown between the two of them like 4 in the hole.
Yeah.
And we came in there.
Yeah, that was nice, man. When I saw you, because you act like you didn't know. When I saw you had a little experience on that Bago board, I thought, oh hell.
I was about to resort to talking trash. Big time to the older fellow. I thought I had the young. I was just trying to get in his head. Got to use extra things.
You could tell that old fella wasn't going to take well to that.
I was just going to say, man, damn, that's the best you got.
Super confident Eagles fan, just kind of there with the son. You going to put him on the spot?
Listen, if we start trailing it all, I was going to do what I had to do.
Getting his head, getting him throwing that thing over the board. But yeah, the whole experience, man, was really, really cool. If you don't go park at the fairgrounds and bus over all that kind of crap. You can literally park right next to the facility in one of those yards for $20 or $30. Take a little bit of cash. It is well worth it because, like I said, we parked both days that we were down there. We parked within a 3, 4, 5 minute walk max.
Hey, that was a $20 and $30 well spent.
Oh, ain't no doubt. It was really well for you because you didn't come off nothing. But actually, did you pay for one? No, you didn't.
I paid for the parking.
You did the second day.
I paid for the parking, and we went out that night. Dropped it.
That's right. So you know who got away scot-free, no parking? Parker.
Well, he picked up a few things.
Huh.
He picked up a few things.
He picked up the raincoats, rain jackets.
He did. He picked up the ponchos. He did.
So, yeah. Anyway, if you get a chance, it's easy.
It's a good time, man.
It's easy. It's a cool experience, and it's just one of the memories where you see the building that we've all seen, obviously, the bust room that we've all seen, obviously.
They about had to drag me out of there.
Yeah, to see that stuff in person is really cool.
It was, man. So, no, it's good timing. And like I said, man, I got to give credit where it was, man. Y'all showed out. Y'all need to show out like that every single game day as well coming up this year. On time.
I think that crew shows out.
Well, they need to drag the rest of them. It needs to sound. It need to sound like. Yeah. It need to sound like that. On time, like not 12. Y'all need to be falling up in that bad boy at 11:45. It should be earlier than that. Them player announcements come out. Bang! Y'all need to be out. Y'all need y'all asses to be out there. See, y'all can't do it. No, y'all can do it now. No, you can't. Y'all asses out there. It's game time, damn it. Y'all showed out, boy. I'm telling you. I couldn't believe. I said it's been 200 plus people walking this place since we've been here from 2 to 6.
Oh yeah,
every bit. I mean, Texans fans.
Absolutely,
all of it. It was.
Hell, they had drawings outside for giveaways, and
they were
and nice giveaways too. So yeah, they're doing it right. And hey, look, if you're out there, and I mean, it's okay to jump on the bandwagon. It's okay to be a fan now. And the traveling Texans, I'm sure they all seem like nice people. I'm sure they'll take you. It's a hell of a way to ride.
Hey, y'all obviously y'all have watched the Texans longer than I have, and Tyler, I know you've watched it
since 2002,
since they started here. And many of you, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, is it me like I obviously this goes right to JJ. But I don't know. I get the sense like Andre is easily the most beloved player in the franchise. Like that's like, I mean, I'm talking about when you think about the entirety from the organization to the former players, teammates, fans, like we could do a JJ Watt conversation. There's some negativity that comes with JJ. There's some people that are cool on JJ. Both of them went to other teams. Hell, I mean, let's be honest. Andre went and played for the Colts and the Titans. But like, there's some you can get some stuff about. I don't feel like anybody has anything bad to say about Andre. And I felt like everybody. We talked to many teammates that were like, "No, I wasn't going until Andre got in."
Yeah,
like I've been invited. Wade has said that. Trap has said that. Well, I'm not going until it feels like JJ. I think is the best player in team history. I think JJ is going to go in first ballot no matter who's there. But I'm just talking about beloved by everybody from the fan base. Like it felt like a real personal thing for so many people within the Texans family with
Andre. He was Houston's first love. He was the first superstar to wear this uniform in Houston that was worth rooting for, and I think there's some to that. There's some to your first love.
It'll be interesting to see the response, because I think the big difference. Like I think there'll be more fans for JJ.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, but I question whether how many teammates would get down for it. I think they'll all get down for it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying JJ's a bad dude, but I think there's a special connection.
They were 50 deep, 60 deep with all shirts on.
Yeah. I don't know that there'll be a. I don't know that JJ's on the same planet with Andre Johnson when it comes to admiration from the team that he played with. I think I don't know. I'm literally saying I don't know. I think the fans will be over the top. I mean, the moments that
Harvey
JJ
stuff,
yeah. I mean, the fans will be. I think it'll be tenfold the fans. I would imagine.
I guess the way I could like it felt like, all right, with JJ it's going to be excitement and it felt like pride and like emotion.
Yeah.
Like from everybody.
Well, that's a connection. That's a connection with that. How genuine and sincere I think Andre is. Just kind of that's a. The kind of person, the statement to the kind of person that Andre is, and the people that know him best, obviously, appreciate the genuine, sincere friendship that they have with him. I don't know. My point is I wonder if JJ had those kind of real deep relationships with his dudes. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, someone texted in. He was our first love, just like Tyler said. He was the first player that gave you any kind of hope with the Texans. Yeah, that was like it was just so so proud of so proud of him to be there. So that was one that jumped out to me. Like, man, like this feels different than everybody else. They love this dude. All right, coming up, we got to check in on the Kikuchi crowd.
Yeah.
He had him a performance, didn't he? Yeah. He had him a performance. Dana was out there. Woo! That's what I needed. That's what I needed from him. We'll talk about that and what the Astros did over this week and all that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Those of you listening to us, however you are, Odyssey app. Those of you listening on the radio, texting in on the text line, and those of you on YouTube and Twitch taking us in. We appreciate you. Our guy Champ Slice from YouTube and Twitch said he saw us out there this weekend. Said, I saw Showitron outside the Hall of Fame on Thursday before the game. I shouted, and he turned and waved at me.
Is that my boy Ron?
There you go. Of course. I saw Clint walk right past me on Saturday by the Hall of Fame store and was like, "What up, Clint?" Man, Smooth ignored me. I can't believe he did that on purpose. He must didn't hear you.
I mean, you over there, Clint. You making that up? You're over there smearing my name, man.
I'm not smearing your name. That's what it is.
I ain't never walked. I ain't walked by nobody that I don't like.
I'm about to say.
If I walked by somebody and didn't acknowledge it because I didn't hear it, I assure you that I ain't never walked. I mean, look, there's some folks that I don't even care to ever see again, and I walk by them. If they say what's up, I mean, I got to acknowledge. I ain't got that in me. So I mean, I apologize.
You were wearing a red shirt.
I had an Andre shirt on. I had the Texans. I had that clean ass Texans shirt that Hannah and Cal gave me. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not denying that it happened. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just telling you that I didn't hear you, or I would have acknowledged absolutely 100%. So I apologize that I didn't hear the shout out.
Yeah,
I appreciate the effort though.
You must have been walking around like that waitress we had, who couldn't hear a damn thing you said.
Oh yeah, well no, I mean I thought it was me until the other two waitresses were like, yeah, they heard it plain as day.
I wish you could have heard Clint.
It was unbelievable, man. I ain't never seen anything like it. She had me believing it was me until we left. I was like,
and I was in there. I could hear. I was relaying everything, trying to relay it all. Said, what wine would you use? Would you pair with these oysters? What did she say?
I don't know. She heard a completely different question. She started answering like I know when I walked out, there was several of them. There was 2 or 3 waitresses standing there, and she was one of them. I said, "Hey, appreciate your help." And I said, "Hey, where's the restroom at?" And she goes, "Oh, we own 3 other restaurants." And I said, and I looked at the other girl. The other girl had this real weird look on her face, and she goes, "What did she just say?" I said, "I don't know. I just want to know where the restroom is." And she goes, "Oh, I thought you said restaurant." I said, "Boy, so it wasn't me the whole time." I bet that happened 5 times.
It happened probably 5 or 6 times. She just missed something you completely said.
I had never heard we were in an oyster bar, and we were I was jonesing for. I wanted a nice crisp white. I wanted a wine.
Yes.
Right. I wanted something chilled. I wanted to sit on the patio. We found a great patio. Took a little bit of a gamble with the oyster bar in Cleveland, kind of in the flats. Didn't really know what you're getting into there. Could make for a rough night, but it ended up being absolutely beautiful. On the water,
yes,
a great table, and I just wanted a little wine. I'd never heard anybody say, "Well, when you're eating oysters, this is the kind of wine." But I assume that she'd had that question before, right? Because she works there.
I think she had to answer.
Once you got there,
once you
interpreted
what kind of wine.
Once you interpreted the commentary, it worked out fine.
I think you said a Chardonnay, and she said something like,
I don't know,
she said something that was crazy. Man.
It was about 4 straight questions about the menu that I started out. I thought you
were going to throw that menu at her for a second.
Well, I mean, she's a cute little girl, nice she could be, and I was trying to be respectful, but I was finally like, damn. I mean, am I mumbling or what? The first question
I thought maybe it was the water behind you, since she was closest to the water.
I think Figgy was right. I think she was hitting that. I think she's hitting that doobie in that building.
Oh, I believe she was walking back there hitting something. She was moving way too slow motion.
The first question that really got her. So my question when I go to restaurants is always, no matter where you're at,
what's your most popular item?
What's your most popular item? Whether it's the appetizer or entree, what's your most popular?
She did not think you said appetizer.
No. She I don't think she thought I said popular. I was like, oh, well, this is going to be a long evening. But we got it all. It was a great evening. It ended up being a great evening.
You know what happened that same night?
What's that?
Because we was watching it. Kikuchi went off.
Who did?
Kikuchi went off. You say Kikuchi. Hey, listen,
that new Kikuchi in H-Town was good, wasn't it, y'all? Hey, Tyler, I bet that new Kikuchi had you smiling, boy.
Oh, that new Kikuchi had me smiling, excited.
I wish I could have watched you because when Kikuchi first started in the first inning and he gives up a 2-run bomb, I bet people, oh hell. I know. We had gotten back to the place, Clint. Texas
Hall. Hell, Pendergast was right. Them last 8 outings.
I got a text from my brother and my dad after the first inning. Oh, hell.
We had just pulled up. Clint said Kikuchi gave up a 2-run bomb already.
Hey, don't think Astro Granny hit me up. I mean, we walked. As soon as I walked back in the hotel room, I looked at my phone. I had 2 texts from Mom.
I hate to tell you.
She said, I hope Kikuchi sure has a night. And then she said, oh, hell, double. Damn it, a home run. That was the text messages from her.
Yeah, it was a double homer right off the bat. I mean it. But then he struck out 11. We saw it all. We saw his swing and miss ability. You saw in that first inning where he gets himself in trouble, where he misses things. But Dana Brown had a good night. Dana Brown needed, and the Astros and Kikuchi. But Dana Brown, of all people, needed that to come through, and they were able to win. And he goes 5 2/3, gives you 11 strikeouts to earn. I mean, he didn't quite get to quality start like you wanted, but that was. There was domination at times, and where you see, like, you can see Clint, like, all right, that could work in the bullpen if that's what it needed to be, and he gets to be up, or that can work in the rotation. So, yeah, listen, they got what they needed to get in his first.
Well, I mean, clearly it's one outing, small sample size. In my mind, I immediately went to, okay, the I guess the popular response to the Kikuchi trade was they gave up too much. If he pitches like that, they didn't give up. It don't matter what the hell them other guys do. They did not give up too much. If he pitches like that, Dana Brown is right. If he pitches like that, you're going to have some decisions to make when you do cut this thing to 4 starters. I mean, when it's all said and done, if Kikuchi makes it difficult for them to decide what the 4-man rotation is going to be. Ultimately, really, they may not need but a 3, but depending on what happens early in the playoffs, you may need a 4, even a 5 guy if you have that luck. If you have that luck or that luxury, but if he pitches like that, he's going to make it difficult on the decision makers with the Astros. But the beautiful thing right now about it is, especially when Spencer Arrighetti follows it up with 11 or 12?
10. Last I checked, he had 10, but did he go over that?
I think he had 11 or 12.
12 strikeouts?
11 strikeouts.
11 strikeouts?
But, I mean, especially if he's going to pitch like that, man, I mean, you got, man. I mean, it'd be nice to get some guys back healthy. Look, I'm obviously Verlander. We need him back healthy ASAP. But it'd be nice to get some guys back healthy. But, hey, man, that 6-man rotation down the stretch here could be filthy.
No, and I think what you talked about, and we can get into this a little bit later on if we talk about him some more, but I think you talked about, like, hey, maybe the Astros will have this pixie dust. Maybe they'll have this deal. Well, it does seem like immediately, and this is what was talked about after the game, was him saying he had not used his changeup as much as he used it that night ever. Like, he has just not thrown that a lot. Victor Caratini was the guy behind the plate for him that night and he gave a lot of credit to him about the changeup. But after the game, Kikuchi said, I'd never used the changeup that much. And maybe that was something that their staff, their scouts watched and said, that could be the difference, the change, and maybe get some more consistency is him to throw people off of that fastball or whatever and him throw the changeup more. And he seemed to have success. So maybe that is that pixie dust. They said in their meeting with Kikuchi on Wednesday, the Astros encouraged him to throw his changeup more. He's already thrown it. He had already thrown it a ton more in that game, earlier in that game than he had most games. So that may have been the thing they saw when they scouted him.
Well, so, glad we got that good Kikuchi.
Yeah, because it started out a little. See, I almost.
you almost
dropped down.
Come on, man.
Okay.
All right, no funky first inning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on, Kikuchi.
Yeah, it made you want to get out of there. Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, coming up, I know we talked a bit about it Friday, but going into Game 2, a little bit of the things that we saw preseason-wise, and DeMeco seemed to see the same thing. And there's a player for this Texans team that a little bit of respect needs to be put on his name. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I love DeMeco Ryans, man. I tell you what.
The Texans couldn't take down the Bears in the Hall of Fame game.
Mills in the gun, gets the snap, pumps, now fires right side, has Quatoriano, gets into the end zone, touchdown, Houston.
Obviously, we still have a long way to go, but I thought the guys that stepped up today played well and executed their job.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
And your traffic report is sponsored by Twin Peaks. 288 the South Freeway, southbound before Reed Road. It's a stall that has the left shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? Twin Peaks is proud to offer an exclusive and extensive collection of some incredibly rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Plus, check out our barrel selections that are handcrafted by our team and bottled just for you. Cheers!
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-9336. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-9336. That's 800-444-9336. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-444-9336.
We're the Hellsberg Wedding Band, and this is for the lovers out there. Ooh, gonna propose riding on a horse, wearing a tuxedo, shirtless of course. That Hellsberg diamond will dazzle her eye, and she'll say yes, well then she'll cry. Now put your shirt back on, guy. For over 100 years, Hellsberg has been customizing engagement rings of the highest quality. Plus, with Hellsberg's transparent pricing, you know you're getting the best price. Find her ring at a Hellsberg store near you or at Hellsberg.com.
but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
People texting in, I think it was that southern accent that people couldn't get, that she was having trouble hearing. I don't know. I'm telling you, as a person that was there, it was not the accent.
Spit on that thing.
I never got.
By the way,
I never got that feel at all.
By the way, she was there in Cleveland.
Yeah, Hutchinson was there.
She was at the casino.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I mean, Hutchinson was there. How did we not catch up and get a little content with Hutchinson, man?
Hey, man, I was wondering the same thing.
I mean, Tua, the quarterback, and Hutchinson need to get together. There's something there.
Spit on that thing.
I mean, there's something there.
He's not cool enough to go with it.
I mean, Tua's got to spit on his hand or something before he throws the next ball.
Oh, you're on to something. It could be a celebration for him.
Tua's not cool enough to do it.
Tua.
It would go a long.
Spit on that thing.
Tyreek would do it without him. Like he scored. Hey, come in.
He'd have her spit on the ball, Hutchinson on the ball. Oh, that'd be good. Yeah, look, I mean,
it was not the accent.
If it was the accent, she was the only one in all of Cleveland that had a hard time understanding.
Yeah, it wasn't. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. Like when I said, like she just completely missed the whole phrase. Like not.
God, I wish I should have wrote them down. I should have wrote them down because there were some very, very interesting ones. The best part is when she'd start answering them, we'd all look at each other like, "What is she talking about?"
Yes.
The hell did she think I said?
Because you said, "Where's the restroom at?" Oh yeah, we've got 3 restaurants.
Yeah, we own 3 other restaurants in Cleveland. What the hell are you talking about? And she really misunderstood. I asked the size of the oysters. That was one.
Oh yeah.
I was like, I'm not a big fan of I like raw oysters, but I don't like the ones where they're just filling the shell. You know what I mean? I like the little smaller, a little sweeter.
She took that out somewhere else too.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah, good for her. Yeah, good for her. Too bad. No, it wasn't an accent, man. It wasn't no accent. Not that time. Wasn't no accent. Hey, you got a guy who you think that we need to start putting respect on his name.
Oh, you want a little respect?
Because I know my man took you down at Jerseys when he thought that maybe Isaiah Hutchinson, if we start hearing some rumblings of that, should be playing over Noah Brown. When people have said that.
I mean, look, this camp has been, and we hadn't really talked much about it because it's a depth receiver that they paid that's going to be here no matter what. But this has been, there was one time in camp last year, and I remember saying it to the people, Noah Brown, early in camp last year, really stood out. I mean, there was a couple of days where he was the best receiver on the field. Now, that did not age well with Nico Collins going out there and killing it and Tank Dell doing his thing. But we're talking about the number 4 receiver here. We're talking about a guy that's going to get quite a bit of run, I think, this year because they're going to be in 11 personnel lots. So you're going to see some wide receiver rotation. And this season, this camp, I'm just watching guys move, watching guys run routes, watching guys kind of quietly go through camp. Noah Brown is a big piece of what the Texans are going to do. Again, they're going to go 11 personnel, and clearly the top 3 receivers we know are Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Diggs. We get that. But in order to go 11 personnel, you're going to need depth. You're going to need guys that can fill in when somebody's injured, which we saw him go for $150. I think he went for $140 also. 2 different games.
Yeah, back-to-back games last year against the Bucs and against the Bengals. He went off.
So the ability to have a veteran that can play any of the positions, that can go in there and can potentially give you $150. We need to put a little respect on that guy's name. Not that before this weekend anybody was disrespecting it, but I'll be damned if we wasn't sitting there in jerseys doing a live broadcast. And now look, Larry was in that sauce, and Larry may got a little carried away after the game, but he was the first one to scream out that Xavier Hutchinson is your number 4 receiver. and actually threw Noah Brown in with John Metchie when they need to get their ass up out of here. Now I don't know if he remembers saying that, but I vividly
well,
remember
he
him
wasn't
saying
the only one. There were people who were saying
there was that was just kind of screamed from across the room. But then I heard you and old boy that was sitting there with his son, who by the way I didn't catch his name, but appreciate you listening and hanging with us with you.
I know he drives
with the young fella.
A lot, yeah.
All of a sudden I look over there and you and him's having a serious conversation about it. Look, here's the deal, man. There is a clear – now, look, there's a big three. I mean, there's three guys on this team. You got to figure out how you're going to keep them happy and how you're going to spread the ball around. I'm not putting Noah Brown in that. But
he's
Noah
clearly
Brown, clearly number 4. And there is nothing that any of these other guys can do in the preseason that's going to threaten Noah Brown. Noah Brown is as safe in the number 4 receiver spot as any fourth receiver is in all of football right now. And rightfully so. I love what
I'm gonna
saying.
go with you on that. I don't know many other 4s.
I don't know the 4 deep, right?
Okay, yeah.
Well, you got to look at the teams that have the top 3 big boys that we've discussed over the last handful of weeks, and that it's got to be one of those teams, obviously. But there's just nothing that any of these other guys can do to get in that conversation at this point in time. Xavier Hutchinson had a hell of a game, and look, Xavier Hutchinson's got a resume that's got that, 4. I think it was 4 years in college, one of Brock Purdy's go-to guys, I think. And look, there's some. He is polished. He is a guy that is a gamer. He is a guy that plays much higher, much better than his times in the 40 and what his tangible skill set. He does more with less. I'll put it to you that way. And I think he is firmly in the 5 spot right now. But we got to put a little respect on Noah Brown's name. Noah Brown is that dude sitting in 4 that we could very easily see give you 100 yards here or there, especially if somebody's injured.
Especially like right now at the present moment. Now, if you want to say, man, I think the way that Xavier Hutchinson is playing,
yeah,
that maybe down the line he may take some of those reps. But man, they brought him back on a deal for a reason. Like, he was clearly the guy when they got past those top 3 guys last year for a reason. So at least right now at the starting things, like, that one game in the Hall of Fame game, I don't think that jumps him over Noah Brown. Hell, I mean, walking into the game, like, I would say, at least to me, and I think maybe to a lot of others, Isaiah Hutchinson, or I don't keep calling that man that. Xavier Hutchinson was closer to maybe being cut than thinking he'd be on the team. I think going into the game, like, there were some thoughts where, man, he may be more closer to the cut line than guaranteed to be on the roster. So I think that's tough after one game of 5 catches for 56 yards, which was big for him that night, to think that he is cracked.
Well, look, all he's got to do
today,
he needs to continue trending in that direction. And not that it's 5 catches, 59 or however many yards it was, 55, 60, somewhere in there. But he needs to continue to show up. He needs to continue to be reliable for the quarterbacks. And he's going to fall in that 5-6 hole right there, depending on what they do with Robert Woods. But he's got to continue to do well and continue to make noise for this coaching staff to even consider that he's on the same planet as Noah Brown at this point in time. Right now, they are extremely, extremely confident in Noah Brown. I think they are extremely confident in Robert Woods, but there's a little bit more money involved there. And I think Xavier Hutchinson ultimately is a better receiver than him and is more versatile than him at this point in time. So that's the battle, really. And that may not be much of a battle. It may just be a decision that the coaches make. But can Xavier Hutchinson continue to play well enough to where they have the confidence to then cut Robert Woods? That's where we're at right now.
If it's between those two, I know who I'm going with.
Well, no, I'm with you.
The younger, cheaper version I think is maybe give me a better shot.
Yep. It's got a higher ceiling at this point in time.
Yeah, there's a thought of, I know there's a confidence of knowing where Robert Woods is going to be and you know what you're going to get. But some of that is, are you going to be able to get what you need?
Yeah.
Like, I know where he's going to be. I feel like, Hutchinson gives you a better chance of actually being able to perform what you need. So if it comes down between those two guys, that'd be tough. But no, I get you. Noah Brown, like let's see Noah Brown play again. Maybe some people need to see him play again.
Well, look,
I would be that thought.
I would be very disappointed if I were this staff, and whether it be Xavier Hutchinson or Sims, who's going to be a return guy, or even Metchie at this point. Look, it was one game. They got 3 more preseason games. There's a lot of football left. If one of those 3 guys don't step up, and with their special teams, especially Xavier Hutchinson and Sims, with their special teams in the equation, if one of those 3 guys don't step up and make this staff feel real comfortable about moving on from Robert Woods and those guys being a reliable option if something were to go haywire, if there's injuries or something, I would be shocked. If at least one of those guys, probably more than one, given Sims appears to be one of the main returners here. I am interested to see how that shakes out with Tank Dell now that there's more receivers involved. But I would be surprised if those guys didn't do that.
Yeah. Someone texted in, Robert Woods beats out Hutchinson. Stop it. I don't know.
Not if he just stays consistent. Ain't no chance.
It shouldn't.
Now let's rephrase. You use the term "beat out." Now Caserio and DeMeco may be in love with him, which I didn't see what they were in love with last year. They may be so committed to him that they make that decision. But what Ron said multiple times, if this is about what dudes do in camp and practice to practice and day to day and building on days and what you can do for the team, hell, it ain't even the same ballpark. I mean, Robert Woods ain't returning kicks.
No. Well, they put him back there as the guy when they just want somebody to catch it and don't want you to run.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I'm pretty sure that is a role that Xavier Hutchinson is feeling very nicely. The safety catch, right?
Safety catch guy. We don't care if you just fair catch guy.
Yeah, just fair catch.
That's what they were using Bob Woods for. So I don't know. All right, the Astros. Some news on that with JV. Some news with other injury spots as well. But they lose yesterday to lose the series. They lose 1-0, and we'll talk about the big issue concerning the Astros and that offense. Also, DeMeco Ryans gave some news and gave some updates about how he plans to look at Friday's second preseason game against the Steelers. We'll let you hear what he had to say, and he talks about how practice went. All of that coming up with our big 3. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Kind of a 2-man monster there, DeMeco and Stroud.
After a rain-shortened Texans loss, how does Coach DeMeco evaluate?
Free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1 here, a little Big Three at 3. The Astros, they have been struggling at the plate, to say the least. They scored, 4 runs in that 3-game series and 14 overall in the 6-game homestand they had against the Pirates and the Rays, and they lose like that. That's one. That one's hard to take. Spencer Arrighetti, he's probably right now, even when you add Kikuchi into the mix, knowing he's got at least a history of being a starter and playing. Spencer Arrighetti is right now the shakiest one, where you're like, all right, hey, man, if he can just kind of keep us in the game, you got a shot. Well, this guy strikes out 12 and gives up 1 run. And I mean, really shut them down after getting himself in early trouble in the first inning. And you can't muster up a run. Not runs.
Yeah.
A run. And you lose 1-0 and continue to be in second place. But luckily, because the Mariners, they seem to do the same damn things. They lost as well. You didn't lose any ground from the day before, but this offense is really, really fighting it right now, Clint. And it's clear. I throw this out to you, and the people, like, how many guys, as the lineup currently is constructed, as we see it each day, we know the guys that potentially are in it. How many guys really scare you? Like, how many guys, if you are game planning for this lineup, where you're like, oh. Like can't let that cat beat me. It feels like there's 2 definites. Jordan and Altuve. Bregman's kind of up in the air, but the rest, man, there feels like a lot of spaces in the lineup, Clint, where pitchers can feel comfortable trying to get to that guy to get out of stuff. And that's where you get a sense where it's like, ooh, I wonder how many answers they'll actually have.
Yeah, I would go 3. I would include Bregman in that. And look, I mean, I'm on the verge of adding Diaz to that mix. I mean, he is swinging the bat really, really well. But you're talking more about fear, like fear in the opponent going, uh-oh, what am I going to do here?
Well, like, I don't want to attack that guy. Like, there are so many guys in the lineup, like, all right, I will avoid to try to get to Altuve, or I'm coming hard at whoever's hitting 9th.
Right.
So I don't,
Yeah, no question. I think it's the Big Three at the top right now, and then you've got a couple of guys that are swinging it well, but don't carry the same impact whatsoever in terms of striking fear in the opponent. They need Kyle Tucker back, obviously, but these are the types of games that, as a fan, that are frustrating but acceptable. Like, if this team, I've said this before, if this team doesn't make a run in the playoffs because the bats aren't enough, then I'm going to have to live with it. Right? I mean, when Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown and Kikuchi and all these guys are doing what, I mean, they're giving you opportunities. If this lineup doesn't get it done, then I just – now, it's frustrating. Don't get me wrong. I don't like losing. And it's frustrating. What is that, 2 straight series you lost? 2 straight series, yeah. They went 2-4 on that 6-game homestand. It's frustrating as hell, don't get me wrong. But it's just I don't think it's going to last. I think this lineup, you get Kyle Tucker back at some point. I don't know when the hell that's going to be.
We'll have to talk about that.
Let's hope it happens. But you get him back. Diaz swinging as well as he is. Pena swinging it as well as he has in the postseason and really this season. I think they'll be fine, but it is a very frustrating way to go down. That's no question.
They gotta. I hope they'll be fine, but they gotta start swinging the bats. They've got to start doing something, and that is a tough one when you need these series wins, and you lose 1-0. That's at home at Minute Maid. That's a tough one. All right, to some of the injury notes, Verlander threw another bullpen, threw 37 pitches, felt good. Clint got up to 94 when he threw that live BP session. So that's 2. I think the hopeful next step is that he is able to start getting a rehab assignment in. And as they said the other day, they think it could take multiple rehab starts. So that's a good sign to hear that Verlander was able to have a successful live BP.
Hell yeah! I mean, he's coming.
He's coming. Now the other side of this is Lance McCullers. Joe Espada decided on Sunday. We got this news at the airport. Joe decided to give us this nugget about Lance McCullers. Here's Joe Espada, the captain. Damn it, Lance. About Lance McCullers and what we'll see from him this year.
I've been talking to Lance a little bit, and where he's at right now, I think it's safe to say that I don't think he'll pitch this season. It'd be almost too much to ask for him to ramp up and get him back this season. Everything is moving in the right direction, but just where we at right now, the number of games, I think it's that's where we're at.
Let me stop you right there, Joe. It's not moving in the right direction.
No,
it's not.
Do you hear yourself, Espada?
It's moving. It's moving in the opposite.
What a dumbass thing to say.
Okay, I'm glad you had it. Thing to say.
Yeah, I'm not calling Espada a dumbass by any means necessary, but what a dumbass thing to say as the manager of this ball club. Things are moving in the right direction. Well, no, Joe, they're not.
It's a little slower than expected.
Lance hasn't pitched from the mound in 2 years. So I want to know exactly how things are moving in the right direction.
Selling a lot of coffee, man.
I mean, it insults every Astros fan's intelligence.
But
this is stupid.
But no. But where are we at now with him? Does he just need rest? Like what? What are we like? What's going to make all right? Next year is going to be the time he's like. You understand? Like, all right, hey, Luis Garcia had surgery on Tommy John. This is going to take a certain amount of time. We're going to do this. As Tyler said, my man ain't pitched in 2 years. This is the second season, complete season he's going to miss. What's going to happen in spring training that's going to make him ready?
They're going to have plenty of time to ramp him up, man. They're going to have plenty of time to give him the attention that he needs and to ramp him up a bit. You know what I mean?
This is throwing the towel, right? Like, this is done. Right?
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying.
What's he got left on his contract?
I mean, this guy's got to be out, right? I thought it was a 4-year deal. Maybe I'm off.
Yeah, but it was signed. I mean, I don't think it's up.
Maybe he's got 1 more year on it. I thought it was signed
through 2026.
2 more years.
Unrestricted free agent 2027.
Really? When did he sign that deal? When did that kick him? Oh, it was
before last year.
Was it an extension? Maybe that's what. Maybe it was an extension that kicked in.
Yeah, okay. It was an extension.
All right, that makes. I was going to say, it couldn't have been signed because when I got here is when he had got. I think it was like 4 years, $85 million.
Yeah,
is what he got.
Yeah.
And it must have been an extension onto other years they had. Well, they are. I mean, this is this. All right, spring training. Hopefully, this is the year that Lance is ready to return. That's interesting.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, I think this is good to hear, and glad we've gotten this out the way on Monday. Sometimes, for whatever reason, sometimes DeMeco likes to be close to the vest with certain decisions, like who's going to be the starters, who's going to do whatever. But he does make a decision on how they're going to handle the game on Friday against the Steelers with his starting lineup.
When it comes to the snaps in preseason, I think everybody's trying to figure out. Some teams don't play starters, some play. I truly believe in that a guy needs to get reps in a preseason game, right? We don't go to the ground, as you see, the way we practice. We try to keep guys up and be as safe as possible in practice. I think everybody needs that opportunity to go to the ground a couple times in the game to just get up, dust yourself off, and know you're good, right? And I'm okay. Like, I can't go to the ground and get up, so you just have to go through and play live reps of football before live action comes in September. So you'll see our ones go out and get reps this week versus Pittsburgh.
All right, the ones are going to play this week versus Pittsburgh. First off, are you good with CJ being a part of that? Like, I'm sure, obviously, the ones, you want to see the line and all those. You good with CJ being a part of that too?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think at some point in time, we got to start talking. With this team, we're at a spot where we've got to start talking about the collective group, right? In the past, we're going – even though it wasn't a real competition, we're going Davis Mills is getting first reps and CJ's getting first reps. We're not going to name a guy who the starter is and, who's the starting receivers, who's the starting running backs. That was the last 2-3 years, that was the vibe in camp, right? And right now, to me, although those conversations will still be had, to me, you've got to start moving in a direction with this offensive line working together. We've heard time and time again. I've heard Smitty say it. I've heard guys that have played a lot of football at that position talk about how this zone heavy scheme offensively, you've got to have 5 guys that are all one heartbeat, man. That their footwork is all the same. The speed at which they're moving, the length of each step, the shoulder, all these different movements have to be the same. And you got to get those 5 guys rolling together. Talking about the offensive line as an entire unit. You talk about all offenses where the quarterback's in-game cadence and tone in his voice, everybody getting used to that and getting off on the snap and the timing up pre-snap movements and things of that nature. At some point, right, you want to see all that a good bit before it really matters. And so we talked last week about Juice Scruggs playing and him communicating and doing things. Well, CJ needs to communicate with Juice and vice versa. All of those different parts of executing this offense, you got to start getting all on the same page, right? I don't know if that was ever the focus last year, to be honest with you, with a new team trying to implement all the basics. I don't know if you ever really had an opportunity to really work on and hone in on the big picture things, the offensive unit, the offensive line unit as a group. I don't know how much work they had on that last year. This is a team that's at that spot, and I think this Friday and next Saturday will be important games as it pertains to, at least we hope. Something may pop and you go all of a sudden, well, damn, man, that left guard center position ain't as stable as we thought it was. We're gonna have to mix and match some guys in there. Yeah. But right now, looking at it, you got to believe that you just go, hey, all right, we got to start getting some continuity. We got to start getting these guys all on the same page, and you don't want to wait till the 4th preseason game to figure that part of it out.
Here is DeMeco on practice today as they are practicing in Ohio. They're staying out there, then they'll go to Pittsburgh, and so they'll be gone a little while, at least from Houston. But this is how he said practice went today.
I think overall it was a very competitive practice. And our offense, you think you saw a lot of big plays that our offense made. That's what we want to see. But it's just execution was higher today on both sides of the football. And to see our guys compete, right, guys be sticky in coverage, see the offense still make plays, like that's what I want to see. I want to see a competitive team, and that's what you saw today. And it's always fun to see our offense making big plays.
Yeah, and you, as you're saying, you need to start to see that executed against other opponents that are trying to do more than what you are to each other, obviously. So good for them, very competitive. When they say competitive, apparently Stephon Diggs and Jalen Petrie had a little fiery discussion. Got a good little back and forth going on there. So I think they're ready to start trying to play against other teams. And to go with what we just said at the beginning, I like the idea of getting these guys on the field.
Yeah, look, I love it. But let's talk about that specifically, what you mentioned. I mean, if Jalen Petrie's in a position where he is covering, because I believe that conversation or that little back and forth
after the holding penalty
was it a holding penalty? Was it they called the penalty, or is that?
Yeah, they threw a hold on Petrie.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they
said it was a questionable call.
Well, good. I mean, that's where I'm going with it. If they're in a spot where Petrie feels the need or the ability to defend and make what he thinks is a good play on Diggs and then get into an altercation afterwards, I like where the hell Petrie's head's at.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. If I'm him, I don't know that I would like to get matched up man-to-man with Diggs too often, but at the end of the day, if he's in position to make plays on Diggs and make questionable calls
I'll take that.
Hell, I'll take that. You damn right.
That means
if you're in his hip pocket and a flag could
because you got to pull to get close.
Yep.
I'm concerned that he's not going to be in position to get a penalty.
That's the concern with him moving to that nickel position, man. Is how well can he cover?
Yeah. So things kind of going well as if you missed, DeMeco said the ones will get in action on Friday. So that's going to make for a very, very fun. At least first, you better get there early to watch the ones and the twos. Some of the new players. I don't think Joe Mixon will probably be involved in that as he did practice again today. But most of the ones I think we'll see play.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, Jim Harbaugh leaves a lot as he dips to the Chargers, but Michigan, as we know, they have been hit with multiple suspensions and issues with the NCAA for the last year or so. There's more. Michigan, their current football coach, has violated NCAA rules. They said that Moore could face the show cause penalty. That is a huge penalty where you got to sit down for years. Bruce Pearl had that happen to him in college basketball. A couple of other coaches.
Jim Tressel.
You're right. They said that there's a thread of 52 text messages to former Michigan staffer Connor Stalions. This is the guy who was caught on the sideline, but he said he attempted to erase 52 text messages, Clint. So we'll see where this goes. I'd be surprised, and I've heard a lot of people say they'd be surprised if it got to the show cause space of things, especially how they handle things with Jim.
Yeah, that's the part where
you can't do that.
There's hard drives that were dumped. There's all kind of evidence that they clearly were doing illegal stuff, right? Text messages, hard drives, all kind of stuff.
I know what Jim said.
The interesting part to me, and I don't know what it means in the whole mix, but the fact that everybody across the NFL is stroking old Jim Harbaugh up there with the Chargers and about how good they're going to be and how great of a coach he is, and my boy Sharon Moore is back in Michigan facing the music for all the illegal activities, stealing signs and crap they were up to. That's just an interesting. That's an interesting dynamic. If I were Harbaugh, I'd have a hard time sleeping at night. And I look at Harbaugh, it don't seem like he gives two rips.
Oh, he probably said, "Hey man, that's what we need you to do, man." He probably tell him you got to send these texts. We need you.
He was definitely in the middle of it. There ain't no doubt about it. He was in the middle of it.
He kept saying we hadn't done nothing wrong.
Yeah, okay, Jim.
He kept saying that all the way while he was sitting out games against Penn State.
I'll never be shocked with how slimy. The higher you go in college and pros, boy, they're all slimier than hell. Almost cuss. But it's something about when you're the man at the top and you leave and you are just getting this is the guy, man. He's gonna have the Chargers back, and I
think he will too.
And all of a sudden, boy, the guys that you left back there to face that music of all that illegal crap you were doing, they're just having to eat it.
That's what he said. And we gave him a championship.
Oh,
he's got a ring now. I gave him a job. He gets past this. Hopefully, don't get that show calls. He gets past that 3 game. He shouldn't. Like if Jim got a 3-game suspension or whatever he got, I think he got multiple ones. He shouldn't get more than Jim, to me. Because Jim was a ringleader. All right, coming up, there was one thing that I hate to be the bearer of bad news. But there's one thing that I saw this weekend that I think we need to really look at when it comes to the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, everybody always asks me when I'm out and about. Happened this weekend. What makes advanced hair restoration different? They all come up. Clearly, I know right away that man probably has a little bit of a hair issue. He's got some kind of receding hairline. It's thinning or balding up top, and he's asking for a reason. So I just ride with it, right? First of all, with advanced hair right now. So all you guys out there and gals that have any kind of hair loss issue that knocks your confidence, right? Again, receding hairline, thinning, or balding. Right now at Advanced Hair Restoration.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tyler just said in our ears that the FX is doing another.
I told you wrong.
Who is it?
No, it's FX, but it's not a documentary. It's like a dramatization with an actor playing the fella I mentioned.
Aaron Hernandez.
Yes.
How many more of these have you got?
We haven't gotten a dramatization.
Well, I guess this is.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's son Patrick will be playing Tim Tebow.
So like a bio.
Oh, it's going to go back to the college, like
a bio.
Yep.
Like following his life.
It's going to be called, again, it's presented by FX. It's going to be called Aaron Hernandez, American Sports Story.
That was very close to the last one.
I mean, I feel like there should be, like, murder should be in the title somewhere.
Well, I think they've done other, I think this is kind of I think they've done other American sports stories, but this one is Aaron Hernandez.
Oh, okay. So
does that make sense?
Yeah, well, it's a series.
I'm about all Aaron now.
So you ain't gonna watch this dramatization?
I mean, I'll probably end up falling into it, but I mean, I'm not in need of another one. As Clint says before we go on, I'm a murder mystery guy. I'm watching every last one.
Hell, I watched first 48 episodes that I've seen twice, 2-3 times. I can tell you from the car that's in the opening segment if I've seen it or not. And I'll sit there and watch the whole damn thing. So yeah, I mean, I look if
September 17th.
I mean, the way in which that all went down, I still think there's like I want to know.
We feel like we've just heard that story so many different times.
Yeah, but when the guy like that last one that came out where it was more about Florida, not necessarily Aaron, but just when they come out and say, boy, they left a lot out, like that just piques my interest, man. And it would pique my interest no matter what, but knowing old buddy went on to murder somebody is just like, man, somebody's, but potentially in 2 different states. Yeah,
because they had a straight episode basically about him in that dynasty.
Yeah.
And that,
but like I want to know more about what the hell went on at Florida.
That's where it started.
Like legitimately, what went on with Florida.
Urban's trying to make sure that.
Well, you want to talk about slimy coaches. And I ain't talking about the co-ed dancing between his legs at the bar either. I ain't worried about that.
That's just a part of it. I'm about Aaron out. We'll see. I'm sure it'll do numbers. Listen, we had a great time. Like I said earlier in the crosstalk, Clint, a lot of times just start walking around. Just ended up in spaces. We ended up in spaces that we didn't have the press pass for, but we just walked in and looked big time. One time, we just grabbed a plate, made it look like we was exactly where we were supposed to be.
Yeah, and we did that at the draft too. Looked up and standing next to Travis Kelce and Pat Mahomes and their family suite.
We were standing in there, yes, with Brittany and their children.
I'm surprised that exit went as smooth as it did. By the way, that could have been bad. You know what I mean? That could have been that could have been arrested bad.
Yeah, arrested, drawn, something drawn on us. Like, I mean, because we got way too close. Way too.
I mean, there was 3 different security checkpoints that we just questioned our way through.
Yeah, they had B. Arthur at one of them.
It will not be a good night.
On our break. That was the last line of the Fitz, Tyler. Was B. Arthur from Golden Girls sitting down on her break.
I've never seen Golden Girls. Which one was that?
Oh, God, you've never seen Golden Girls?
Blanche is the slutty one, right?
Yeah, Blanche is the slutty one. Dorothy's the...
I wasn't sure if I
could
say that.
She was a little slutty, too, but she ended up being the main character. She also was Maude. B. Arthur. Dorothy.
We got all the way to the back, and she said, oh, this is backstage. You can't get back here. I said, what about them doors right there? She said, oh, I'm not real sure what they are. Go ahead and try that second one.
She was sitting down.
So we just eased on in that damn suite.
And that door wasn't locked.
It was not one bit. I did move a garbage can to get up there, but it was not locked.
No, it wasn't. And I mean, we were, and then at the Hall of Fame, me and Vicky, we slid ourselves right in there. And I knew I was standing around people that I know that this thing around my neck don't give me access.
I looked up at one point, T. I looked up because the one cool thing about like that part of the Hall of Fame, the actual induction, is there's former players everywhere that are coming to support their guys, right? And these two go through an entry over there, and I literally stayed back just because it was more kind of in front of the stage, and I wanted to have a better view. They go in this side view, and they're sitting over there, and I'm watching them. and they're a lot closer to the stage than I am. Figgy Hill ended up sitting in the seats. But anyway, they're a lot closer than I am. And I'm looking, and like I said, they were the only two guys that had a green lanyard around their neck, so they clearly were in the wrong spot. I mean, there's 400 people up there, and they were the only two green lanyards. But anyway, so I'm watching them, and I look up, and it's all the Carolina Panthers players that played with Julius Peppers. And I was like, Ron is standing about 5 foot from Dante Wesley, who played 19 years with Carolina, but he was at Arkansas with me and then transferred. Anyway, I know him well, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, damn. I was watching Ron and Figgy, and I looked up. and
next to all the Bears.
I said, that's Dante Wesley.
I was standing next to Matt Forte. Vernon Davis was like, I just said, I'm just going to stay right here. I told Figgy, flip your thing around. So nobody
there was a big 49ers contingent there. That's why Harbaugh was there.
That's why Jim was there.
That's why Jim was there. For Patrick Willis. But yeah, it was interesting.
But
I'm watching my guys, and I'm like, hell, I ain't seen him in a minute.
But you know who else was there? I saw up close to J.J. Watt. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
No, you don't. You actually love it. But go ahead.
That's not true. Let's add to it. That does not, and you saw him on TV. Y'all saw him. I'm telling you, even more in person. I stood right there next to him. We were standing, walking. That man is not ready to play defensive line.
Come on, JJ.
I'm not saying I'm just saying, like, he would have to really do some training to put on some weight. I mean, that he damn sure ain't ready to go and take the role of DeMeco Ryans.
Come on, JJ.
Who was going to play inside and outside.
Yeah.
I mean, Clint, obviously he's taller, and I didn't have a scale. But if you told me that JJ was 250, I'd have believed it.
Well, I told you that picture he posted is. That lean, he can't be him.
And Figgy was like, that dude ain't playing football. I said, no. He looks like a leading man in a non-action movie. Like not not like Steven Seagal or
he looks like a hooper, huh?
Arnold. Yeah, like Tom Hanks in a leading role. He's closer to Tom than that. I know there are so many people who are wanting to see that happen, and you think, like, he has got some weight to put on if that is where he is going to go.
Well, so what you're saying is it's going to take us dropping a couple of defensive ends and needing him in the defensive end position, not inside.
Yeah. Maybe in he can get you, but I mean he looks good.
Yeah.
And I really do enjoy this hairstyle more than what he gave us at the Super Bowl.
Come on, JJ.
My phone of that damn Super Bowl cut.
I enjoy this a lot better. I'm not saying like maybe he can put himself on a regiment real fast, but I'm just saying that doesn't look like I'm getting myself to come in and play.
We talked about this, Ron, when that picture surfaced to him so shredded up. I mean, it's just that's not the only way it makes sense is if it's at the defensive end position. Like, I mean, he would have to get back to 285.
Where
285.
Will Anderson and
Danielle Hunter.
And Danielle Hunter live.
Yeah. I mean, and you can argue with Hughes, not that he wouldn't be a step up from these guys, but you can argue Hughes and Barrett or is it Barrett?
Barnett,
yeah. You can argue those two are some pretty damn good depth, too. So I just don't know. I agree with you. If he's sitting at the end, it would have to be the defensive end position.
Yes.
The good thing is you're sitting in a 4-3, so there's true defensive ends, not outside linebackers and D tackles. But
yeah, just when I say Finn, like, I mean, listen, he's still a big joker.
Right.
By the way, he needs some security. I mean, good God Almighty.
People swarming him.
Oh, when Andre's done, so he's sitting right there with the McNairs. They come rolling out, and Figgy. They come rolling out, and he's right behind them. And I mean, here they go. I mean, it's an avalanche of people trying to get to him. Like, and saw some of the Texas staff. They was like, man, he needs some security.
Yeah.
And he's trying to sign as much and take as many pictures.
Right.
I said, yeah, that guy's not a tweener.
That's a defensive end that needs a little security.
That's a defensive end that looked like he may go and try to take Cade Stover's job. Like he may flip over and play tight end. That's what he looks like. All right, coming up. God, get some more news here. Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker, the latest from Joe Espada on Kyle Tucker. The latest from Joe Espada, what he said over the weekend. Someone asked him, could he return in August? Wait, do you hear what Joe had to say? That's coming up next.
All right, me and the wife, we're going to Verlo Mattress to get our custom fit mattress, man. We are stoked about it.
Limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For JD Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There's some rumors going on about a potential move in the NFL, where a team in the AFC can potentially get better once we get more info. By the way, that move is, Clint, the 49ers are potentially in works with the Pittsburgh Steelers about trading Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers. That is a couple of reports of that here in the last couple of minutes. We'll see if that is something that actually happens, but that would change Pittsburgh a bit with their offense and that team. Talk about George Pickens and Brandon Ayuk on the outside. That would make things interesting to see what that offense would look like. So that's one to keep an eye on, a team in the AFC that I think right now is clearly behind the Texans. But that would be a big addition. A big addition to them.
Yeah, that would be that would be big, because you're talking, and then you look at the thought that Justin Fields could potentially be making a push to be the starter in Pittsburgh. I don't know how much truth is to that or not, but any way you slice it, you put that athlete on the field that can do what he can do between the tackles with his legs, and then all of a sudden you got those two big boys outside that can go. That would be. That'd be a monster to stop. There's no doubt.
Yeah, that'd be that. So that's one to keep an eye on, because he's continued to hold in and just not practice. But we'll see. We'll keep you updated on that if that becomes a real thing with the Steelers and Brandon Ayuk. All right. This came over the weekend. We heard about the Lance thing, but manager Joe Espada, he was asked about Kyle Tucker, fellas. That's Kyle Tucker. Could he return in August? Joe Espada replied, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's going to happen. It'd be fantastic. It's kind of day to day. See how it feels. It'd be too aggressive to say we'll have him by the end of the month.
It's not ideal.
But it is a possibility. It's August 5th, Clint.
Is it safe to say that the report was false?
Months.
Is it safe to say that the original report was false?
According to our resident doctor person who texted in, they said we're around the range of how long it could take a
broken leg.
A deep bone bruise.
According to somebody on the text line, we're still within bone bruise.
Yeah,
ball off
really
the shin.
6 to 8 weeks.
The medical team
was all on our ass about it.
Damn. Okay.
Well, this is not good.
That it could be 6 to 8 weeks.
I got it. Okay.
They can't give us August.
Where art thou?
Like you can't. It's August 5th.
Obviously not. Hell, he's still limping around. Every report I hear once a week, it comes out like, man, that dude ain't even remotely close.
It'd be fantastic
if
he returned in August, but I'm not going to sit here and say it's going to happen. It'd be too aggressive to say that he'll be back in the next 25 days.
Can I get my $20?
Oh, I didn't get you that. That's right. I was just parking.
We've been to the airport twice now. Actually, 4 times. There was a layover.
2 times. You didn't go with us the second time. You dipped out of there early. I understand what that person sent in as the resident doctor, Clint. But I mean, if there ain't a break, I want to see. I want to see evidence that an athlete has had a bone bruise like this in a sport, and it has taken him out for this long, or her out for this long. Like
I'll take any sport.
I'm talking any sport, okay. Anything. I'm not just talking baseball. Anything. We are over a month and a half ago. Tony Gwynn Jr. told us he'd never seen anything like it. That was a month and a half ago. Like seriously, he can't rule out, no, this may not be 3 months. He can't rule that out. This may not be 3 months. A bone bruise. This is wild. And I'll tell you, they need his ass too. But my God. My man Kyle Tucker, man, he out here on the struggle.
Well, the crazy thing to me, Ron, is that
a lot of things.
I mean, he's not even if he just can't run full speed, you would think that he'd still be available to hit. In a game like yesterday, I mean, Kyle Tucker, one swing of the bat, and it's a tie ball game.
They clearly don't. They just clearly don't trust him at all on the bases.
That's what I'm saying. Is it's it's beyond the bases, though, Ron. I mean, in a one-run game
or anywhere.
I mean, at any point. I mean, they clearly he's
What'd
not.
You say? Kirk Gibson got up there.
Come on, man. I mean, he clearly is not even at a point where he can get up there and swing the stick in a ninth inning when it's a one-run ball game. I mean, that's to me, that's a crazy. Maybe baseball didn't work like that. Maybe he's got to go to Sugar Land for 15 at bats before they let it. They trust him in right now. If it were me and he could swing a bat and which I'm assuming he can't at this point in time in terms of swinging at that level, he would definitely be available to pinch hit at the very least, right?
But clearly with that, it's just. We don't even want you. We don't like you. Want to want you Kirk Gibson this thing.
Nope.
We didn't think you can do a home run trot. Someone texted, I played competitive baseball and had a deep bone bruise after doing something similar. I played 3 days later. Hell, he must just have a compound fracture at this point.
Yeah, I mean, look, I had a deep bone bruise and I missed a week.
Where was the bone bruise at?
It was a plateau fracture actually. It was the deepest bone bruise that. Well, I say deepest. I mean, it was a. It's called a tibia plateau fracture, I believe, but it's really a deep bone bruise, is what they say. It's where your lower leg bone, your knee gets bent the wrong way, and your lower leg bone clicks with your upper leg bone, and that sucker swelled up like a grapefruit. But I missed. Now it was painful for a month, but I missed a week. This is totally different. Obviously, this isn't no plateau fracture. This is a ball dead to the shin.
And just a deep bone bruise. Is what they're saying.
Like I said, I mean, I get my ass out there and limp around.
Well, he's limping clearly. I don't even know if he's 75% at this point. The way they're rolling, I feel like 75%. Maybe we can get something.
Maybe the games just aren't important enough in their mind. I could see that being long season games aren't important enough at this point in time to push it.
I can't believe you're one game back. What do you?
You know personally where I sit. I'm just trying to make sense of it.
It's August 5th. September, is that when it happens? Shoot, man. Can't wait to hear the updates here this week. If we get it. Oh, no, they'll be on the road. Damn it. Maybe we'll get something later on. All right. Tyler, Clint didn't fly back with me, and I swear before God, this occurred. And Figgy and our boss Parker can vouch for this. But the TSA lady told me yesterday that I was well endowed.
Okay, bro.
Well endowed. Huh?
All right, bro.
A lady did?
The TSA lady.
I mean, I don't know if that's legal. I think we should.
Listen.
Sounds like sexual harassment to me.
I agree, Tyler.
I'm telling you, if I'm dying, if I'm lying, I'm dying right now. You can go ahead. You can. Like I said, Parker Hillis, our boss can vouch for this. Figgy as well, sitting in the TSA line. You know, when you go through and they do the deal on you, to check to see if you have anything on you. I told the fella, because I do. I get checked every time. I said, you're gonna have to pat me down, man. I get checked every time, man. Like every flight I've taken, I get checked. And he said, oh, yep, right there, that spot. So he went through and patted me down, slid over there, started getting my stuff off the deal. And the lady came over. She goes, hey, she was like, would you like a explanation to this and why you keep getting checked? And
hold on, so
it may be a bit uncomfortable, Ron. I said, sure, go ahead.
The showman.
We're standing there, and she goes, listen, I know this can be a hassle here, but generally when we have it showing up in that same spot, it's usually something that is a really good thing for your wife at home. we just started dying laughing. I said, wow, okay. She said, yeah, usually if it's that same spot.
Wow, dude.
For those who are more well-endowed. I said, wow. Okay. She said, see, it's
game changeness.
It's a tough thing here, but everywhere else, this is a good thing.
Ron's going to be the only guy going through TSA checks.
Yeah,
my
man.
big old grin on his face. Big grin on his face.
No need to worry with this. Go ahead, check me out.
When that machine rolls like that, get me a woman. Get me a woman.
I'm gonna have to hear this from Figure Parker.
I need somebody. I need somebody to confirm it as well.
Then she proceeded to take her husband out. Said, "See, this is something my husband never has a problem with. He'll walk right through."
Yeah, girl.
See now that she didn't need to go there.
That was unnecessary.
Whatever female team. Where was she at in Cleveland?
I promise
or St.
you.
Louis.
Here he is, right here. Parker will come in here and vouch for this. Go on.
Cleveland or St. Louis?
It's Cleveland. We're in Cleveland. The ball sits right here. Am I lying? Am I lying out here?
No, you're not lying. I was there. It's the most uncomfortable TSA conversation I've ever had, and I think my favorite part was the very end. You may have said this as I was walking from my office, but the spot at the end where she said, "Man, really wish this is a problem my husband had."
Can't help it.
I mean, did she give any more insight, though? What sets it off? Is it the length or the girth?
She gave enough insight. She said,
is it the
you're
length
well
or the
enough.
girth? Length or girth?
She said usually.
That's what. Come on now. She came right to it. She didn't. No, she didn't say length or girth.
Hey,
no,
Tyler, did I tell you? Did I tell you this happens often to me as well?
Yeah, I've been stopped quite a few times,
I'm just saying, I've flown with you. I've never seen it happen.
It's happening.
You walk
not
right
every
on.
time.
Now I know.
Not every time. Hey,
So
Tyler,
those of you, if it's that spot right there,
the little double box over your joint, right? It's happened to me multiple times, but it's because I've got metal tips on my drawstrings. It has nothing to do with the size of the Johnson.
No tips on my drawstrings. No, sir.
Ain't but one tip down there?
And apparently, it stops you. Oh, boy, that was good.
Well, hey, boys.
Yeah, I can't help it. Lord bless me.
She needs to. I mean, her husband. I hope her husband checks her. I hope she's listening.
That was unnecessary. Yeah, no. I mean, she took his ass out.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go in and just chill out. What you got coming at the?
How much did you pay Parker to say that?
Yeah, right. No doubt. He must.
You think he would?
He must owe you something.
You think he would? Get Figgy.
At the end of the day, being well endowed.
He didn't even hear the end of the story. He came in and told you exactly what I said.
Being well endowed.
Nick Johnson in the building.
Look, man, being well endowed obviously is an issue at TSA as well as an issue if you are pole vaulting. Would you rather have a Big Johnson or would you rather have a gold medal? Huh? And I'll give you a little recap of this past weekend. It was a big Texans weekend. Before we do that, we got to talk about ability tree experts, right? Look, I can always start this off by saying, look, the recent weather that Texas threw at us, let it serve as a reminder because there's always some kind of bad weather rolling through here. Here's the fact of the matter. If you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, whether it's at your house where you're living right now or it's on land where you plan to build your dream.
rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Plus, check out our barrel selections that are handcrafted by our team and bottled just for you. Cheers!
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Boy, and is it dirty. About 30 minutes ago, y'all, Mondo Duplantis broke the world record for the 9th time, jumping 6.25 meters to become back-to-back Olympic champion in the pole vault, Ron.
Good for him.
Yeah, he's
good man.
Apparently one of the greatest of all time. I don't know pole vaulters like that, but clearly one of the greatest of all time. Something that is, there's no way, even though Duplantis just broke the record, there's no way the video of him breaking the record goes more viral than the old French pole vaulter that got his Johnson hung on the bar. I don't know. Did you guys see this?
I saw this on Twitter.
Yeah. French pole vaulter.
You've not seen floppy.
It?
No.
French pole vaulter, Anthony Amirati. He fails to medal after his male organs knocked the bar off the rack.
Jesus.
So he's one who definitely gets held up by TSA.
Yes. Yeah, good point. He clearly gets held up at TSA.
Probably why I didn't do any pole vault.
And the video's pretty fun.
I mean, from one Big Johnson story to another.
Right here.
I mean, Ron got frisked by some dude at the airport and
hell of a segue.
Found out his.
I mean, she almost embarrassed me how loud she was.
Why did the woman come over? Never mind. We'll talk about that later. Next time you tell that story. There'll be another time later on.
Dirty girl.
This is probably the most popular question being asked in our business right now after this old boy's Johnson knocked him. Have you seen this video for real?
I have not seen it.
Literally.
I've literally not seen it.
You need to look at it on so you see what I'm talking
He
about.
gets caught on the pole.
My dude clearly clears the pole, like clears it, and the only thing that catches it is his Johnson. And
you rip your nuts and your wiener off, you're dead.
He's obviously well endowed. And the question,
the way big fella,
the question that I think is probably the most popular question in the game today, in the media game today, is: Would you rather the world know that you're well endowed and that you've got a large Johnson? There's no question about it. Or
are we sure he's got a large Johnson, or is it?
Have you seen the video yet? There's no if. There's nothing. There's no if.
I'm going through here.
What wasn't it? Chris Johnson's joint that fell out of his shorts or whatever when he's running. Like,
Chris Jones.
Chris Jones. Like there's no question. Like I mean, it just the world knows, man. Even those that just want Olympic coverage, man. They know. Would you rather a gold medal in the Olympics, or to have and for the world to know? Innocently know that you've got a huge Johnson and not have to tell them at TSA. I'm just talking about like inadvertently.
It's a tough one.
And this when I first thought I was like, when I first heard the question, I was like, that's funny. But the more you think about it,
oh wow, it's hanging on there. Hanging right on the bar, huh?
My guy needed to strap that thing down, man.
That thing like a monkey's tail. It went out there and grabbed that damn edge of that bar and pulled it right off the rack, man. I'm telling you.
Get an ace bandage or something, bro. Wrap that thing down tight. Athletic tape, maybe tape that thing down.
I bet he was peacocking around that Olympic Village that evening. No medal having ass.
Like literally peacocking.
His age, I don't know, boy. I mean, you work for that medal for a long time, but that right there, that means you don't have to work for quite some time when you that information is given out.
It's not just that, Ron. It's that's the icebreaker. So you're an athlete, yeah. You remember the 2024 Olympics?
No, here, let me pull it up.
Yeah, let me prove to you that I was an Olympian. And that's
this happened. It was unfortunate.
Like it's not just like having a gold medal would be nice, but like how many? We're not talking about like Simone Biles and like I'm talking about like how many just random gold medalists can you name? Do you remember? Like if they walked up on you right now, you'd remember. You'd know. Even if they told you the story, remember back in this year this happened, would you know? So the gold medal is great, and that's a great athletic achievement. Don't get me wrong.
That's what he's worked for, yeah.
I think I'd rather be the pole vaulter that hung on the bar. I think that's a bigger deal. I think that's more beneficial in his life than a gold medal would have been.
This is a bigger deal. I see what you did.
Yeah, literally and figuratively.
This is really hard for me because I can relate clearly.
I didn't know you were a pole vaulter.
Hey, that's a good point. You can relate to being well endowed, not being in that pole and it shooting you over that 6.5 meters, however tall that is.
My problem that stopped me is the same problem he had, amongst other things.
Yeah, I think I'd go with the Big Johnson, boys.
Text line rolls through. That's a hard one.
I mean, if you stop laughing for a minute and seriously think about it, I think I would go with the Big Johnson.
I think I got to go with the gold. But I also need to know.
Says the guy with the big Johnson.
I also
messing
need to
up
know
the TSA line.
what's the alternative of this? Like how? Like
do you have like a micro?
No, we're not talking about light switches.
If I can at least be average size, I'll take the gold medal.
You got an average size Johnson that the world doesn't know about, and a gold medal.
That's an important detail, Ron.
Or you've got a large one that your wife and the entire world knows about. Yeah. Before your wife would have been really funny.
No, because I can work with average. I think.
You think so?
I don't know. I mean,
you've never had to.
I'm assuming.
Tyler, where are you at? It's not even close. It ain't remotely close.
I'll take the gold. If you give me the average.
Well endowed, and it is blatantly obvious on national TV and Olympic coverage and social media today. I'll take it.
Yeah, my mind went right where Ron's did. I got to know like what I'm either or in here. Like, am I going to be stuck with some like?
Because there's some
we'll give you an average size joint, Tyler, which I don't. You don't really know what that's like either.
Because there is also some yes, that is a great opening line, but there's also a great opening line. Hey, I'm a gold medalist. Here, I've got a gold medal that you can see and you can put on. You want to come up and see it?
If I'm getting average, I got to go gold.
At some point, that stick is going to be not the stick, the shtick of I was a gold. Like that ain't going to work. Like that's a complicated to get to.
I don't know. I can get it right out.
I mean, I would have that video on command. Hey Siri, play my pickup line.
You could also have that video of you
holding that gold medal. Yeah, that ain't it. That ain't it.
With the national anthem playing.
I'm telling you, it ain't even remotely close. Now Siri's playing pickup lines and cut the Justin Moore song. I got to. So you two are going gold medal?
I got if it's an average. Now, if you talk about I got a little, if you talk about I got a little bit of itty.
No. I'm not giving you a problem. I'm just saying.
Yeah, just give me average one. I'll take the gold.
Oh,
I can work with that gold.
Yeah. I can't believe you two. I'd take that big honker any day. I'd take that old knee banger any day of the week now.
Pause.
What happened?
I mean, I don't think there's any pause in here. I think the whole conversation was pause worthy.
Big weekend for the Texans. It all starts with Andre Johnson. From the Big Johnson to Andre Johnson, y'all. It was
well done.
It was tremendous weekend. Andre's speech was phenomenal as expected. The support was absolutely through the roof from his former teammates, the fans, the current team. He had so much good to say, but I think what matters here is Texans fans out there that couldn't make it, Texans fans out there that didn't get a chance to watch and listen. Hell, Texans fans that heard it and you just can't get enough of it. Here is Andre Johnson's message to the Texans fans.
To the Houston Texans fans, Jim Porter asked me if the Houston Texans were to get the game, how do you think the Houston fans will show up? I told him you better get ready because we're going to show up and show out. I'm so appreciative of you guys. You guys have shown me so much love from the day I came to Houston, even to now, just being around the city. I was walking in the store the other day. A lady I don't even know. She didn't say, hey, Andre. She didn't say anything. All she said was, I see you in Canton. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys meant so much to my career. You guys motivated me, and I couldn't do a lot of things I did if I didn't have you guys cheering me on. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Hell of a weekend, hell of a job, Andre Johnson. Hell of a job, Texans Nation. Great call on DeMeco's behalf, keeping the team there. Great call on DeMeco's half, practicing in Cleveland right there with NFL Network, and everybody that was covering the Hall of Fame induction could slide down the street, because right now the Texans are one of the featured teams on NFL Network. They're at practice, interviewing all the players during and DeMeco during and after practice. So overall great weekend. Ron, there's also been a couple of I think pieces of audio that have popped about the team specifically. The biggest takeaway from the game that happened Thursday night, and we talked a little bit about this on Friday. We talked about it at length in the post-game show. The two starters offensively that played, Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs, are interior offensive linemen, center guard. And the interior offensive line is the biggest question mark for this team of who's it going to be and how well are they ready to play, how good are they, what's that interior offensive line look like. Obviously, it can impact the pass protection. Obviously, it impacts the run game. DeMeco Ryans this weekend met with the media and spoke specifically about Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs and what stood out to him.
Yeah, I really liked Kenyon and Juice as up front. Really liked the way that they played. In a snap, I think they both had probably over 20 snaps. I thought they did a really nice job of going out and showing, who they can be. Still a lot to improve on, but I like the aggressiveness from Kenyon. I like how he got up to the second level. I like the way they were finishing blocks. So it's definitely a big step in the right direction for both guys when it comes to, continue to improve our front. And we know how important the front is, right, to be able to run the football, also the protection aspect of it. So I thought both of those guys did a really nice job.
Big step in the right direction, Ron, and that's refreshing to hear after DeMeco clearly had watched the film, I believe, and evaluated what all he had seen, because I think that was blatantly obvious. We've talked multiple times about just the sheer physicality of these two guys. They are built like physically and have the mindset of interior offensive linemen. They have the ability to be nasty. And that's one I think we hadn't seen any balls, so we got a long way to go, but that's one thing that stands out about these guys. And then Kenyon Green's athletic ability, we specifically talked about that. His athletic ability to get to the second level, I think was obvious when we were watching it from the press box as well as on TV. Good to hear that DeMeco Ryans, again, watched the film and saw the same things, because this is the one thing. We talk a lot about Xavier Hutchinson, talked a little bit about Cade Stover, talked a little bit about Kalen Bullock, some of these different guys that we saw play. Really, Ryan, when we're talking about what's going to hopefully help this team be better once the regular season starts, there's nothing more important and nothing bigger than that interior offensive line.
No, it's the thing that no one really talks a lot about, but it can completely derail what we think this offense can be. And obviously the opposite can take this offense to the next level, to another level, maybe that we're not even looking at, if they play anywhere close to where they were drafted or anywhere close to maybe what many people think their ceiling is. That they're a huge key to this team. And the thing is, if they can just be somewhere in the middle of it, that works. Not be be just absolutely awful that it just wrecks things offensively. Now, if you want to be a couple of Pro Bowlers, that'd be great too, but can you just be in the middle?
Yeah.
And if you can just be in the middle, then I think this offense can sustain.
Well, look, we've seen Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. We've seen them deal with, a turnstile at center and guard. We've seen them deal with youngsters. We've seen them deal with veterans that they didn't know what they were getting, that just you had to look out for. So, these guys being average, above average NFL linemen that still make rookie or inexperienced mistakes, that's fine. It's going to happen. Neither one of them have played a whole hell of a lot of football at their respective positions. So that may happen, but I think Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud can overcome that. To your point, if they just keep trending in the right direction and at the very least show some promise in the run game, I think from a pass protection standpoint, they can mix things up and figure out a way to get the protection shored up, and CJ can deal with that. If those two interior offensive linemen, if they end up being road graders, maulers, and that physical approach actually plays out on Sunday, and Joe Mixon and Damian Pierce and company can benefit from it, that is an absolute game changer for this organization, for this offense, for damn sure. So we'll see. But that inside offensive line, that's the spot where you got to keep your eye on throughout the entire preseason. Glad to see those guys get some work last week.
Yeah, and obviously from what DeMeco said earlier, they will get more work along with the other ones, and that's the next step to see how those five can operate together. So that'll be the next big step. All right, coming up, the lineup is out as the Astros got to get going. They're going to play the Rangers. This is a team, and to be honest with you, they could really land a major blow to the Rangers if they could really go ahead and win this series, let alone sweep this series. The Rangers are kind of teetering on if they're in it, if they're not. The Astros can do that, but they got to have these bats come alive. We'll tell you what the lineup is coming up next.
All right, Generator Super Center. Look, I'm not trying to sell you something.
those things. So in a non-sexy way, they accomplished the goals. They did what they needed to do.
The Big Orange Wagon. New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. My man Champ Slice out here in bad karma. As the Astros head to Arlington, he says, we about to get swept. What's this? That's kind
Damn,
of
Champ Slice.
It does feel like the Rangers are a good team to start hitting again. And don't worry, by the way, the team that's lost 20 in a row, the White Sox are lurking on the schedule coming up for the Astros, too. So that should be a place where you can make some hay.
Yeah, look, I mean, everybody relax. Everybody relax a little bit. Be all right.
I don't know about that lineup on the relax thing. That lineup is it's just, if you're a pitcher who looks at this thing, especially if they start facing better teams, you're like, just let me get to this. Like today's lineup. The lineup is out today. Altuve, Bregman, and Alvarez. Alvarez is the DH. Yiner at catcher. Pena, Myers, McCormick. Dubon is at first tonight with Pedro Leon in right field. Me, Clint, I was like, yeah. Let me get to Diaz, Pena, Myers, McCormick. Look, I can fool around, pitch around these other guys. Let me get to these. They just, the lineup just has a lot of guys that you can be cool getting to, and avoiding the real batters that scare you, and Alvarez and Altuve. And I think you could throw Bregman in on this too. But just that lineup, boy, after you lose those three, and I'll give you said Diaz has been swinging the bat pretty well too. But even him, there's not very much fear in it. Where, like, it's a bunch of guys, all right, let me go after him. Let me go after him so I don't have to mess with those guys. That's just my thing with this lineup, boy. And then when you hear Kyle Tucker, they can't even commit that he'll be back in the month of August.
Look, I mean, obviously we'd love to have Kyle Tucker back in it. It lengthens that lineup a little bit, and it clearly adds a big-time bat. But you still have that run of guys at the bottom of the lineup that are going to be streaky. I mean, this is the same lineup without Tucker that was I can't remember if they were number 1 or number 2 in runs scored per game for about a 6-week span, I think, in June and early July. So, and then look, that was a week's part of their schedule. I get it. This is a tougher part of their schedule in August, so things turn a little bit. But they need Tucker back. I'm not going to sit here and act like they don't need Tucker back. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm, big picture down the stretch in the playoffs, do we have enough firepower? But I'm at a spot where with this team, if we lose because of our bats, if we lose because there's a team that can go out there and best of 7 can outscore us, then hey man, I'm gonna have to live with that. I'm not real worried about these bats right now.
Yeah. You're not worried about them?
No, I'm good.
Tyler, you worried? You good? You getting worried about these bats?
I don't know if I'd say worried, but I mean, I don't feel good about them.
It's the answers. It's just tough. Like it's just tough. I mean, you feel like you get through. Now, you fool around, those guys at the top can be enough, but oh boy, 4 runs in 3 days against the Rays?
Well, in terms of like right now, yeah, I mean that is a rough look against Tampa Bay, and Tampa Bay got some dudes they can throw out there. So that was not a good look at all. But I'm big picture, I'm not worried about it.
Good for you, man. Happy for you, man. See what happens, man. We'll see if that lineup starts scoring some runs or these guys get a chance. I am interested in seeing Leon tonight, right field. See him at the plate. See him a little bit more. See what he does, and see if he actually gets enough run to have an opportunity to swing the bat. See, I get the feel a guy that's been playing every day in Sugar Land and putting up the numbers that he put up. Like, he's another one. They have just Like, that's another thing to me. They have got to – I think he should give this – he's tried a lot of things. While Kyle Tucker waits, I think they need to commit to some guys. They need to commit to a lineup. So these guys – I think that's the best opportunity for guys
to do the best I can
to get some consistency is to play them. And if it's going to be Pedro Leon, who we saw hit 19 homers, have over 70 RBIs in AAA, like, to me, if he plays today and then misses 2 days and then plays – like, I don't think you get the best out of him. I don't think you get the best out of many of the players if you handle it that way.
You got to pick, right? I agree with you, Ron. Nobody will ever talk me into the whole just rotating guys through.
Cool. It worked for a little bit, but now, like, you've really been struggling offensively for, I'd say, an extended period of time.
Yeah, but I mean, did it work? I mean, Chas McCormick's been in a funk all year long. Dubon was hitting 300. Now he's hitting 260.
That's Jake.
Jake Myers, he fell off the map. I mean, you can argue that the cabbage thing worked well with him getting in the rotation. You can argue that the Salazar, the catcher, getting the rotation. That being just every other day something different. But I mean, people surely nobody subscribes to that. Surely nobody looks at that and goes, "Yeah, that's the best way to go about this thing." Look, like right now with Tucker out, the one that matters is the one you mentioned. I mean, Pedro Leon. I mean, he's got a bright future, or at least expectations are for him to be a big piece of the future here. Let him play right field. Look, if you want to, the left field thing is interesting because obviously with Diaz DH and some and Caratini catching, then the left field, then Jordan has to play some left field. So let Dubon and White Boy Chaz, however you want to handle that. I don't really care about that. But Pedro Leon needs to play in right
Chaz,
field. So what'd I say? Did I? Damn, good habits are hard to break, man. Old habits
come at me about we all know you can do it. You still call me Ron.
I can. I got Ron down. Show don't even cross my radar anymore. But
good for you.
But Pedro Leon is the one. I think you're right. I mean, like, because here's the deal. I don't know until Pedro Leon shows us that, like, hey, man, these other guys are just clearly better options. Like, Chas McCormick is clearly a better option right now, right? I mean, because I don't know if this team is in a position to where I would be real comfortable with just a bunch of trying guys out. But Pedro Leon is a guy that could potentially, I mean, be a difference maker in right field. Could be until Kyle Tucker gets back. He potentially is a guy. I mean, he can get on and steal bases.
Well, I just want to get the best shot at seeing him give us the best he can.
That's what I'm saying. You know who everybody else is.
And to me, any of them, like someone just texted in, okay, so you're talking about the lineup, so what's the alternative lineup? What are they going to do? Well, for me, like, all right, who's going to be your first baseman? Play Dubon or play Singleton. Choose one. Who's going to be your first baseman? Play them every day so they get at bats every day. To me, I think they play. I think players play better and swing the bat better when they get every day at bats. All right, Leon, is he going to take one of the corner spots? Let him run for a little bit. To me, him hitting or in the lineup today and getting at bats today and then missing 2 days and then coming back later on the week, like for a guy who was getting at bats every day in Sugar Land, I don't think that's helpful. You brought him up. You think there's a talent there? Put him in right. Put him in right, especially since Tucker is not out yet. And if you want to have Myers in center, right, like you said, like it's play these guys every day. Give these guys a shot every single day to play, and then use the other guys who you're not going to put in there on the bench and have them as pinch hitters. But to me, when you're struggling like this, the last thing is to get yo-yoed in and out multiple times. To me, to help your confidence and help your swing. Like the basic, the closest thing that you get is, all right, man, he got 2 hits today, so he gets to play tomorrow.
Yeah. You're going to get a rotation at first base, and I think that's just simply because Big John just hasn't taken the position and just owned it. And for whatever reason, he's still one of the guys that hasn't swung it well enough to be an everyday player where he's still subject to the lefty righty starting pitcher kind of deal. Dubon clearly is going to be a super utility guy. That's what they're going to do. To me, it's like I'm dialed in on one guy right now, and that's Pedro Leon. I want to see, to your point, I want to see what he's about. Because when the games come up and Jordan doesn't play left field, who that left fielder is going to be, I think they're rotating up through it all, so I think it's still up in the air, right? Is Pedro Leon potentially one of those guys?
Yeah, we'll see. It's just a crapshoot after 4. Who's going to be in the lineup? All right, coming up, somebody needs to put some respect on a player's name. Everybody's been talking about somebody else. There's a player that needs some respect, and maybe Clint was right all along about you say Kikuchi. Maybe he was right all along. We'll discuss that.
New
coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about that cold Coors.
And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A-game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
CJ fakes the give. CJ planting, and he throws downfield over the middle, and he's got a man Brown, left side, 50, 40, left sideline, full throttle, 20, 15, 10, 5, fighting for the goal line, and he's got it! Touchdown, Houston! Rock and roll! 75 yards!
Andre almost couldn't contain himself. Had them hard claps. Wow! And he was ready to jump in. I'll never forget that. I remember sitting up in that press box. That was against the Bucks, and I did not know that he had that in his bag. Break the tackle and then separate, and no one could catch him.
Kid is a freaking baller.
The last 30, 40 yards. I did not know Noah Brown had that in him, but he did, and that was a game where he led the team in receiving yards, and that is the same game where Tank went off as well in that comeback where C.J. Stroud threw for 500 yards. The next week,
God bless, brother.
He went off against the Bengals as well. But for you, Clint, I think a lot of people are forgetting about that guy, forgetting about that dude that had that run, and that dude who was the next guy in line after the big three. I feel like you said people need to remember and put a little respect back on who the hell Noah Brown is.
Yeah. I mean, I think there just needs to be a little respect put on Noah Brown's name. I mean, there is clearly a big three on this team, and so let me be clear. I'm not trying to push Noah Brown into that conversation with Diggs, Tank, and Nico in any way, shape, or form. Now, there was a time early in camp last year before any of these superstars emerged in Tank Dell and Nico Collins where Noah Brown was having better days. I mean, he was flashing on the field as the best receiver. He was catching balls. He was having chemistry with C.J. Stroud. Obviously, they've signed Diggs, and Tank and Nico have taken their game to a whole other level. So I'm not a fool. I'm not trying to put him in that conversation, Ryan. But he is clearly, squarely in the number 4 role for this team. And there's nothing that anybody else on this team, any other receiver can do on this team in a preseason game that's going to upseat 85, Noah Brown, as the number 4 guy. He is very, very critical.
People felt that way about Xavier Hutchinson. There are people thinking
that's where this thought or the need to talk about this was birthed, right? We're sitting there at Jerseys and Big Larry in Stafford, he's excited about, which rightfully so. He's having a good time down there, excited about the showing that Xavier Hutchinson had, and just made the comment that he needs to be the number 4, and I'm paraphrasing a bit, but that he needs to be the number 4 receiver. And I thought he was crazy. I thought it was just, he's in that sauce a little bit and enjoying himself a little bit. Well, then old boy sitting next to us, Ron, he's shaking his head, agreed with it. You started having a full-out conversation. I just wanted to make it clear, at least my stance. I mean, to each their own. Everybody can fan how they want to fan. But for me, there ain't – as secure as those top 3 are, Noah Brown is about – 2% less secure in that four hole. He is squarely your 4th best receiver, and he's an important part of what they're doing. He is a security blanket. If anybody gets injured in them top 3, Noah Brown is going to be the guy that they feel like not only can they depend on, but hell, they saw him go in there and go for a $140 plus and a $150 plus in back-to-back games. So, just to be, we got to put a little respect on this guy's name. Noah Brown. He's overshadowed because of the top 3 guys, I think, are more explosive. The top 3 guys are obviously more productive. But, man, he's above being discussed in the conversation with Xavier Hutchinson and John Metchie.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say that I think Noah Brown is beyond being able to be jumped.
By anybody on this team. This year?
Right now.
I'll have that conversation.
Right now, I'm not saying that it couldn't happen. Right now, like if Xavier Hutchinson continues continues to be solid and make some plays. We saw today that he made a big touchdown catch where he went over a guy from Davis Mills in their training camp practice today. if he continues to kind of improve and maybe he has found something, I'm not going to say by some point later on in the season, week 8, week 10, something like that, that maybe a Xavier Hutchinson, or if John Metchie finds it, or whatever people are saying he has found that we haven't really seen in games. I'm not saying it's impossible they can pass Noah Brown, but not right now. That five catch 56-yard performance was not anything that says he jumps Noah Brown to me. Now, if you want to say I think there's potential down the line later on in the season with a Xavier Hutchinson, I can hear that, but they're not right now. No chance at all right now.
Yeah, there's just nothing. Though. He can go out and have 4 straight games of 5 catches, 50 to 60 yards, and he's not going to be the number 4 receiver to start the season. To your point, if somebody gets hurt and he gets an opportunity, all of a sudden this guy's he's jumping, catching 50-50 balls in the end zone and going for a buck, 100+ yards, then yeah, I mean potentially, anything's possible down the road. I'm just saying right now, Noah Brown is above the conversation of any young unproven receiver at this point in time. It was Metchie a week ago. Now all of a sudden it's Xavier Hutchinson. Like Noah Brown is beyond that right now. And I'm just talking about leading up to the season. I mean, anything can happen in the regular season. We saw last year a bunch of receivers get hurt, and guys like Noah Brown went out there and had big games. So anything can happen if guys go down and guys get opportunities. But right now, no, I can't get down with it.
Yeah, not today, not right now. As you said, with opportunities. And listen, Xavier Hutchinson has been a surprise and played well. But to be honest with you, like that's the first even performance that would even elicit even the question, the thought, because nobody else has done it. Like someone texted in, "What about Robert Woods?" I'm surprised he's still on the team.
Hold on,
so I damn sure am not putting Robert Woods in that space.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't. Now I could see. Now I think that's a conversation. I don't know how they're going to.
But not because you believe it. You think it's a conversation because of how the organization seems to believe.
Well, no, I think the conversation is Xavier Hutchinson and Robert Woods.
Oh, those two. I thought you were talking about Robert Woods and Noah Brown.
No, Look, I think if there's a chance that they're going to keep, 6 receivers, and I think Robert Woods is going to be on this football team. But if they're in which they will, one will just be inactive. So I would be willing to bet you he's going to be on this football team. But we'll see how the Sims thing, the special teams, we'll see how this all unfolds. But the truth of the matter, and it doesn't matter if we're talking about the 5th spot or the 6th spot. If these guys that are playing special teams, whether that's Sims, who appears to be one of your main returners, even though I think Tank Dell's going to factor into that with the depth of wide receiver right now more, but we'll see. Or we're talking about Xavier Hutchinson getting the guys that are playing special teams, right? Can any of those guys, for the 5th or 6th spot, can those guys overcome the fact that this team thinks more highly and has thought more highly of Robert Woods than what he brings to the table? And which I think is blown out of proportion. Like I don't know where they got lost in thinking that guy was the one that was going to come out here and make plays. But nonetheless, when you look at it now, I can see where Nick Cassero and DeMeco Ryans go. I love him as a safety net if I need it. If we get a bunch of guys hurt, we need a guy that doesn't practice much because all the starters get the reps. We need a guy that knows the offense like the back of his hand because not getting all the reps is going to create rust, right? A guy that we can just throw in there at any point in time and we can depend on him. We can move him in all the different formations and we can depend on him. I think that holds a ton of value with this crew. Can Xavier Hutchinson, John Metchie's – I'm not writing John Metchie off. I think it's going to be tough, but John Metchie's in the conversation. Sims is in the conversation. Can these guys that play special teams, can they – put this staff in a spot where they trust them as much as they do Robert Woods offensively? And if they do, then I think Robert's seen his last day as a Texan. If not, it's going to be tough. Robert's going to be one of your top 6.
Yeah. I mean, the longer he stays in, apparently it is. They're giving him vet days off. They're giving him. He didn't play in the preseason game, so I guess you're probably on to something. you're onto something with that. So we'll see. By the way, I got to give you credit. You talked about when the Astros brought in, you say, Kikuchi.
Who?
You heard it. You said the thought is, could he get with this pitching staff and be kind of transformed and fixed like we've seen the Astros do over the years? And I'm not, listen, one start's not going to prove that. I mean, it was the kind of first impression they needed from him. 11 strikeouts, whatever he had, strikeouts, and 5 2/3 innings, 2 earned runs. That was big after he gave up the home run in the first inning. But you said they may be able to help turn him around, and early signs is they did make an adjustment before he even started. When he got here, before his first start, it seemed like they want to implement him throwing the changeup a lot more, and he seemed to have a lot of success with that and threw the changeup more than he had in a long, long time. So maybe you were right that this Astros pitching staff, the pitching coaches, the coaching staff looked at this, the scouts, and found maybe what could be the thing that helps get the best out of Kikuchi.
Well, look, I mean, it wasn't like my thought was earth shattering, right? Look, I mean, it's really the only option that this team had in order to make this thing make sense. Yeah. You look at it, and to
Clearly
Seth's
before
point,
they traded for him, they saw something.
But yeah, I mean, because you look at the back of the baseball card, you look at the recent history, you look at, I mean, how any way you sliced it, it was this is the guy that you want to come in and change this rotation. So there had to be something there. So I mean, I just went with what I thought was the obvious, and for one game, it appears by his performance and the comments following that game that was spot on. They made some adjustments, and a guy that's got great stuff ended up being able to go 5 2/3 and give up 2 runs and put you in a spot where you can win a game and have a big time performance. Now, I mean, the key is, Ron, if Kikuchi keeps throwing like that, I mean, at the end of the day, there ain't nobody gonna have a problem with what they gave up. They gave up for him.
No,
I mean that's. I mean, now you got a big time left arm in the pen. I mean in the rotation along with Fromber, and the 3 to 4 other big time right arms if you get Verlander back. So you've got options all over the place, and he definitely changes the game. Now, as long as we get more of what we saw Friday from Kikuchi than what the back of that baseball card looks like,
or the first inning. Yeah, that is. But no, I mean that changeup. They clearly made an adjustment. And it worked. It worked. All right. Speaking of the Astros, they got a big one. We'll get you ready for that. We'll give you the lineup and what Hunter Brown needs to do tonight. And DeMeco dropped some news about his football team ahead of their next preseason game. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Down in Houston, it wasn't supposed to be like this.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
All right, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and apparently the massive DILF. The big DILF. And a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. Moneybags. Hopefully he had a decent weekend. Not sure. Yep, didn't think so.
My time spent with Tyler today, I'm going to go out on a limb and say he didn't.
No, he didn't. He just gave us a look.
Not a profitable weekend.
Not a profitable week, let's just be honest.
Yeah. I knew something was
thought you were asking about the weekend.
The weekend, I'm just thinking now we're sliding into it overall. Probably maybe take this week off, I think maybe.
Not a chance.
No, I got 4 locked in for tonight.
About take this.
Not a chance, Ron.
Just thinking
It's the Rangers. Why would he ever do that?
Just take the Rangers off.
Yeah, they're the Astros, bitch.
Take the Rangers off, and then maybe get ready for the White Sox. That's it. Yeah.
No, you go hard in the paint with the Rangers, and if it doesn't go real well, then you get it all back with the White Sox.
That's right. I ain't never scared. Because scared money don't make money, Ron.
I think you should have a little scare.
Lock of the day. Hunter Brown over 5.5 strikeouts.
That's what the hell I'm talking about.
Lock that sucker in out there. If you're listening and you want to win some money on a Monday, lock it in.
$1.
Hunter Brown, 5.5 strikeouts. It's money.
100 for Clint.
Gotcha.
That sounds enticing. That does, 5.5. That does sound enticing.
You even like that, huh?
You're locked in, bro.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Easy money. You want any, Ron?
No, I don't.
Can I get that 20? Because I might want to bet another one.
Really?
20.
All right.
You don't want to make some money back that you probably lost in Canton?
I also want to let you know that the 5 o'clock fire. No, I don't. Is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. So let's remember that. So that strikeout does sound enticing. But we'll see what happens. Well, hopefully you and the Astros start to win and make some money, because I think this is a kind of a big series in terms of what this can mean for the Rangers and where they are behind the Astros. I'm not saying completely put them away. I think if the Astros found a way to sweep the Rangers, this could be curtains for the defending world champs. Even a series win and gain a gain on them can be a big difference, because the Rangers started to come on a little bit, but now they've kind of dropped back a bit. So I think this is an important series to create some distance between the Astros and the Rangers. And Hunter Brown, who's arguably been here in the second half because Ronel Blanco has slowed up a bit, been their best pitcher. This is big for him to try to get this started.
Yeah, no, it's huge, Ron. I mean, you're sitting here. You got a nice, comfortable lead on the Rangers in that second place in the division, 4.5 games ahead of them. You're 1 game out of the division lead with Seattle, and so you're in a good spot. To your point, if you can stretch out that gap between 2 and 3 right there with the Rangers, even if you just win the series and pick up a game, that could be big down the stretch.
You sweep them and get to what 7?
Oh,
7.5,
good
8?
Lord!
Yeah.
Now you're talking. I mean, because I'd imagine if you do some sweeping here up in Arlington, then I would imagine that you're gonna be back top of the division. Only 1 game back right now, Seattle. So yeah. Look, I think it's a monster series. I think it's a monster series right now for the at least as you look forward for the rest of the season. If the Astros
feels huge.
Yes, it does, absolutely. If the Astros can create a little more distance there and keep the Rangers off their tail while they're only hunting Seattle, that'd be big.
Yeah, it's big. Lineup behind Hunter Brown today: Altuve leading off, Bregman, Alvarez is the DH, Diaz is catching tonight, Pena, Myers, McCormick. And then Dubon and Pedro Leon. Who you got your eye on tonight?
Pedro Leon, baby.
Yeah.
While I look, if he can swing the stick, and he's as good as we think he is defensively, I think when Tucker comes back into the mix, and he's going to factor into who plays left field when Alvarez is DHing. Defensively, the arm. The speed, what he brings to the plate with the speed, obviously. If he can swing the stick at the big league level the way he did in the minors, then I think we got us something. We got us another true outfielder that can play both corner positions and will allow. And not that Ron, we've had this conversation with Dubon. I mean, I would rather Dubon be an everyday player. I'd rather Dubon be in center field potentially. I'd rather Dubon be at first base potentially over the options there. Clearly, the Astros aren't going to do that with him. Clearly, they want him to be that super utility player. They want him to be that pinch hitter off the bench. So that leaves us with ultimately Chas McCormick in left field when all this comes out in the wash. And as painful as it is to admit, Chas McCormick has lost that white boy title. And Pedro Leon brings a whole different dynamic to the game, at least theoretically at this point. And so my eyes are on Pedro Leon in right field. I want to see the arm. I want to see the speed on the base pass. I want to see if he can swing the stick at this level.
Yeah, I think that's kind of going to be on the forefront of a lot of people with him coming up. When with Loperfido left, a lot of people were excited to see what Pedro Leon look like if he's up here. I'm looking at Jake Myers. So we've talked about a lot of guys that are getting kind of yo-yoed and flipped in and out.
Yep.
I think guys like Dubon and Singleton and McCormick and Cabbage and Leon and Caratini.
Loperfido before he left.
Like those guys, I don't think they know every day if they're going to play or not.
Yeah.
Jake Myers has been the everyday center fielder. They have stuck to that, and he has struggled for a little bit now. And to me, if you're going to be in there every day and then, having the struggles that this offense has, you'd like to see him string together better at-bats and for him to get involved in this offense and somewhere get close to that space where he was hitting 300, flirting with the 290s and everything like that. I'd like to see him. Like he said, it's dropped down to 230. And I know many people, like now, the batting average is not as important or biggest stat here, but you look at his batting average and on-base percentage, it is a solid drop for the last couple of months. And we know he's going to be one that's in the lineup every day. I'd like to see him start to have better production. So that's one I'm really watching.
Yeah, well, you want to talk about the bottom of the lineup. You mentioned it earlier about how there's just there's only 2.5, three hitters in this lineup that scare folks. Diaz is doing his part. I think I hadn't seen Pena. I hadn't checked Pena's numbers in the last week or so, but I think he's all right. And I mean, you really need, especially with Tucker being out, you really need one more everyday player to be swinging it well, and that would be Jake Myers at this point.
Yeah. All right, so that's the latest here. We'll see what the Astros do. They need to get back on it here after losing these two series, going 2-4 in this 6-game homestand. They got to start turning this thing around.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, here was DeMeco Ryans. We saw in the first game many of the ones, many of the two deep did not play at all against the Bears in that Hall of Fame game. He quickly, Monday, for those of you just joining us, lets you know what's going to happen in this game coming up when they face the Pittsburgh Steelers as they're practicing in Ohio. He lets it be known what his first unit's going to do.
When it comes to the snaps in preseason, I think everybody's trying to figure out. Some teams don't play starters, some play. I truly believe that a guy needs to get reps in a preseason game, right? We don't go to the ground, as you see, the way we practice. We try to keep guys up and be as safe as possible in practice. I think everybody needs that opportunity to go to the ground a couple times in the game to just get up, dust yourself off, and know you're good, right? And I'm okay. Like, I can't go to the ground and get up, so you just have to go through and play live reps of football before live action comes in September. So you'll see our ones go out and get reps this week versus Pittsburgh.
All right, as you said, right there, the statement there, DeMeco Ryans from the head coach himself, that the ones will get reps. And, Clint, how many reps are you thinking? Is this a one series and out type of deal? How many reps would you say you think the ones should get, CJ and the ones, and then that defense as well?
Well, I mean, we talk about this every year, obviously. I think it just depends on what the drives look like, right? You go out there and have two solid drives, even if they end in punts. If you go out there and it's 6 to 8 play drives and then you get another 6 to 8 to 10 play drive, regardless of what happens at the end of it, I mean, you've got some good run. You've executed as a unit. You've communicated well. Your offensive line has got good work together. You're obviously, your voice and the cadence is being heard, and at that point you've done your job. Now you go out there and you go 3 and out a couple of times, and then I'd imagine there's probably 4 drives in the holster for these guys. So look, I think it's all depends on what the drives look like. I'd say 15 to 20 snaps. For the start.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
See, I like at least 2 series.
Yeah.
Like, to me, I want you to, because sometimes, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do see this, that guys will play 1 series and come out. I like to, all right, hey, we played 1 series. Let's go and sit here and talk about what we looked at, and then go out at least again.
Yeah.
Especially for the offense, go out at least again to run against this defense one more time. So to me, it's at least 2 series. I don't like, even if the first one they do an 8-10 play drive, I want you to go back out.
Sure.
And have that happen.
Yeah, look, I think to your point, I think what you want to at least accomplish is some communication on the sideline. You want to talk about what's going on the field. You want to make a couple of quick adjustments. What does that look like? What does the communication look like? And go back out there and see if the guys can execute it, right? But when it's all said and done, if you go 3 and out twice, you didn't even get a chance to accomplish any of that because you didn't do anything good, right? So I think maybe 12 plays. I would say 15 to 20 plays, though, is what I would get in the next 2 games. You got Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, because I don't think they're going to play the last one. So to me, I think you got 2 preseason games here to get your work in.
Well, you got the last one is going to be, there may be a few starters guys that end up starting that maybe you just want to see more out of. That decision hasn't been completely made yet. You never know what's going to happen at that interior offensive line. We're high on them right now, but you never know exactly what's going to happen there. When you look at any tight end not named Dalton Schultz, I think right now Jordan's going to get Brevin Jordan's going to get a little bit of love, but I think he's got to make some plays. He's got to get some work in. So potentially a few guys maybe that last week just don't make it because they still have to make some decisions. But I think the bulk of the work gets done in week 2 and week 3, this Friday, next Saturday.
I completely agree with that.
5 o'clock fire.
This Lee Diffie fella, he is getting crushed around here. Yesterday was a crazy finish in the Olympics in the 100 meters, in which Noah Lyles ended up winning that race, and that's been one talked about. He won the world championships and then comes back and wins the gold, but it was tight. Y'all see that race?
I did.
It was tight.
I did, and I'll be honest with you, it was so tight. I had a hard time figuring out. Like when I first watched it, because I just watched the highlight. When I first watched it, I thought Noah Lyles was one of the guys that was right next to old buddy that was leading the whole way.
Yeah.
And then I had to go. When they replayed it, I realized that he was down below him, and like hell, he came back. He came
in, but you couldn't. Yeah,
you couldn't really see it.
Well, here Lee Diffie's getting crushed. I heard I heard Lopez saying, "Damn, Lyles, this is going to be his call for his gold medal for the rest of his life." This was the call on the 100-meter race.
There's an Olympic gold medal waiting for somebody who wants it the most. Now Thompson starts to wind up. Curley's going with him. This is close. Jamaica's going to do it. Kishane Thompson is a gold medalist on debut. We thought it was going to take 9.7 to win. Guess what he just ran? 9.78. But it was a lean at the tape by Thompson. Visually, we think he got it. They're working on the photo. Fred Curley pushed him all the way. Noah Lyles is looking anxiously.
And then right after that, they said, "No, it is Noah Lyles who wins." It's tough, but I mean,
I could see. Here's the thing.
That's what I would have called. That's what it looked like visually.
Live, I agree. When I first saw it, what I did know was I knew the American wasn't wearing green and gold or green and yellow, and I'm like, what the hell y'all mean he won? So I mean, should a professional be better? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I've never been that guy, but. At the end of the day, I mean, you can see where where the mistake was made.
Well, I just don't know what the rule is. Like in a situation, I'm sure there are probably thoughts and whatever rules of how you handle it as a broadcaster in track and field. If you don't positively know what the finish is. And I don't know what should he have done. Said, hold on, we don't know.
Right, yeah.
Is that better? Let's just wait. We don't know. I mean, maybe that would have been better. I don't know, but I mean, if you visually look at it, because the analyst he said the same thing. He said it looks like he won. Jamaica won by us what we saw, and then obviously when they got the tape, it showed it was Noah Lyles. So let's calm down off it, man. That was too tight. That was too tight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we talked about it earlier. The new Michigan coach, Coach Moore, is going to be in some trouble potentially, Clint, as he had 52 text messages that was erased, and it could have some big problems. I think he's probably going to miss some games. Well, the head coach who was there actually last year, Jim Harbaugh, he made a comment. He denies any wrongdoing amid those Michigan allegations. He said, here you go, never lie, never cheat, never steal. I was raised with that lesson, he said.
It's Aggie honor code.
Preparing to read from a prepared statement. I have raised my family on that lesson. I have preached that lesson to the teams that I've coached. No one's perfect. If you stumble, you apologize and you make it right. Today, I do not apologize. I did not participate, was not aware, or nor complicit in any of those allegations. So it's back to work and attacking with the enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
This week on Leave It to Beaver.
I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you just got to laugh
Jim,
at.
come on, man.
Even if you didn't, which is so, it's so,
a little bit of
so
something.
hard to believe. But even if you didn't, you got to have it happened on your watch, man. Like it happened on your watch.
I do not apologize. I do not participate.
Come on, man. Come on, Jim. Jim's off enjoying a Hall of Fame induction
in
the other day. Hell, he was in
Ohio,
Cleveland
but
with us.
He's living a good life in L.A. right now.
Not my problem.
Breaking bread with his family and all that. Meanwhile, Coach Moore's in there getting hit in the face with all these allegations of deleting emails and and erasing hard drives and all this other jive. I did not. Let me guess. It was everybody but you. It was everybody but the head coach.
I do. And he said, I'm telling you, when you stumble, you apologize and make it right. You know what today? I do not apologize.
That's interesting.
I did not participate. Just he did, huh? Just he did. Boy, I'm telling you, Jim. You gotta be kidding me. All right, coming up, we saw J.J. Watt, and we saw him up close and personal at the Hall of Fame in Canton. And I'm sorry. I know many of y'all want this dream to happen. If it's going to happen, he needs some months and months to prepare for it because he don't look like he's ready to play any ball. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Our Vision Homes, the Houston area's premier term.
you sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with
A minute of the conversation. Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. And listen, I do want to get into this, what I saw, JJ. And I wasn't wrong. But we were talking about this earlier in terms of, like, the lineup of who you want to see more of. And we've talked about we want to see guys get opportunities every day. Someone texted in, appreciate you listening. Dubon is not an everyday player. End of story. He needs to be in his role that he was brought here for. He is not an everyday player. He certainly ain't an everyday first baseman. And I would just say to you, Texter, how do you know? What evidence do you have of that? Because the only time that he was given an opportunity to be an everyday player, and I'm talking about like what Bregman is, what Jake is, like the only time he has gotten a chance to be an everyday batter, he's hitting 300. Last year, when he got extensive every single day at bats playing second base for Jose Altuve over almost 2 months worth, he hit 300. You could say he's not an everyday player, but he's been yo-yoed as much as anybody in and out of the lineups. He may play one day. Hell, they've had I know 2 road series against the Seattle Mariners that totaled up, I believe, 7 games. He's missed 5 of them. I just don't think there's any proof, and the only proof that there is, he did play. He did show that he could play every day. So, listen, I know they want him as a super utility guy, and he won the Gold Glove last year for the utility guy, but I don't agree with that. I don't think that he's given, especially this year, a fair shake at being an everyday player. It just hasn't.
Yeah, I don't like. I can't subscribe to that line of thinking. I can understand where a guy was brought in because he has the ability to play multiple positions, and you need him available. He doesn't need to be a starter. You need him available to play second and first and left field. But that's not the conversation we're having, right? I mean, we're not talking about a guy that's been a super utility player and he's been in that role and he's just been really good in that role, and all of a sudden, hey, this guy needs to be thrusted into everyday play. To your point, we've seen him play every day on multiple occasions, not just when Altuve was out. We've seen when it matters the most, he's in the lineup every day, right? But then you even furthermore, you look at it, it's like these are some pretty extenuating circumstances, right? I mean, you had a first baseman that you expected to be a lock, stock, and barrel starter for 2 more years that you DFA'd. So the first baseman situation is up in the air. Is John Singleton an everyday player? Right? I mean, maybe he is. I don't know. I'm asking the question, right? You've got a right field situation where your right fielder, who is a lock, stock, and barrel everyday starter, one of the best in the league, in
Kyle Tucker.
And Kyle Tucker, but that's not the situation you're talking about. Now, and you've got 8 different guys playing right field, right? You've got an odd situation in left field where you got your DH that plays out there because your catcher situation, you want to swing that, which I makes sense. I'm good with it, but you don't have ideal situations at left, right, or first base right now. And so I don't think Ron's suggesting that Dubon is an everyday player for a team that's got everyday players, lock, stock, and barrel players. He's simply saying, given the circumstances with the Astros right now, that he should be, he's proven to be the best everyday player that you've got available at a handful of positions. And I mean, look, and here's the deal. Here's the deal with Dubon is if you think, if you want to fall into the trap of this baseball talk of this super utility player is so important that you got to put him on the bench until he's needed, okay, that's fine. Then do that. And let Pedro Leon be your everyday right fielder. Let Chas McCormick be your everyday left fielder when Jordan's not out there. Let John Singleton be your everyday first baseman and roll with it. Like, let the guys play and get into a rhythm. But that's not what they do. Right? It's
just like to me, Chas McCormick has shown that he can be an everyday player. This year, I think a big part of why he hasn't.
I agree.
Is injury, but he has not been given the keys. Like, for some reason, like with him, obviously with the Dubon situation, is they have come in with a game plan with him. Word go. I think it's a bit unfair that he just got put into the utility guy, even though he ended the season as the center fielder in the biggest games of the year. Every single day he was written in almost as a center fielder in the playoffs, but he comes in and he's forced to be the utility guy. But I mean, not that wasn't a plan with Chas. And to me, Chas has shown I can be an everyday guy. He did it last year. But Jake is getting a chance to do it. Other guys aren't getting a chance to do it. So to me, like if you look at Jake, Chas, and Dubon, when all of them have had opportunities to be everyday players, Jake's been the worst of them.
Agreed.
So I mean, like I understand that they want to be a super utility guy, whether I agree with it or not. But I think it's unfair to say that dude's not an everyday player.
It's extreme, right, Ron?
What did he say? End of story.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's extreme, right? I mean, how do we determine who is an everyday player and who isn't? I mean, if we're not going to base it on the times when they have been an everyday player and how good they've been, like, who's going to determine that? Like, who determines an everyday player versus a super utility guy? A guy can be an everyday right fielder while Kyle Tucker's out, but they can adjust that whenever Altuve needs a break and he can play second, or Pena needs a break, he can play shortstop, or whoever needs a break, he can move around and be is that a super utility or is that an everyday player? Like, to me, it's just the baseball speak, the baseball talk of this guy's a super utility and nothing else. Well, I mean, with all the injuries and the fluid lineup that the Astros have, your super utility guy that plays 6 different positions should be an everyday player somewhere. If he's hitting 300 or 260 to 300, yeah. I mean, right? I mean, that's the. I think the overarching point is just. I mean, I'm a fan. I think Ron is a fan. I just would like Pedro Leon. I would like to see him in right field until Kyle Tucker comes back. I'd like to see him versus righties. I'd like to see him versus lefties. I'd like to see him early in games. I'd like to see him late in games with the game on the line. I would like to see Pedro Leon and have a better idea who the hell he is, so that we know. Can he play center field? Can he play left field when Jordan's DHing? Is he and then let Dubon slide into that true super utility role? I mean, that's the kicker here is this. There's nothing normal about the situation as it pertains to Dubon in a super utility role versus being an everyday player.
Yeah, I like I said, I get the reason of, boy, man, he could play all around the spot. I get the understanding of why that is, and I get that's what his role was going into last year. But I mean, he's shown he can be capable of more than that. All right, I do want to get to the JJ stuff, but also before we get to the JJ stuff, this is just coming out. We'll talk about this and let you know the latest of what we just heard. Joe Espada giving updates on 2 injured players, Luis Garcia and Kyle Tucker. Recent updates just in the last couple of minutes. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Orchard, y'all. Look, if you're
to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. And some news did want to pass across from Joe Espada, the captain, Tyler. The captain, Joe Espada.
You're going to stop saying that.
What are you talking about? That's within.
He ain't no captain.
He is.
No, he's not.
The captain of this ship. Like, I'm not going like.
Of this what?
Of this ship. I'm not going to blow up his head and call him Skip. I don't think he deserves that yet, but he is the captain. He says of Kyle Tucker, did a bunch of stuff on the outfield today in Houston. So good for Kyle.
Thanks for the update, Joe.
Bunch of stuff, baby.
He's well informed now.
Oh, yeah. So
this comes on the heels of him saying he'd be surprised if it was August, right? Was that him that said that?
Well, he said it'd be aggressive for him to say it was August. Be aggressive for him to say it was August. So.
Yep.
There he is. Did a bunch of stuff on the field. As for Luis Garcia, he remains a non-thrower. No throwing yet for Luis Garcia. If you remember, we got that note late Friday that he had soreness in his elbow. And obviously that's of major note. He's coming off Tommy John surgery. And maybe he's pushed that thing a little too much. He has taken some rehab starts. They shut him down a little bit, threw again. And now he has soreness in the elbow. Coming off the heels also of Lance McCullers, the captain, saying he's no longer going to pitch this year for the team. That's out. Safe to say, I believe is what he said. So that is the latest with Kyle Tucker and Luis Garcia. If a bunch of stuff in the outfield today, I hope that means, as you said, we felt really good about it. And maybe they're getting close.
Look, I'm not too concerned about Luis Garcia. If it happens, it happens. With that new Kikuchi in town and Verlander on his way back, and Spencer Arrighetti sitting down 11. I feel really good about where we're at. That Kyle Tucker thing scares me. I mean, Kyle Tucker and
scares you to what? Like in terms of you're starting to have concerns. Like, when is Joker going to be back?
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to be back. I mean, I am. I mean, like you said, we're 2+ months into this thing, man. This is no way, shape, or form is this a bone bruise. There clearly is more to the story with Kyle Tucker, and boy, I'm just hoping and praying that we don't get some kind of he's shutting it down for the year kind of report after he starts to run a little bit.
It almost feels like that's more likely than to hear, hey, he's going to Corpus. I mean, it feel bad. I hope so. I don't. What I want to see him play again. I mean, this guy was putting together a hell of a season before all of this happened. Like, again, that man was out a month and still made the All-Star team. Like, he was out for a month and still made the All-Star team. Like, this could have been an MVP season for him. It was going to that space. So,
I'm the surprising thing to me.
I am concerned too, Clint.
I mean, it's just like the surprising thing to me is that you've got. I mean, like, to not be able to participate in any way, shape, or form at this point in time is the part that concerns the hell out of me. Like, I mean, and I understand baseball's a little bit of a different animal in the sense that everybody has to run bases and do the same thing, and in the outfield you got a long way to go to get to balls kind of deal. But the fact that he's not even ready to do those things and kind of hobble around a little bit, that concerns me.
Yeah. Well, as we said, if you missed it earlier in the weekend, what was mentioned about Kyle Tucker was, in his words, Joe Espada said, "I'm not going to sit here and say that it's going to happen." This was when he was asked if he would be back in August. He said, "I'm not going to sit here and say that it's going to happen. It'd be fantastic it's kind of a day-to-day, see how he feels thing, it'd be too aggressive to say we'll have him by the end of the month. It is a possibility. Like, that's an odd thing. As you said, we're now past the 2-month period. He was last played June 3rd, and they moved him to the 60 days. So I'm sure we've eclipsed 60 days at this point. So yeah, that's something to watch. And I introduced it Friday, and Clint said my tone was moving towards negativity of some sorts. But I think we've got. There's at least 2 questions. One, fairly or not, hey, man, is this guy going to return? 2, when he does return, how long does it take, if he ever is able, to be the MVP candidate he was? Right? Like, if he bangs it, comes in September, does he come right in September and he's Kyle Tucker that we remember? Or is that going to take him?
I don't know if he's the Kyle Tucker that we remember, but he can damn sure help this lineup.
Oh, yeah, he would put some sort of fear. All right, coming up behind us, remember, Texans All Access, as they are on the road. They're in Ohio and at the old school that Nick Caserio, the general manager, went to. So they've been there in that practice facility. You'll be able to hear from them as they had another good day at practice there. As DeMeco says, very competitive day. So the guys there, Mark and John, will be able to tell you more about that. And then after that, Area 45, Bijani and Creighton, they'll have your post game for this important Rangers-Astros game, live and local until 11 o'clock. So stay tuned with that. Hey, man, we're at the Hall of Fame. And as we said, we're in that spot where we had no business being. And it was up close and personal with J.J. Watt. He looks like a small forward.
Small forward,
he looks like an
what?
NBA college small forward. Looks like a guy that's about 6'4".
Come on,
6'5",
JJ.
maybe 6'6", 230.
230?
Maybe a little heavier, 240, 250. A heavy small forward is what he looks like.
Golly, you think JJ's that small?
I think if you told me JJ was 250, I was like, all right, I can buy that. Now, probably off. He's tall and he's got, obviously put together. He may be a little bit more of that. But, I mean, his look, he looks like he is putting his body and getting his body in a space that is opposite of playing 7 games in the NFL right now. Right? Like, clearly, Clint, he is working out really hard, but he does not look like he is working out as somebody who is about to play football. It looks like he's working out. What'd you say the last time you saw him? It looks like he's getting ready to compete some sort of like Ficky's sister, some sort of a bodybuilding situation. By the way, Tyler, Vicky, have you seen her? Good. Great.
Yeah, I've seen her. She could whoop all of our asses.
She is put together.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's the kind of look he almost is looking like. He looks really small.
I mean, that's why when the picture was posted a while back that went viral with JJ and how shredded he was the thought is that he could play, he could be a true defensive end in a 4-3, which is what DeMeco is running. And it's not about that. What did he play at? 290, 285?
290, yeah.
It's not about being that inside force. Or like a 3-4 defensive end is typically bigger than your 4-3 defensive end. And at least JJ was, where he could bump inside and do some different things. So a true 4-3 defensive end doesn't have to ever end up inside. Can always be an outside guy. And that seems like where if JJ were going to play, he would have to land out there. After hearing you, hell, he may have a hard time landing out there.
No, he'd have to get himself. I think he'd have to change. It's just the way his body is. It just. And I know I can't see him with his shirt off. Like it is. That does not look. He does not look like a football player.
Really?
Like up close and personal, he does not. He does not look like a. He does not look like a defensive lineman.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like we saw a bunch of ex-players throughout, and you're like, all right, that guy looks like Julius Peppers looks like he could maybe give you 5 games.
He can go right now.
Like his body is similar to where he was. You could tell he still works out. Hester and them look like they can It's to me, it's almost like what's Travis? Jason Kelsey's doing. Like Jason Kelsey, it would take him a while to be able to get himself.
Yeah, because he's lost so much weight.
Right. When people have the dream of DeMeco Autry got hurt and DeMeco can make the call anytime. Like, there may be a call that he can make, but JJ's gonna have to, especially if he's gonna play at the position that we're thinking. JJ's gonna have to get it together, get his body in a space to play NFL football. Someone texted in, I think you also just need or just used to what JJ used to look like. But I'm just telling you right now, if you go stand JJ up next to like what we saw Danielle Hunter put together, Danielle Hunter is bigger than JJ.
Huh.
Danielle, I would make that bet. And Danielle Hunter, they got him at 260 something pounds. That may be a Ronell Blanco type of it. But obviously, I'm not saying he can't get himself together. But as you said, he's much closer to. All right, hey man, give me a couple of months, I can get to DN time.
Yeah. I didn't see him. I didn't get up close with him. I obviously saw the highlights and all the pictures and everything. I didn't see him, but.
Figgy saying same thing.
Hell, after I saw that picture, I was just. I mean, there's no inside presence. There's to me, that's a guy that can play. That's a guy that can play and rush the passer on a tackle or a tight end.
Yes, that's where he looks like he's gonna get to. Because you
said
280, 290.
If it were to happen,
I can imagine. That fellow there. Anybody else who was out there close? Anybody's out there? You saw that. You saw. Ooh, and he looks like he's about to get ready to start a movie, like non-action.
Which he may.
He might. I think he'd be great. He might. Hair looked a lot better though than the Super Bowl.
Good.
I loved it. Loved the hair.
What was it?
It looked like it grown it out some and just kind of had it longer. It grown it out some. He
didn't have the Sugar Ray look with the spikes and the frosted tips.
God no, he didn't have that old T Mill.
Yeah, I don't know who talked him into that. I don't know who talked T Mill into it back in the day, much less JJ Watt a couple months ago.
My grandmother.
Did she really?
Yep.
What did she? How did that conversation go?
Have you seen what these kids been doing?
My grandmother.
Frosted tips. It looks cute.
My grandmother.
You should try it. Yeah, you should try the frosted tips.
Could you see Tyler roll?
I felt like Tyler wanted to get to the frosted tips.
There's no question.
Well, I mean, I definitely signed up willingly. Yeah.
Could you imagine him rolling into the high school parking lot, yellow Hummer, winded down, hanging that head out with some shades on and them frosted tips?
Yes.
Well, I didn't have the frosted tips in high school. First of all,
what was it?
It was like into elementary and into junior high a little bit.
Oh,
I think
really?
I gave the frosted tips look a break.
See,
I ended that in like 8th grade.
Better looking hair, right? That's a grew it